A battlefield stretched beneath a bleak sky, littered with the bodies of more than a dozen fallen fighters. Dust and blood clung to the ground, marking the aftermath of a massacre that had ended long ago. Amid the silence, a lone survivor moved calmly through the field, stepping past the corpses without hesitation. Sama Jian walked forward with steady composure, leaving behind the remnants of 100 wandering souls. His grip tightened around his sword, the pressure in his hand revealing the emotions he refused to show on his face. At the edge of the battlefield stood the final surviving enemy, a man trembling as he struggled to breathe. Sama Jian approached him without urgency, forcing the man's attention onto him. He identified the man as Byung-gak, a name that immediately triggered panic. Byung-gak demanded to know how he was recognized, anger mixing with fear. Sama Jian only observed him quietly before implying that Byung-gak had forgotten him, suggesting that many prisoners had passed through Gumho Fortress over the years. As Sama Jian advanced, he admitted that the long-awaited moment carried a bitter weight. The tension in Byung-gak's mind sharpened into alarm as he realized the attacker had been there before, likely a former prisoner. Desperation rose within him as he searched for an escape. Before any plan could form, Sama Jian vanished from his original position and reappeared instantly in front of him. A single downward strike followed, too fast for any reaction. Byung-gak was struck down and collapsed under the force of the blow. Sama Jian sighed, disappointed that his opponent had attempted to escape during their exchange. He continued forward, stating that the conversation was not yet finished and that the man's punishment had only begun. He then referenced an event from 12 years earlier, prompting confusion and fear in Byung-gak. The mention triggered fragmented memories of the Yunsang escort agency. Recognition slowly surfaced in Byung-gak's mind as he recalled a group of escorts captured during an ambush at Gumho Fortress. Those memories revealed the truth. Sama Jian had been among those prisoners. The past resurfaced with brutal clarity. 12 years earlier, Sama Jian had been bound and dragged into the fortress by Byung-gak's men. He had been forced to witness torture inflicted on his companions. Among the atrocities, a burning iron rod had been pressed into his chest, leaving an unforgettable scar and pain that had nearly broken him. Back in the present, that buried trauma transformed into overwhelming killing intent. Sama Jian gathered his internal energy and struck with explosive force. Byung-gak was overwhelmed, unable to even speak as successive attacks crushed his defenses. With cold precision, Sama Jian severed Byung-gak's limbs, ensuring he could no longer move. The man collapsed in agony, his voice breaking into a desperate roar that echoed across the battlefield. Yet Sama Jian did not stop to savor the result. He pressed further, asking one final question about a name from the past, Sama Jian himself. Byung-gak responded in confusion, failing to understand the question at first. Sama Jian then clarified the truth of 12 years ago. During the ambush of the Yunsang escort mission, Byung-gak's group had sold him into slavery. The realization finally struck Byung-gak. He confirmed the memory with fractured regret, but there was no time for redemption. Sama Jian's sword came down again, and his killing intent surged to its peak. He declared that Byung-gak would carry that truth into the underworld, identifying himself as the escort guard who had been betrayed and sold. He channeled all his remaining power into a final release. The energy within Byung-gak's body ruptured violently, and his body disintegrated under the overwhelming force. Blood scattered across the ground as the last remnants of life faded. Sama Jian stood silently over the ruined corpse, his vengeance complete. After a moment, he sheathed his sword, though his expression remained heavy. The battlefield around him was silent and desolate, stained with the aftermath of retribution. He expressed a quiet resolve that this would be the final time his hands would be stained with blood, and that he would attempt to live a normal life from this point onward. As he prepared to leave, the ruins of a distant stone wall suddenly shattered. A subordinate emerged from the debris, rushing forward across the corpse-filled ground to report that all prisoners had been freed. Sama Jian acknowledged the report and praised the effort, while the subordinate observed the battlefield and commented on the completion of revenge. He questioned what would come next, referencing the enemies who had sold Sama Jian into slavery. The subordinate suggested that the remaining leader could still be hunted down later, and asked whether they would return home. Sama Jian looked up at the sky above the blood-soaked land. After a brief silence, he confirmed that they would finally return home. Under the distant stars that had silently witnessed the path of violence and retribution, the demonic path's first sword marked the end of his bloody journey. Time passed. A bright morning replaced the battlefield's darkness. Sama Jian walked leisurely along a quiet road, his subordinate following behind him. The calm atmosphere contrasted sharply with the violence of the past. Without turning back, Sama Jian questioned whether his companion was certain about continuing to follow him. The subordinate replied that he had nowhere else to go and expressed curiosity about Sama Jian's hometown. Their conversation shifted to the subordinate's past, revealing that he had once trained within the demonic cult and escaped from it. The memory carried both relief and disbelief, as if even he could not fully accept his own survival. Sama Jian reflected briefly on that sentiment, acknowledging that even he struggled to believe the path that had led him here. As he walked forward, his thoughts drifted back to the night he had returned to the headquarters of the demonic cult, his steps steady but his mind unsettled as the story continued toward an uncertain future. His serious expression took on an unusual severity the moment he stepped into the room. The person seated before him was Guan Hyo, the heaven-reaching demonic cult instructor, who regarded the young man with a sharp snort. That single sound made the atmosphere inside the room palpably tense. Sama Jian stepped forward and offered a formal greeting with clasped hands. Guan Hyo's sharp brows immediately tightened as he observed him in silence. Without speaking, he slowly poured tea into a cup, using internal energy to guide its movement with precise control. As he set the cup down, he remarked coldly that he had not expected Sama Jian to come. In response, the cup was sent forward with sudden force. Sama Jian calmly watched its trajectory and caught it without difficulty, then drank the contents without hesitation. After finishing, he quietly refilled Guan Hyo's cup. He then stated that when they first met the cult leader in Black Dragon Valley, a promise had been made granting freedom after 10 years of service to the Divine Demon Clan. Those 10 years had long since passed, and he had also fulfilled the additional condition given to him 3 years earlier. Guan Hyo leaned back, acknowledging the mention of a promise, but his thoughts turned uncertain as he set the cup down with controlled precision. He reflected that although the demonic factions had been unified and the heaven-reaching demonic cult had been restored, matters were still far from ideal, and he appeared inclined to reconsider the agreement. Sensing this shift, Sama Jian asserted that the original condition had not been simple unification, but the elimination of the 10 supremes of the demonic path who had once controlled the factions, all of whom had now been brought to their knees before the cult leader. Guan Hyo acknowledged this truth in silence, and poured himself another drink. As he drank, he recalled the years of training in Black Dragon Valley, remembering how among all the children raised there, Sama Jian had always stood out. Yet he had not been at this level in the past. In terms of raw martial skill, he had once been inferior even to Chiaowu. Everything had changed after his return from the destruction of the Ghost Gate sect. The murderous aura that once surrounded him had vanished completely, replaced by a fundamentally different presence, and his martial arts had advanced beyond imagination. Guan Hyo questioned inwardly what had truly happened to him during that time. At that moment, Sama Jian apologized. Guan Hyo abruptly slammed his empty cup onto the table and dismissed the apology as meaningless. He declared that Sama Jian had worked hard all these years, acknowledging that although his fate had been harsh, his contributions would not be forgotten, and he was permitted to leave. Having achieved what he came for, Sama Jian did not prolong the exchange. He expressed brief gratitude and turned to depart, offering a final remark of farewell. One of Guan Hyo's guards, angered by his demeanor, drew his sword and moved to strike, but Guan Hyo immediately restrained him with a calm command. Sama Jian remained still for a moment, as if assessing whether they would truly attack, before finally stepping out of the room. After he had left, Chiaowu appeared at the doorway and casually offered a light-hearted, irreverent farewell before departing as well. Sama Jian nervously recalled an unpleasant memory. He had completed missions that once seemed impossible and had finally gained his freedom, yet a lingering doubt remained within him. He wondered whether his family would even recognize the man he had become after spending more than a decade bathed in blood. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Chiaowu's loud voice. Chiaowu pointed ahead and spoke excitedly, asking if that was the guardian deity Sama Jian always mentioned, remarking on its enormous size. Sama Jian's gaze followed his gesture and landed on the massive tree. A rare emotion surfaced on his face as he looked at it. He identified it as the guardian spirit. His steps quickened as he moved toward it, his heartbeat growing louder in his chest. Memories resurfaced of how, every year, his parents and the village elders would come to offer their respects, while he and his siblings would climb the tree and play beneath it. As the familiar rustic scent of wood filled his senses, his voice trembled with emotion as he realized he had truly returned home. Sensing his reaction, Chiaowu spoke cheerfully, remarking that Sama Jian had once been like this, and that he had always imagined him as stone-faced even as a child. However, their moment was interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. A child called out to them, causing both men to turn in confusion and realize that 3 children had appeared behind them without notice. One of the children informed them that outsiders were not allowed to touch the tree. Sama Jian quickly adopted a friendly tone and replied that he was not an outsider, asking if they were from Peach Blossom Village. The child hesitated and asked if he knew their village. Sama Jian smiled faintly while looking at the great tree trunk and confirmed that he did. He explained that this was the guardian spirit of Peach Blossom Village and that he had lived there as a child. The children stared at him in disbelief as he continued, describing the village layout in detail, including a small pond to the north and a thatched roof house slightly to its left, which he identified as his home. When he claimed it as his own, one child shouted in anger that he was lying. The accusation caused Sama Jian to freeze in place. He demanded to know what she meant. The girl insisted that the house belonged to someone named Adu, and claimed that Adu had no father or brother who looked like a mountain bandit. Chiao Wu, clearly displeased, questioned her remark about a bandit. Another child whispered uncertainly that he might be an uncle, but the girl rejected the idea and urged them to leave, insisting that Sama Jian was lying and calling him an ugly man before running off with the others. Chiao Wu became furious and roared at the children, causing them to flee in fear. Meanwhile, Sama Jian processed the unfamiliar name, Adu, in silence, realizing he had never heard it before. As they walked further into the village, Chiao Wu plucked a peach from a tree and tasted it, expressing satisfaction at its sweetness and remarking that it explained the village's name. He called out to Sama Jian, urging him to try one, but Sama Jian declined coldly. The two continued toward the northern side of the village. Soon, they arrived at a thatched roof house beside a small pond. The sight stirred deep emotion within Sama Jian as memories resurfaced. He murmured in quiet disbelief that the house remained exactly as he remembered, even in his dreams. Chiao Wu approached and asked if this was the place. Sama Jian confirmed it with quiet excitement. Just as he was about to step forward, a suspicious voice called out demanding to know who they were. Sama Jian turned and saw an elderly man watching them warily, surrounded by villagers armed with hoes, sickles, and clubs. It became clear that the children had reported them. The old man stepped forward and questioned their presence, stating that the house belonged to Adu and asking what business they had there. Sama Jian grew increasingly confused and denied the claim, insisting that it was the home of the Sama family, which had belonged to his ancestors for generations. The old man asked who he was. At that moment, Sama Jian paused and suddenly recognized him, asking if he was Mr. Zhang from the village chief's household. Zhang was shocked that the stranger knew his name and confirmed it cautiously, asking who he was. Sama Jian stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and his eyes brightened with emotion as he declared that he was Sama Jian, the boy who had once lived in that very house. Zhang was stunned at first, momentarily unable to place the name. Sama Jian, who was that? Then, an old image surfaced in his mind. Sama Jian, could it be that child from back then? Sama Jian could not hide his delight, and confirmed that it was indeed him. Zhang's shock deepened as he muttered in disbelief. To convince him further, Sama Jian gently pushed his hair back, revealing a faint scar on his forehead. He pointed it out, and asked if Zhang remembered it, the scar he had received when Wook struck him with a stone after losing a fight. At that moment, emotion overwhelmed the old man. He recognized it immediately, and confirmed it with a trembling voice. Tears streamed down Zhang's aged face as he rushed forward and embraced him tightly. He demanded to know where the boy had been all these years and why he had only returned now, asking what had happened to him. Sama Jian did not respond with words. He simply accepted the embrace in silence, his expression conveying that the story was too long to explain in a single moment. After the emotional reunion, both of them gradually composed themselves and moved inside the house. That night, inside the home, Zhang poured tea for his guest and spoke gently. He asked about what had happened 12 years ago, recalling how Sama Jian had insisted on joining the escort agency, and then disappeared. Sama Jian lowered his head, quietly blaming himself. He remembered how Zhang had tried repeatedly to stop him, warning him that working as a guard for the Silver Castle agency was dangerous. Zhang, now understanding that Sama Jian must have endured great hardship, spoke with sympathy. He recalled how the boy had been forced to take on the responsibility of the eldest son at a young age, making him stubborn and determined. He had once believed Sama Jian had died, and now asked how he had survived all those years. Sama Jian lowered his gaze, and memories of his past surfaced. For him, those years had been defined entirely by battle. Images of fierce duels flashed through his mind, the decisive confrontation with the first powerhouse of the demonic path, and the final stages of a battle against the heavenly sword demon. The sword demon had already been cornered, yet Sama Jian stood before him, seemingly uninjured. That sight had filled his opponent with both rage and excitement. The sword demon spoke bitterly of how it had been 300 years since the fall of the heavenly demon, and how the demonic path had been shattered. He mocked the so-called divine demon cult that claimed it would reunify the fractured demonic world, yet admitted that the rumors had proven true, that all of the 10 great demonic powers had been defeated by an ordinary-looking force, leaving only him. Sama Jian did not prolong the exchange and stated plainly that the sword demon was the last one. Once he was eliminated, he would finally be free. The sword demon's blood boiled at those words. With a fierce grin, he challenged Sama Jian to try, declaring that if he succeeded, he would become the strongest in the demonic cult, the first sword of the demonic path. Without delay, he unleashed a powerful strike to demonstrate his pride. However, the difference in strength was absolute. Sama Jian countered with a single swing of his sword, releasing a beautiful vortex of energy that sent the sword demon flying. The sword demon struggled to rise, but his strength had completely left him. He could only kneel, defeated. The outcome was undeniable. The pride and glory of his entire life came to an end in that moment. With a final breath, the sword demon admitted he had never expected such overwhelming power before collapsing lifelessly. He became nothing more than another forgotten name in the flow of history. Only then did Sama Jian exhale slowly in relief. Standing beneath the open sky, he looked toward the sun with a faint sense of hope and realized that it was finally over. Returning to the present, Jian found himself at a loss for words. He considered that even if he told the truth, it was unlikely to be believed. With that thought, he gave a vague explanation, stating that he had been sold to a mercenary group and had wandered for years before finally finding a way back. Zhang did not press for further details and instead offered quiet sympathy, acknowledging that he must have endured great hardship. Jian quickly shifted the topic and asked about his family's whereabouts. Zhang hesitated slightly before answering that Jian's siblings had moved to Sohung. Surprised, Jian repeated the name, and Zhang confirmed it, explaining gently that it had been 6 years since the move. After Jian's disappearance, they had tried to endure, but eventually had no choice but to relocate. The next morning, Jian set out once again. He and Qiuwu bid farewell to the village and departed quickly. However, the joy of returning home had already begun to fade, leaving behind a hollow ache within him. Zhang's words from the previous night continued to echo in his mind. His mother had passed away the year before. Jian climbed a quiet hill alone and sat on a large rock. Overwhelmed by emotion, he broke down in tears. He mourned his mother, missed his younger siblings, and blamed himself for everything he believed he had failed to protect. Trembling under the weight of his grief, he questioned how such an unfilial son could ever ask for forgiveness. After some time, he forced himself to regain composure. Later, upon reaching Sohung, he discovered a dilapidated old house. The sight only deepened his sorrow. Qiuwu attempted to lighten the mood by teasing him, questioning whether he was afraid, and remarking that it was unusual to see him like this after having once walked calmly through enemy territory. Jian dismissed the comparison, stating that this situation was different. Qiuwu shrugged and urged him to simply go inside, insisting there was nothing to fear. Jian hesitated, admitting that it was not so simple. He felt he did not have the right to face them after all this time, especially considering how much they must have suffered while living in such conditions. Qiuwu dismissed his concerns, suggesting they could simply buy a new house and encouraging him to act now that he had returned. After a moment of silence, Jian accepted the encouragement. He resolved inwardly that he would never leave his family again. With renewed determination, he stepped forward and raised his hand to knock. He called out, asking if anyone was home, but his movement stopped abruptly. Standing before him was a girl. At the sight of her face, Jian froze in shock. Though she had grown into a young woman, her features still faintly resembled the little girl he once carried on his back. His expression tightened with disbelief as he stepped forward, trying to confirm what he was seeing. He began to ask if she was, but Qiuwu interrupted him suddenly, exclaiming in admiration that she was absolutely gorgeous. Startled, Jian immediately struck Qiuwu as a warning. He then composed himself, softened his tone, and asked the girl if she was Sama Jin. Sama Jin's eyes widened in shock as she asked how he knew her name. Upon hearing her confirmation, Jian was overwhelmed with joy and firmly grasped her hand. He began to speak, saying that she had grown so much and that he was. However, his words suddenly trailed off. Something about Jin's hand felt deeply wrong. Jian stared at her with growing suspicion, and as he continued to examine her condition, his expression shifted to alarm. He sensed an abnormal surge of yin energy within her body and asked in shock what was going on. Sama Jin panicked and tried to pull her hand away, but her strength slipped out of control. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. Jian immediately reacted in concern, calling out to her in alarm. For the usually composed Jian, the situation left him uncertain and shaken. At that moment, a loud shout rang out from nearby. A young boy charged forward, demanding who they were. Jian and Qiuwu turned toward the voice in unison. Sama Jin, as if seeing salvation, called out desperately, addressing him as her little brother. Still confused, Jian repeated the words. "Little brother?" Before noticing the boy had already launched himself forward. The boy shouted that Jian had dared to touch his sister and threw a powerful punch. Jian easily evaded it with a slight movement and calmly asked if the boy was Ho. The boy roared in anger, confirming it and introducing himself as Guangho of the Concordant Mind Association. Without hesitation, he continued his assault, unleashing a chaotic barrage of punches and kicks while shouting accusations that they were despicable members of the Blood Axe sect. As he dodged effortlessly, Jian thought to himself about the names being thrown around. Concordant Mind Association, Blood Axe sect. He wondered if the boy had become involved with some kind of gang. He observed both Jin and the hot-headed youth and reflected that they once seemed innocent and mischievous, yet had now grown into entirely different people. Realizing none of his attacks were landing and that he was being treated lightly, Guangho became enraged. He shouted that Jian had not only humiliated his sister but was now mocking him as well, declaring that he would take his life. Fortunately, another young man arrived and intervened, stopping Guangho. He sternly reprimanded him, telling him to stop and questioning what he was doing on their mother's death anniversary. Jian observed the scene with a grave expression. Hearing those words, he wondered if the newcomer might be Haiyan. Guangho, still agitated, ignored the warning and told him to move aside. Haiyan, displeased, questioned his actions and reminded him that they did not yet understand the situation. He accused him of acting recklessly and asked if associating with those so-called gangsters had made him lose his judgment. Seeing that both of them were safe and well, Jian could not suppress a faint sense of relief and happiness. He thought to himself that they had all grown up. Guangho stubbornly insisted once again that they were not ruffians. Haiyan, clearly disappointed, warned him not to associate with them in the first place, as if trying to shape something refined out of rough material. To Jian, however, the chaotic scene felt strangely peaceful. He thought that as long as they were safe, nothing else mattered. At that moment, Guangho noticed Jian lowering his guard and seized the opportunity to strike. However, his blade was instantly stopped by Qiuwu's bare hand. With overwhelming strength, Qiuwu crushed it effortlessly as though it were made of soft clay. Guangho's face turned pale as he called him a monster. Qiuwu's competitive spirit flared, and he proudly declared himself the great Jumgang Yacha. Guangho, still furious, shouted that he did not care who they were and accused them of trying to steal from his family, calling them shameless intruders. This time, Qiuwu was truly provoked. He demanded to know what Guangho meant, angrily rejecting the accusation and asking if he looked like a thief. Jian calmly stopped Qiuwu from escalating the fight. He then approached the three siblings and hesitantly tried to introduce himself, but before he could finish, Guangho shouted in alarm, identifying the approaching group as the Blood Axe sect. Jian turned his gaze toward the disturbance with mild irritation. A group of menacing men was swaggering toward them. The leader glanced at his subordinate and asked who the unfamiliar figures were, then, without waiting for an answer, raised his chin and spoke in a condescending tone, demanding who they were and what they were doing there. Without hesitation, the leader stepped forward, grabbed Jian by the collar, and roared for him to answer properly. Another Blood Axe member approached Qiuwu, sizing him up with disdain and asking what such a massive man was doing there. Guangho, witnessing this, burned with rage. He pointed at them and shouted that this was Concordant Mind Association territory and demanded to know why the Blood Axe sect had come. Jian narrowed his eyes as he observed them. So it really is the Blood Axe sect, he thought. At that moment, the group leader smirked and declared arrogantly that they were taking over the area, then specifically addressed Guangho by name. Hearing this, Guangho's expression darkened. Grinding his teeth, He muttered that one troublemaker had not been enough and now they were seeking an all-out fight. He released Jian's shoulder, stepped forward without hesitation, and prepared to confront them directly. The leader walked forward with an arrogant swagger, saying that everything would end peacefully if they cooperated. In that instant, Jian's sword was drawn from its sheath. With a single fluid motion, he struck. The attack was instantaneous and precise, and the Blood Axe leader collapsed, killed in a single blow. For a brief moment, chaos spread among the Blood Axe members. They looked around in shock and suspicion, one of them exclaiming in disbelief, demanding who had done it and how it was possible. Jian used sound transmission to speak to Chiao Wu, instructing him to handle the rest. He signaled him calmly, telling him to eliminate the remaining enemies. Chiao Wu raised an eyebrow, his expression confident and unbothered. He replied that it would be taken care of. Without hesitation, the remaining Blood Axe sect members charged forward with their blades aimed at him. Chiao Wu moved to meet them head-on. With a faint, confident expression, he advanced and unleashed his fists, quickly overwhelming and striking down the attackers one after another. When it was over, Chiao Wu looked at the fallen bodies and sneered in contempt, calling them useless small fry. Then, scratching his head awkwardly, he muttered that he might have been a bit too rough. The three siblings, Jin, Guangho, and Haiyan, stood frozen in place, mouths agape in shock. They struggled to comprehend what had just happened, realizing that an entire group had been wiped out in an instant. Chiao Wu pointed at the defeated enemies at his feet and smirked, asking if they still thought he was on their side. Jian looked flustered, unsure how to respond. He then stepped forward again, trying to calm them. He insisted that they were not thieves and addressed Jin, Guangho, and Haiyan directly, asking if they did not recognize him. As he spoke, he pulled his hair back to reveal the scar once more. Guangho gasped in shock. Staring at it, he asked in disbelief if it was truly him, his older brother. Jian smiled softly and confirmed that he had returned. Haiyan immediately rushed forward and embraced him tightly, burying his face against his shoulder as he broke down in tears. Jian held him and spoke gently, apologizing for being late and asking if he had kept them waiting too long. Guangho was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief as he asked what had happened and where Jian had been all this time. Jian let out a quiet sigh and replied that he would explain everything later, as it was a long story. From inside the house, smoke rose from the kitchen chimney while Chiao Wu's hearty voice echoed nearby. He spoke cheerfully, saying he liked Guangho's personality and that there were a few people like him among their subordinates, referring to Jian as boss. Guangho frowned and narrowed his eyes in curiosity, asking why Chiao Wu kept calling Jian boss. Chiao Wu crossed his arms and explained that when he was younger, he had once picked fights with Jian and been beaten badly, and that Jian had even saved his life a couple of times afterward. Guangho reacted with excitement, asking if that was really true. Jian immediately used sound transmission to warn Chiao Wu not to speak nonsense. Chiao Wu forced a smile and corrected himself, saying he was only joking and that Jian simply disliked being called brother. Jian then calmly stated the same, deflecting the topic, and asked how they had been living all these years. Haiyan calmly replied while eating that he was working as an escort at the Pearl Sea Escort Agency. Jian's eyes narrowed thoughtfully as he repeated the words, asking if it was an escort agency. Haiyan added that Jian must not have heard about it from Mr. Zhang, and explained that he was currently learning the trade under the general manager with Yuck. Jian frowned and muttered that he had expected their mother would have been against such work. Haiyan nodded and confirmed that she had been even more strongly opposed than expected. Guangho, sitting nearby and chewing his food, remarked bluntly that Jian had disappeared while working as an escort and that he had been wrong to choose that path from the beginning. Haiyan immediately snapped back, his face turning red with anger, calling Guangho a wandering bum and questioning his right to speak. Guangho remained unfazed and replied that at least he earned more than Haiyan. Haiyan's expression darkened further, as he accused Guangho of making money by bullying the weak and said he did not need such money. Unable to hold back his anger any longer, Guangho shouted that they never bullied anyone and that Haiyan was speaking without understanding. At that moment, Samajin slammed a plate onto the table and shouted for them to stop, saying that Jian had only just returned after 12 years and that they were still arguing. Her expression suddenly changed, and she abruptly suffered a nosebleed. Panicked, Samajin tried to pinch her nose shut while trembling. Everyone froze in shock. Jian rushed over immediately, his expression tightening as he examined her condition. He realized something critical, that the yin energy in her body was far too strong. Guangho stood up in alarm and asked how Jian knew that. Jian turned and asked whether they had taken her to a clinic for examination and what the doctors had said. Hyan explained that they had visited the most renowned clinics in the region, but none had been able to determine the cause. Even the most reliable physician had given the same assessment Jian had just made, which was why her hands and feet were constantly cold and her skin remained pale. Jean calmly reassured them, saying that she was fine and that she could still endure it. Without saying anything further, she quietly opened the door and stepped outside, leaving the others in stunned silence. After the door closed, Hyan lowered his head and explained that they had moved to Sohung because the doctor who might be able to help her was there. Guangho added, his voice trembling with emotion, that she could only function normally by taking medicine that supplemented her yang energy, otherwise Jean might not have survived until now. A heavy silence followed. Jian remained quiet for a moment, then asked whether there was a cure. Hyan's expression darkened as sadness crept into his face. He explained that a complete cure was difficult, but the symptoms could be managed with treatment. However, the cost was extremely high, and even maintaining the treatment was already a heavy burden. The money he earned was not enough, and without the extra income brought in by his younger brother, they would not have been able to endure. In truth, he added, he did not even have the right to criticize him. Hyan raised a hand to hide the tears forming in his eyes. Guangho was taken aback. Jian placed a hand on Hyan's shoulder in quiet comfort. He told him that he had done nothing wrong, and that no brother could stand by while his sibling went astray. He then admitted that the one who had no right to speak was himself, and he apologized to both of them. In unison, Guangho and Hyan immediately responded, calling him Big Brother. Jian's gaze remained steady and firm. He thanked them and said that they should not worry about money. The next day, they would go and meet that doctor. Hyan stood up and bowed deeply, thanking him and urging him to rest, saying he must be exhausted. Guangho also stood, and together the two of them left. A heavy silence remained between Jian and Qiuwu. Jian poured himself a cup of wine. Beside him, Qiuwu muttered that if he had known, he would have brought some things with him. Jian, not fully hearing him, turned and asked what he meant by brought, questioning if he was referring to bandits. Qiuwu raised his cup thoughtfully, and replied that those bandits had accumulated a large amount of wealth, but Jian had ordered it to be left untouched. Jian took a slow sip of wine and stated that the wealth belonged to the victims, the captured merchants and escorts, and should be returned to their families. He added that he had no desire to touch such money. Qiuwu fell silent, unsure how to respond, and only said that it was Jian's decision. He then mentioned that they still possessed the item obtained from the demonic Buddha temple, which could be sold for a good price. He asked for Jian's opinion on Jin's condition. Jian set his cup down and admitted that he was uncertain, as he was not a physician. Qiuwu asked if he could not make even a rough guess. After a moment of thought, Jian explained that the balance of energy in Jin's body was severely distorted, with yin energy overwhelmingly dominant. Qiuwu frowned and suggested that they could simply supplement her yang energy, adding that with Jian's internal strength, it should not be difficult. Jian shook his head slowly, stating that the situation was not that simple. He had already attempted to transfer yang energy as suggested, but it had no effect, as there was no viable path for energy to enter her body. Alarmed, Qiuwu asked what that meant. Jian's expression grew grave as he concluded that if the condition continued, Jin might not survive. The following day, all of them arrived in front of a renowned clinic. They looked up at the scene together. The place was packed with people, and the noise of families and patients filled the air as attendants called out for order. Jian remarked that the line was extremely long, and that they had arrived late, though they had left early. He had not expected such overwhelming crowds, confirming that it was indeed a famous clinic. Guangho casually smiled and explained that this was the most well-known clinic in the region. He then stepped forward confidently. He approached the group managing the queue and politely greeted them, clasping his hands and thanking them for their hard work. Seeing this, Qiuwu asked who they were. Hyan replied that they were members of the Concordant Mind Association, explaining that they did not only manage this place but also earned money by maintaining order at other business locations as well. Qiuwu scoffed slightly, remarking that they were essentially security guards. He then questioned why Guangho was acting so submissive, especially after his earlier boastful attitude. Qiuwu spoke dismissively, asking what pillar they were referring to and remarking that Guangho was nothing more than an errand boy. He then laughed heartily, adding that everyone had to start somewhere. After completing his negotiations, Guangho quickly returned and called the group over, announcing that arrangements were finished and they could proceed inside. Chiu-Wu smiled with satisfaction and leaned toward Jian, quietly commenting that Guangho was more capable than he appeared. The group moved further into the clinic. The deeper they went, the more crowded it became. Jian observed aloud that not only were there many patients, but there were also a large number of physicians. Hyan, walking beside him, explained that in his experience as an escort, he had never seen a place as large as this, not even in Sohung or surrounding regions. When he first arrived, there had only been one guard and one physician, a man named Sosoma, but due to his abilities, the clinic had expanded rapidly within just a few years. Jian quietly repeated the name. Sosoma. Chiu-Wu confidently added that the physician was certainly not a fraud. Although Jian acknowledged this, he could not suppress his lingering concern. He wondered why such a skilled physician had been unable to diagnose Sama Jin's illness. At that moment, Guangho entered ahead of them and greeted the staff enthusiastically. The physician responded, noting that it was not yet time for a follow-up visit and asking why they had come. Guangho directly stated that they had a matter to discuss and requested an audience. The physician nodded and instructed them to wait inside while he summoned his master. Inside, injured patients were visible throughout the area. As Jean settled into a room, a voice came from outside announcing the physician's arrival. Shortly after, the physician entered with an apologetic expression, saying he had been surprised to learn of their visit. He added that the previous medicine was still effective and had worried her condition might have worsened. After examining Jin's face closely, he concluded with relief that it did not appear to be the case. Guangho quickly clarified that they were not there for a routine visit. He explained that Jian had insisted on meeting the physician, which was why they had come in haste. Jian stepped forward respectfully, clasping his hands and introducing himself as Sama Jian. The physician returned the greeting and introduced himself as Huang Zhong. He added that although he had been treating the patient's family for years, he had only just learned that she had an older brother. Observing him, Jian silently assessed that the physician gave a good impression and appeared genuinely humble. He also noted with mild surprise that the man seemed to be a physician who also practiced martial arts. Chiu-Wu appeared to share the same impression, remarking that the physician was quite impressive. Through sound transmission, Jian quietly confirmed to Chiu-Wu that the man possessed real ability. Jian explained to the physician that he had been away for a long time and had only recently learned of Jin's serious illness. Upon hearing that the physician was directly treating his younger sister, he had come immediately to seek him out. Physician Huang Zhong responded politely, stating that while it was not a complete cure, they were welcome to seek help. He then checked Jin's pulse and conducted a thorough re-examination. The room fell into complete silence as everyone watched intently. After a moment, the physician spoke with a sorrowful expression, admitting that Jin's condition had always troubled him and that he regretted his limitations as a healer. Hyan quickly tried to comfort him, saying he should not blame himself, and that Jin was still alive thanks to his care. Without him, she might not have survived until now. The physician thanked him for his understanding but explained that he could only slow the progression of the illness and prevent the worst outcome. Jian fell into deep thought, repeating the phrase silently in his mind, the worst outcome being Jin's life itself. He then asked whether stronger medicine would improve her condition. The physician explained that the current treatment did have some effect, and that stronger medicine would likely yield better results. He elaborated that they were currently using herbs that strengthened yang energy to counteract Jin's overwhelming yin energy, with fire spirit herb as the main ingredient. A stronger variant could increase effectiveness. However, he added with resignation that the most powerful form, the 1000-year fire spirit herb, was extremely rare and nearly impossible to obtain. He also mentioned Gongqing petroleum as another possibility. Jian asked whether such medicine was available in the clinic. The physician waved his hand and stated that such spiritual medicines were not stocked there and were dangerous to handle. Both Jian and Chiu-Wu silently came to the same conclusion, that such rare spiritual medicines were sought after even by martial artists. After a moment of silence, Jian asked where he could find them. The physician did not answer directly. Instead, he asked whether they had ever heard of the Suryong merchant group. Hyan, standing beside them, responded that he had some knowledge of it and asked if he meant the merchant group based in Hangzhou. The physician confirmed it, explaining that it was one of the largest merchant groups in the Central Plains. He then stated that not long ago, the chairman's son had fallen seriously ill with malaria, prompting an urgent request for him to treat the boy. During that time, the chairman had mentioned possessing a medicine capable of curing the illness, and upon seeing it, the physician had been greatly surprised. Jian frowned and asked whether the medicine had been used. The physician immediately denied it, stating that if Gongqing petroleum had been used to treat malaria, he would have been ridiculed as a physician throughout the world. When he refused its use, the guild master had even responded half-jokingly. Jian fell silent for a moment, and then asked how much it cost. With a somewhat self-deprecating tone, the physician stated that it was priced at 300 taels of gold, as the chairman intended to sell it for that amount. Upon hearing this, Guangho and Haiyan were left speechless in shock. Sama Jin let out a disappointed sigh. Haiyan, still stunned, remarked that a single tael of gold was already enough to cover half a year's worth of medical expenses for them. Chiou-Wu muttered that the seller probably did not offer credit. Jian immediately confirmed that such a thing would not be possible. Chiou-Wu then frowned and suggested that their current resources were insignificant, but if they sold that item, it might be enough. Curious, Guangho and Haiyan asked what he meant. Jian used sound transmission to warn Chiou-Wu not to bring up the demonic Buddha matter again. Chiou-Wu quickly clarified that he had obtained an item during a mercenary assignment at Mount Mandiak, initially thinking it was just a glowing stone, but later learning it was extremely valuable and could be sold for a high price. Jian added that when the appraiser evaluated it, its value had nearly reached 400 taels, shocking them at the time. Once again, Guangho and Haiyan gasped in disbelief. Sama Jin, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, called out tearfully to Jian. Jian gently placed a hand on her shoulder and reassured her that he would find a way to save her. He then turned back to the physician and declared that he would purchase the Gongqing petroleum and asked him to arrange a meeting. The physician readily agreed and promised to contact the merchant group immediately. Sometime later, the scene shifted to Hangzhou. Under clear skies, a vast and magnificent mansion stood before them, its interior even more splendid than its exterior. Inside, the chairman of the Suryong merchant group spoke coldly, declaring that he would not sell. Jian, taken aback, asked him to repeat what he had just said. The chairman reiterated firmly that he was not selling the azure pure stone oil. With a confident expression, he added whether they understood his position. Jian remained silent for a long moment before asking the reason. The chairman looked down at the emerald-colored object before him, his expression darkening with displeasure, and stated that it was not enough. Jian's eyebrows lifted slightly as anger quietly rose within him. He forced himself to stay calm and responded firmly, suggesting that if the chairman believed it was a fake, he could have it reappraised by someone more capable. The chairman dismissed that immediately. That was not the issue. As the head of the Suryong merchant group, he claimed to have a discerning eye. Lowering his voice, he confirmed that the item was indeed a night globe pearl, and a high-grade one at that. Jian grew even more confused and asked why, in that case, the deal was being refused. The chairman looked at Jian with a resentful expression. Though visibly irritated, he suddenly burst into loud laughter, seemingly to ease the tension. He explained that the physician had likely mentioned his earlier remark about selling it for 300 taels, but that had been nothing more than a joke. In truth, they had no intention of selling it at all. His expression then turned serious again as he asked whether Jian understood why the item had been taken out in the first place. Jian answered directly, stating that it had been due to the chairman's son contracting malaria and its intended use as treatment. The chairman confirmed this without hesitation, adding that his son had contracted the chronic form of malaria, the most severe and difficult type to treat. That was precisely why he had brought out the medicine. He further explained that azure pure stone oil was regarded as a spiritual medicine capable of bringing the dead back to life, and that finding it was as difficult as plucking stars from the sky. Chiou-Wu, who had been listening silently, became visibly tense upon hearing this. The chairman continued without concern, explaining his reasoning for refusing the sale. If news of its existence spread, their residence would immediately become a target for countless opportunists and greedy factions. For that reason, it had been kept hidden, reserved only for emergencies involving important members of the merchant guild. He added that the physician had been trusted with the secret and had promised not to disclose it, as he was not someone who broke his word easily. He then added another point with sharp judgment, noting that the physician must have only revealed it while desperately searching for a cure for a critically ill patient. And given the circumstances, that patient could only be someone extremely important. He paused briefly, and Jian understood the implication without needing it spoken aloud. The chairman straightened his posture and continued in a serious tone, stating that once a secret was exposed, others would inevitably come investigating. Therefore, it had to be dealt with immediately. Moreover, such a precious spiritual medicine could not be easily handed over, and in a situation of high demand, it was only natural for the seller to raise the price. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he mentioned the profit to be made. He then declared that the price would be set at 500 taels. Chiyo-woo was stunned by the price and blurted out in shock, unable to contain himself. The chairman calmly picked up the night globe pearl again and continued assessing it as though nothing had happened. He resumed the negotiation, stating that, as he had said before, the pearl was of high quality, but its small size meant it was not worth 400 taels of gold. It needed the right buyer to realize its true value. At most, he would only offer 300 taels. He then placed the pearl back down and began calculating additional charges with ease. He added that there would be a 100 tael confidentiality fee for the transaction and another 100 taels due to high demand. In total, an additional 200 taels would be required. In exchange, he would provide the azure pure stone oil. The chairman's blatant greed enraged Chiyo-woo, who shouted curses in frustration, calling him insane and pointing directly at him. He threatened that there were limits to everything and even warned that he might destroy the entire merchant group. Jian immediately stopped him and scolded him for always acting impulsively and causing trouble. He then turned to the matter at hand and asked how much money they currently had. Chiyo-woo answered honestly that they had brought about 120 taels when they left, with some additional funds beyond that. Before he could finish, Jian turned back to the chairman and continued the negotiation himself, stating that he would add another 100 taels and retain only a small amount for living expenses. Chiyo-woo was shocked even further by this decision. Jian ignored his reaction and instead focused his attention on the chairman. He asked directly, with a sharp tone, whether the chairman truly had a good eye, and then questioned what he thought of him. Faced with this unexpected challenge, the chairman paused to assess him carefully. After a moment, he stated that although Jian was young, he carried the aura of someone who had experienced life and death repeatedly. Jian did not hesitate and openly admitted that he had once been forced into the demonic path. Countless lives had been taken by his hand, and it had not been easy to escape that life. He explained that he had made a promise to himself to end his blood-soaked past and live a normal life with his family. He continued speaking about his past as the chairman listened in silence. Jian added that his family was now in difficult circumstances, and he no longer had reason to keep that promise. He then asked directly what the chairman thought he would do under such conditions. The chairman narrowed his eyes, carefully analyzing every detail and possibility in his mind. He concluded that Jian was not lying, as he was openly revealing his darkest past along with his remaining wealth. After a moment of thought, the chairman chose not to answer directly. Instead, he offered a condition. He agreed to make an exception for Jian's situation, but in return, Jian would have to assist him with something in the future. Jian's objective appeared to be achieved, and he immediately accepted the condition. In the end, both parties reached an agreement. The azure pure stone oil was secured, and lodging for the night had also been arranged. A campfire burned steadily as grilled fish finished cooking nearby. Chiyo-woo ate while using his dagger, but the events from that morning still lingered in his mind, making him angry. He muttered that the man was a bastard and added that if it weren't for Jian, he would have flattened him without hesitation. Jian also felt a hint of guilt and apologized for the situation regarding their shared funds before taking a sip of tea. Chiyo-woo responded that it did not matter, since they were talking about saving Jin's life. He said he did not care whose money it was, but what angered him was that the chairman had known their situation and still deliberately raised the price. Frustrated, he muttered that he could not stand it, and even questioned whether they should go back and take it by force. Jian immediately suppressed his rising anger and warned him sharply, asking if he intended to spill blood over medicine meant to save his sister. Chiyo-woo, after a pause, muttered that when it was put that way, Jian was right. Jian picked up a branch from nearby and spoke about his thoughts. He reflected that everything they had done had been for survival after being kidnapped, and although their victims had all belonged to the demonic path, they were still stained with blood. He acknowledged that his own hands were covered with the lives of countless people, including the 10 great powers, all for the sake of unifying the demonic path. He then stated that now that they had escaped that world and entered society, they needed to abandon their old ways. Emphasizing each word, Jian explained that the Central Plains was governed by the order of the Murim world and its great clans, and they would have to adapt to it. He added that when he had given the extra 100 taels, it had been with the intention of leaving some funds for living expenses, and he believed that decision was the right one. He then said that after saving Jin, they would still need to find a way to live. Though it was late, he wanted to take responsibility as the head of the family and live a normal life together, hoping it could also serve as a form of atonement for his late mother. Finally, he added that he would not force Chiyowu to stay, and that he was free to leave whenever he wished. Chiyowu, who had been drinking, suddenly stopped. His eyes widened in shock, and he flailed his hands anxiously as he quickly insisted that he was sorry for being hot-headed. He said they had sacrificed too much to escape their past, and when he thought about their squadmates, he could not abandon them. He added that the current situation reminded him of the old days. Jian, who was eating fish at the time, paused and asked what he meant. Chiyowu fell silent, feeling guilty, and vaguely referred to the past, mentioning the time Jian had obtained Gongqing petroleum from the Guimum clan and given it to him. He admitted that if he had saved some instead of drinking it all, they would not be in this situation. Seeing his regretful expression, Jian could not bring himself to scold him. He simply told him to save it, adding that there had not been much to begin with and that for someone of Chiyowu's size, it had barely been enough anyway. Chiyowu chuckled and admitted he had a point, but added that thanks to it, he had perfected his diamond body technique. He then turned his head slightly and glanced into the darkness behind them, saying that he could smell the blood of those people. Suddenly, a strange sound came from a distance. Chiyowu narrowed his eyes and wondered who it could be. Jian also became alert, his expression sharpening as he gathered his belongings. He said he did not know, but had a bad feeling, and that they would have to see for themselves. The sound of approaching horse hooves grew louder and clearer. Soon, a group of bandits surrounded them completely. Once Jian and Chiyowu were encircled, the riders halted and dismounted one by one, each carrying dangerous weapons and locking onto their targets with hostile intent. Jian glanced at them and remarked calmly that they were not very friendly. One bandit drew his sword and said that the fugitives were surprisingly fast. Another added that they had almost lost them. A third, already with his blade drawn, gave a blunt order to cut their legs first to ensure they could not escape. Jian's tone turned serious as he asked whether they were being followed. The bandits ignored his question and demanded that they hand over their goods if they valued their lives, promising a painless death in return. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Jian scanned the surroundings, searching for an escape route, while one of the men rode forward with arrogant composure. He warned that otherwise they would suffer endlessly, unable to live, yet not allowed to die. Chiyowu frowned and asked what goods they were referring to. The man pointed directly at their belongings and stated that he meant the item obtained from the Suryong merchant group. Jian's chest burned with anger. The chairman had promised secrecy, yet their location had been exposed regardless. Forcing himself to remain calm, Jian spoke coldly, telling them all to get lost. He said he had seen enough blood in his life and ordered them to leave if they valued their lives. A thug sneered, accusing them of pretending ignorance. He stated that after confirming they had taken the azure pure stone oil, they had tracked them all the way there. The others joined in with mocking laughter, saying they would have already handed it over if it were them. They added that their boss was simply worried the old man might consume it himself, and that if they waited longer, they would just raid the place anyway. They told them it would be better to die peacefully, hand it over, and go meet their ancestors. One of them glanced at Chiyowu and insulted him, asking what that giant bastard was supposed to be, calling him disgusting. Chiyowu did not take offense. Instead, he showed interest. He asked calmly what they meant by giant, and who they were. The thugs laughed mockingly, asking if introductions were really necessary. Another said it would not matter since they were about to die anyway, and that answering a few questions before reincarnation was simply the behavior of a true hero. Jian and Chiyowu exchanged a brief look, silently communicating. One of the thugs proudly declared that they were the Thousand Killers Gang, rulers of the night in Hangzhou, calling themselves heroes of their organization. At that moment, their leader suddenly shouted for everyone to be quiet. He rode forward and glared at them, declaring that he would count to 3 and demanded their decision, 1 for a peaceful death, 2 for a life worse than death. Chiyowu's expression twisted in disgust as he muttered that perhaps he should send them off first instead. The leader's face contorted in rage, veins bulging as he shouted whether they were daring to mock him. He immediately ordered his subordinates to act. They responded in unison. With a cold smile, he commanded them to show the enemies the taste of hell. The entire group raised their weapons toward Jian and Chiyowu. Chiyowu remained calm and turned slightly, asking if it was really necessary to risk their lives over a promise. Jian's eyes hardened with killing intent as he replied that there was no other choice, adding that he had already warned them. Chiyo Wu prepared for the fight while commenting on the smell of blood and the killing intent around them, noting that the opponents had taken quite a few lives. The leader, enraged, ordered his men to tear out the insolent brute's tongues. In response, 3 of the goons drew their swords and charged at Chiyo Wu with full force. Chiyo Wu faced them with a mocking smile, challenging them to come at him. However, before the fight could fully begin, Jian called for everyone to stop for a moment. Chiyo Wu turned to question him, and Jian pointed in a certain direction. Following the gesture, Chiyo Wu noticed something important and fell silent as he spotted 3 mysterious figures approaching through the dark forest. The bandits immediately shifted their attention and surrounded the newcomers. The woman among them observed the situation and assumed they were simply unlucky merchants being robbed. She then asked Jian if they needed any help. Jian, confused by the offer, explained that the attackers were thugs from the Hangzhou underworld and extremely dangerous. Through sound transmission, Chiyo Wu remarked to Jian that the woman and her guards seemed skilled. Jian agreed, noting they appeared to be high-level experts. Chiyo Wu, however, disagreed, saying they were not necessarily high-level, but still strong enough to deal with the thugs easily. Jian added that the real expert was the woman herself and suggested leaving the situation to them. Both of them communicated silently through sound transmission. Jian then addressed the woman directly and requested her assistance. As the bandits moved in, the newcomers prepared for combat. One of the guards asked for instructions, while another reacted irritably to the enemy's killing intent. The woman warned the bandit leader that if they backed down now, no one would be harmed and she would overlook everything so far. The bandit leader, believing the group to be armed bodyguards from a noble family, decided that obtaining the azure pure stone oil was more important than caution. Enraged, he ordered his men to eliminate everyone. Several bandits leapt forward to attack one of the guards, who called them vermin and drew his sword. With a single swift strike, he unleashed a powerful attack that struck all of them at once. The force sent the sheath flying and the bandits were thrown back violently. Moments later, they collapsed, completely defeated. A surviving bandit warned that they were experts and the situation had escalated. The guard calmly sheathed his weapon after finishing the fight. Chiyo Wu, impressed by the display of skill, commented that the man was not bad at all. The bandit leader, humiliated and furious, charged directly at the guards. His attack met the mustache guard's sword, creating a bright clash in the middle of the forest. The mustache guard easily evaded the strike and repositioned himself behind the opponent in a fluid motion. He remarked that the man might have lived if he had accepted the lady's mercy, though he found the situation more interesting this way. The bandit leader continued his assault in rage. The mustache guard calmly evaded while praising his strength. Then, with precise timing, he slipped past another attack and delivered a clean counterstrike. The blade cut through the leader, sending blood spraying as he collapsed lifeless to the ground, ending the battle. Afterward, the first guard questioned why it had taken so long. The mustache guard replied that the opponent had been a restaurant boss. The first guard then asked if he had truly been that strong. The mustache guard revealed that he had a decent amount of momentum, but then pointed behind the first guard, stating that there were prisoners. The first guard intended to eliminate all the bandits, but the woman instructed him to spare those who had surrendered. The mustache guard remarked that it sounded like something their lady would say. With the fight concluded, Jian approached the group and expressed his gratitude for their assistance. The woman responded that it was nothing and that they had simply done what was right in that situation. Jian explained that he should properly introduce himself to his saviors, but that they were currently in a hurry. The woman then told him to proceed ahead, as they would handle the remaining bandits. Jian bowed respectfully in thanks and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, he stopped, turned back, and introduced himself as Sama Jian, stating that if the opportunity ever arose, he would repay this debt of gratitude. Chiyo Wu commented that repaying this debt of gratitude sounded overly dramatic and a bit cringe. Jian immediately told his companion to shut his mouth. The mustache guard muttered that they were a strange pair. The first guard complained that the two had been rude and that, regardless of urgency, they should have cleaned up the mess they caused before leaving. The woman defended them, stating that they had asked for understanding and that she had agreed to their departure. Suddenly, her expression changed as if she had realized something important. Noticing this, the guards asked in alarm what had happened. The woman then explained that the two men had not shown the slightest fear during the entire incident. She repeated the observation, leaving her companions confused. She clarified that even while surrounded by blood and death, they had not flinched once. Their indifference made it seem as though they were merely spectators watching a scene unrelated to them. Some time later, Jian returned to physician Huang Zhang's clinic. He entered a room filled with medicinal supplies while carrying the rare item. Shortly after, physician Huang Zhang rushed into the room and anxiously asked whether he had obtained it. Jian confirmed that he had and carefully began unwrapping the package. The physician expressed regret for not accompanying him, but Jian reassured him not to worry, stating that simply being told how to obtain the azure pure stone oil had been more than enough. Huang Zhang thanked him for understanding and asked about the younger brother who had accompanied him. Jian explained that he had sent him to retrieve his sister, and that he should arrive soon. Huang Zhang reacted slightly awkwardly to this and appeared somewhat uneasy. Noticing the shift in mood, Jian inferred that they might have interrupted some urgent matter concerning the physician. Jian apologized and explained that he had been in a rush because he believed it would be best to begin treatment immediately now that the medicine had been obtained. He added that they would return whenever it was convenient for the physician. The physician replied that Jian had misunderstood him. It was not a matter of lacking time or inconvenience. He explained that there had been another reason he could not accompany them to the Suryong merchant group. Guests from his main family had arrived. Jian was surprised and repeated the physician's words, trying to understand the situation. The physician appeared tense while speaking and covered his mouth with his hand. He then asked whether Jian had ever heard of the medical house of living immortal. Jian was shocked, as it was a medical family reputed to be capable of reviving the dead. He stated that he had not known the physician was connected to the medical house of the living immortal, and added that he had already been impressed when the physician treated his youngest sibling when no one else could, but this revelation was beyond expectation. The physician replied that Jian was flattering him. He clarified that he had not truly treated the patient, but had merely struggled to keep her condition stable. Due to the uniqueness of Jian's sister's condition, he had repeatedly consulted the main family and requested assistance. The main family had shown interest as well, but over the past few years the Central Plains had been devastated by various plagues, leaving them without the manpower to send a doctor. However, as he continued, Jian's expression brightened and he immediately asked whether a doctor from the main family had finally arrived. The physician confirmed that a doctor had indeed come. He explained that the doctor had been traveling to Hangzhou on business and had stopped briefly in Soham. After completing his work, he had agreed to return and examine Jian's sister's condition. He added that the doctor was one of the top figures in the clan, and that compared to him, his own skills were insignificant. Jian immediately stood up and bowed, expressing his gratitude and saying he did not know how he could ever repay such kindness. Huang Zhang responded that it was not kindness but simply his duty as a physician. He added that the doctor had said he would return as quickly as possible after finishing his business, though the exact timing could not be guaranteed. Jian replied that there was no need to worry about timing, and that as long as she could be cured, waiting meant nothing. He said he could wait as many days as necessary. Suddenly, the physician's expression turned serious, and he appeared deeply concerned about something. Jian noticed the change and asked if there was any problem. The physician internally struggled, finding it difficult to give a definitive judgment about the illness, and worried about upsetting Jian's happiness. Because of this, he dismissed the concern and said it was nothing, adding that he would contact them later. Some time later, the family was seen gathered at their country home on a peaceful, sunny day. During the meal, the sister and brother served food, and the atmosphere appeared warm and cheerful. Jian then asked Haiyan where he would be going for his next escort mission. Haiyan replied that his next destination as a warrior would be the city of Wuxi. Jian remarked that it was quite far north from where they currently lived. Haiyan confirmed the distance, but said that if nothing unexpected happened, he would return in 2 weeks. Jian remained silent for a moment, observing his younger brother. Then he finally asked whether Haiyan intended to continue with such a dangerous occupation. Haiyan asked if he should not continue. Jian responded that the job was too dangerous for him, reminding him that he had returned after 12 years and fearing that the same fate might befall his younger brother. Hyan replied that he had started at 17 and had already been doing it for 5 years. He added that there was no guarantee of safety in the future, and if he lived in fear of things that had not yet happened, he would accomplish nothing. He also noted that the treatment and conditions were better compared to other escort bureaus. Jian then revealed that he had saved enough money so he would no longer need to work that job. Hyan questioned this, asking if Jian had not said that he had already spent it all, specifically on Azure Essence. At that moment, Jian suddenly turned to Chiyo Wu with suspicion. Chiyo Wu was startled and let out a nervous chuckle, explaining that he had only been asked too many probing questions. Hyan then spoke up in Chiyo Wu's defense, questioning why Jian was treating him that way and whether he had expected him to hide the truth. He added that even if there was money left, there was nothing specific for him to do with it. Jian suggested purchasing rice paddies and farmland, but Hyan pointed out that none of them knew how to farm. He added that neither of them even remembered much about it, noting that he had only done odd jobs for wages when he was young. Jian then brought up the idea of starting a business, but Hyan dismissed it, saying it would be even more difficult than farming and that without proper talent, it was the easiest way to lose everything. Guangho suddenly spoke up, stating that he voted for business and even offered to secure them a good location if needed. Chiyo Wu questioned what authority he had to do so, sarcastically referencing the Concordant Mind Association. Guangho replied that he might not look impressive, but he did have that level of influence. Chiyo Wu responded skeptically, saying that based on what he had seen before, he doubted it. Hyan then said there was no need to rush, as Jian had only just returned. He added that they also needed to keep an eye on the youngest's treatment. He suggested that if Jian was truly concerned, he could work with him, noting that with Chiyo Wu's size, even the bureau head would eagerly welcome him. Chiyo Wu immediately rejected the idea of being a porter, stating that if he were to work, he would rather be an escort. Jian, however, expressed uncertainty about returning to bureau work. The sister remained silent for a moment before advising them not to make any hasty decisions and to take their time considering their options. Jian agreed, admitting that he had been too rushed. He stated that he would think carefully for now and, in return, wanted them to do the same. He added that he would not force Hyan to quit immediately, but expected him to seriously consider it. Hyan agreed, saying he would think about it seriously as requested. After that, the conversation concluded, and the family decided it was time to eat. Sometimes later, Jian and Chiyo Wu were walking through a bustling city. Chiyo Wu complained repeatedly, saying that finding honest work was extremely difficult, so he suggested taking a break, and Jian agreed. They decided to eat dumplings and walk toward a street food stall. Chiyo Wu ordered 2 plates of meat dumplings and asked if the vendor had any drinks. The vendor apologized and said he did not sell alcohol, so Chiyo Wu simply ordered the food. Seated at a table while waiting, Chiyo Wu asked Jian what they should do, since there did not seem to be any jobs available for them. Jian replied that he was right and that he had already told Hyan the same thing, but after living by the blade his entire life, honest work was not easy to find. Chiyo Wu asked whether Jian truly wanted to try business. Jian replied by asking whether that meant asking Guangho for a favor. Chiyo Wu smiled and said that Jian should allow his family to finally hold their heads high for once. Jian refused, stating that after dealing with Hyan, he intended to pull Guangho out of that gang as well, since it would not be right to rely on favors. He then added that Chiyo Wu did not have the temperament to sit quietly and run a business, joking that they would be lucky if he did not end up hitting customers. Chiyo Wu chuckled and agreed that the assessment was accurate. At that moment, the vendor arrived with their food. The old man served the dumplings, and Chiyo Wu remarked that they should eat before worrying about the future. The dumplings appeared juicy, and one was picked up with chopsticks for the first bite. After tasting it, Chiyo Wu expressed surprise at how good it was. Jian also tried some and agreed, noting that it was far better than the previous day's food and praised the filling. He asked the vendor if it was pork, and the vendor confirmed immediately. Jian reflected on the noticeable difference in taste despite it being the same meat. The vendor proudly stated that no one used meat of such quality. Chiyo Wu suggested they might be using different cuts, but the vendor explained that it was not the cut that mattered, but the butcher's skill. Jian remarked that there must be a specific method for slaughtering pigs, and the vendor clarified that while the method was the same, The skill of the butcher made all the difference. Jian did not fully understand, but Chiu suddenly sensed a strong danger approaching. His expression turned serious as he went on alert. In an instant, he struck down a charging pig with a single precise blow to the head, killing it immediately. Chiu asked if Jian was unharmed, and Jian thanked him for the assistance. Chiu then commented that the sudden appearance of a pig was strange. In the distance, a group of men rushed toward them and the fallen animal. Upon arriving, they asked urgently if Chiu was all right. Chiu replied that they were fine, but the pig was not as fortunate. He then joked that they would not be asked to compensate for it since it was the men's negligence, leaving them shocked. An old man then appeared and began shouting at the group, calling them incompetent fools and scolding them for repeated failures. The men immediately bowed and apologized. The old man stated that the apology should be directed toward Jian and Chiu, not toward him. The group then apologized to both Jian and Chiu. Jian stated that it was fine as long as no one was injured. The old man also apologized and explained that the candidates had allowed the pig to escape, then thanked them for their assistance. Hearing the word candidates, Jian showed a curious and slightly surprised expression. The old man explained that he owned a butcher shop and was searching for someone to take over the business after him. Jian connected the information and asked if the old man had been the one who butchered the pig used for the dumplings. The old man confirmed seriously that he was indeed the one responsible. Jian then asked if they could take a look at the butcher shop. The old man was confused and questioned the reason, stating that there was nothing worth seeing since it was not a pleasant sight. Jian replied that such a sight was not commonly found either. Hearing this, the old man looked at the two for a moment as if considering the request. Shortly after, he agreed and allowed them to proceed. They were led to the back of the establishment where the butcher shop was located. There, the old man looked at a pig on the ground while his apprentices observed. He stated that the animal was no longer useful since customers had already been involved in catching it. He then asked the candidates why they believed the butchering process had gone wrong. One apprentice answered that the placement of the pin had been incorrect, and that it should have targeted the exact center of the head. The other added that the hammer striking the pin had slipped. The old man agreed with their observations but revealed that the entire process had been flawed from the beginning. He explained that the most important factor was ensuring the target did not realize it was being killed. The apprentices protested, saying they could not possibly know that since animals could not communicate. The master responded with a sharp, disappointed gaze. Another pig was then brought in and began calmly eating from a wooden bowl. The master instructed everyone to observe carefully. Without alerting the animal, the old man positioned the pin above its head. The apprentices were shocked, insisting it was impossible because the animal had previously panicked even at sight. The master explained that the pig did not react because it had not sensed any killing intent. He further explained that animals were extremely sensitive to such intent. To demonstrate, the old man released a faint killing intent, causing the pig to immediately panic. It drooled in fear and retreated, disturbed by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Chiu sensed the intent and was surprised that the old man had both revealed and concealed it so seamlessly. He asked Jian whether the old man was a martial artist, but Jian dismissed the idea, stating that there was no sign of martial arts training, though the man was clearly exceptional. The old man then prepared for the strike and explained that they were only truly ready when they could avoid revealing any killing intent. Everyone watched in shock as he executed the final blow with the pin. He added that the most important aspect was finishing in a single strike so fast that the target did not even realize it was dying. Chiu remarked that the animal had been killed without even a scream. Jian agreed, stating that it had been a powerful strike. After the demonstration, the old man shouted at his apprentices, asking what they were doing and reminding them that real work only began after the breath had been cut off. He ordered them to quickly drain the blood from the animal, and they immediately complied. Chiu commented that the old man's voice was no joke and that he was extremely strict about his work. Nearby, the butcher shop cleaner overheard this and explained that the old man had no children and was looking for someone to inherit and continue his legacy. Chiu did not understand why it was such a serious matter, since it was only the job of slaughtering animals, and asked Jian for his opinion. Jian replied that if it was something someone had devoted their entire life to, they would naturally feel that way. He compared it to Master Bulto, mentioning how many people he had rejected before Chiyo Wu, a well-known story even in the Black Dragon Valley. Chiyo Wu did not fully understand the comparison, but he remembered that his former master also had an exceptionally powerful voice. Jian added that it was not only his voice that stood out, as his physique had also been enormous. He jokingly suggested that the master likely favored Chiyo Wu because their body types were similar. Chiyo Wu smiled and said he had heard that many times before. Suddenly, Jian declared with a determined expression that they would take over the butcher shop. Chiyo Wu was shocked by the decision. Jian explained that they had searched all day but found no place willing to hire them. He added that things would be different if they continued using the sword, but he wanted work they could be proud of in front of their younger siblings. He also noted that hiding their past was already a burden, and Chiyo Wu had nearly exposed it several times. With that decision made, Jian approached the master butcher to discuss employment. He applied for the position, and the old man asked if both of them intended to join. The master scoffed, assuming that after seeing his work, they believed the job was easy. He then apologized to the customers and asked everyone to leave. Jian immediately objected, stating that after witnessing the old man's technique, no one could possibly think the job was easy. He praised the butcher's skill, calling it an art refined through years of experience. Impressed by the compliment, the master butcher asked them to wait and led them to another area. There, the man walked down a wooden ramp while another pig followed closely behind. Soon after, Jian was positioned in front of the animal, prepared for what was to come. The old man challenged him, telling him to demonstrate his ability if he truly wanted to take over the business. Jian admitted he had never done it before but said he was willing to try. He then knelt down and prepared for the strike while the pig calmly ate from its bowl. With a single precise blow, the animal was struck, and its blood splattered across the wooden ceiling. The master butcher stumbled backward, completely stunned by what he had just witnessed. Wide-eyed, the old man stated that what had taken him a lifetime to learn had been executed effortlessly by the young man. Still in disbelief, he asked again whether Jian had truly never been taught before. Jian calmly replied that he had simply followed what the old man had demonstrated moments earlier. Jian then shouted at Chiyo Wu, ordering him to hurry and hang the animal for the next step. Chiyo Wu grumbled in annoyance at the shouting, but still moved to assist with the task. The master butcher was shocked to see the ease with which he lifted the pig, noting that it normally required 3 or 4 grown men to handle it. Chiyo Wu prepared to hang the animal and asked if he truly needed tools for the job. The old man was confused by the question and asked what he meant. Chiyo Wu proceeded to hang the dead pig using the chains and then walked toward a wooden gate, leaving the others behind. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from outside the butcher shop. The master butcher rushed toward the sound, with Jian following closely behind. Outside, Chiyo Wu had already killed a pig with a single punch. He excitedly stated that, in the end, they only needed to finish the butchering. The old man was left speechless by the display of overwhelming strength and finally understood the situation. He asked whether they were martial artists, and Jian confirmed that they had once been. The old man could not understand why martial artists would choose such physically demanding labor. Jian then explained with a serious expression that they simply wanted to live ordinary lives. The master replied that with their abilities, they could pursue other work, but Jian stated that it had not been easy for them. After hearing this, the old man realized that the 2 young men had lived far from peaceful lives. He sighed and decided to accept them as apprentices in the butcher shop. He remarked that it was unfortunate he did not have much time left, and Jian asked him to teach them properly. Jian confidently assured him that the master would not regret his decision. Some time later, the scene shifted to a cat resting peacefully on the roof of a house. Inside, a calligraphy brush moved rapidly as an important message was being written. A man named Yango Jung reacted in shock upon hearing the name of the Healing Sun Medical House. His servant, Dang Beck, reported that a member of the imperial family who had retired to Hangzhou had fallen gravely ill, and that the imperial court had personally requested assistance from the Healing Sun Medical House. Yango Jung responded that the physicians of the Healing Sun Medical House who were heading to Hangzhou had clashed with the Gaidong, finding the situation strange and questioning why they would act so violently without reason. Dang Beck replied that the Gaidong had been pursuing the Azure Pure Stone Oil. Upon hearing this, Yango Jung became even more furious, complaining that such a valuable item had been wasted on treating a declining member of royalty. However, Dang Baek corrected him, stating that it had not been used for the royals' treatment. He explained that the owner of the azure pure stone oil was someone else, and that there was still a chance to obtain it. Yang Do-young poured himself a drink and asked whether the owner was someone else, questioning if it was not the property of the Healing Sun Medical House. Dang Baek replied that it was indeed someone else, explaining that the Gaedong had originally been chasing that person when they clashed with the Healing Sun Medical House. Yang Do-young stated that he should have said so earlier, then demanded to know who it was and who possessed the azure pure stone well. Dang Baek replied that it was a man named Sama Jian from Shaoxing, who had purchased the azure pure stone oil that the leader of the Water Dragon Merchant Union had been secretly keeping in order to treat his younger sister. Yang Do-young revealed a mocking smile and commented that he had not expected the greedy old leader of the Water Dragon Merchant Union to have obtained the azure pure stone oil. He then considered it an opportunity beyond measure, noting that if it was truly the azure pure stone oil, it could cure the illness of the young member most valued by the Yongo clan. He immediately ordered his subordinate to use any means necessary to obtain it. He further instructed that if the oil had already been used, they should capture the sister who had consumed it, as she would not have fully absorbed its effects yet, and the medicinal power would still remain in her blood. Meanwhile, at the butcher shop, Jian was seen cutting meat with precise and skilled movements under the master butcher's watchful eye. The old man laughed and praised his ability, stating that the young man's skill was remarkable to observe. He also commended Jian's rapid learning and said there was nothing more he could teach him. Jian humbly thanked him, attributing his progress to the master's guidance. The old man responded that he was the one who should be grateful, as he had hoped the butcher shop would maintain its reputation. He added that if it failed to do so, it would be better for it to disappear entirely. His hand trembled slightly, revealing his emotional state, and he thanked Jian for fulfilling his wish, stating that he could now depart in peace. Jian replied that he was the one who should be grateful, as he could finally settle down. Suddenly, Chiu Wu appeared, complaining that they could have simply cut the meat casually and sold it. He then threw meat into a barrel and questioned whether Jian truly needed to learn such detailed techniques. The old man told Jian not to give Chiu Wu a knife and to assign him only heavy labor, noting that his skill in slaughtering cows and pigs was adequate enough for that role. Chiu Wu smiled smugly and said that the old man had finally made a sensible decision. Afterward, the three of them took a break while Jian poured drinks for everyone. Chiu Wu agreed to follow the master's instruction and admitted that he did not have a talent for handling knives. Jian calmly took a sip and told him to do as he wished. Chiu Wu thanked him and then offered a drink to the master butcher as well. However, Jian struck his arm and shouted that it was completely inappropriate. Chiu Wu did not understand why and argued that it was only a single drink since the old man was nearing the end of his life. The master butcher then perked up and stated that even if he were to die at that moment, he could not refuse a drink on such a day. At the old man's excitement, Jian showed a shocked and speechless expression. Some time later, Haiyan returned from his escort mission and looked at the new butcher shop, thinking that they had truly started something new. Suddenly, his sister appeared while sweeping the place and excitedly asked when he had arrived. Haiyan immediately stepped forward and took the broom from her, telling her that her body was weak and she should not be doing such work. The young woman replied that it was nothing much, then added that Jian had taken over the butcher shop. Haiyan said he had already heard on the way. She replied that since Jian had worked so hard to obtain the butcher shop, it should not be left dirty. Haiyan told her to stop. He then placed his bag on the table and asked whether the business at the new butcher shop was going well. She replied that it was not yet, explaining that only a few days had passed since the previous owner's death and the official opening, so it would be unreasonable to expect immediate success. Haiyan then asked about the old owner passing away. She explained that he had passed peacefully on the night Jian took over the butcher shop. At that moment, Jian entered the room carrying a tray. Noticing Haiyan, he asked when he had arrived and said he had been worried because the escort mission had taken so long. Haiyan replied that he had just returned and was fine, but added that Jian had truly caused an incident. He also said the escort mission had not been long at all and had ended quickly. Jian responded that it had turned out that way and asked if Haiyan disliked it. Haiyan said he did not dislike it, but was simply surprised. He had never imagined Jian would take over a butcher shop. He then asked whether it would truly be alright, noting that it was a famous establishment, and that the former owner was highly skilled. He warned that even a slight drop in skill would lead to constant criticism, and that even doing well would only barely break even. Jian reassured him not to worry, stating that he had confidence, and that if they were to make a living, all of them would need to work hard. Suddenly, Guangho appeared in the distance, shouting desperately for his siblings. Jian stopped what he was doing and asked what was happening outside. The youngest rushed in and shouted that they had finally arrived. Chiu Wu lost patience, grabbed him by the ear, and demanded that he stop talking nonsense and explain properly. Guangho shouted for him to let go and complained about the violence. Chiu Wu released him and laughed, saying it was a sign of affection, then added that he had never seen real violence, and offered to demonstrate it. Guangho rubbed his ear and declined, saying he had heard the same thing before. He then turned to Jian and revealed that a messenger from the clinic had arrived. Everyone reacted in surprise. Guangho explained that the doctor who had gone to Hangzhou had returned and instructed them to bring the sister immediately. Without hesitation, Jian removed his apron and said they should leave at once. Some time later, they arrived at the clinic, where a large wooden sign stood at the entrance. Inside, Dr. Huang Zhong greeted them and said he had been waiting for their arrival. Jian politely replied that they had rushed over as soon as they received the news and wondered if they had come too quickly. Huang Zhong stated that it was no problem, as the doctor from the main family wanted to see the patient as soon as possible. He then introduced a woman named Huang Yang, who had come to assist with the treatment. Upon seeing her face, Jian was completely shocked and left speechless. Huang Yang greeted him with a faint smile and remarked that their meeting was quite a coincidence. Behind her stood the two guards who had previously helped them during the fight with bandits in the dark forest. The mustache guard commented that he now understood why the Heaven-slaying faction had pursued them so fiercely. Noticing their reactions, Huang Zhong asked whether they already knew each other. Jian explained that they had been attacked while obtaining the azure pure stone oil, and that she had assisted them in the forest. The doctor laughed, and remarked that the connection between them was quite unusual. Jian then said that he regretted leaving so quickly without properly expressing his gratitude, and once again thanked her for her help at that time. Huang Yang replied that there was no need, explaining that since he had been urgently trying to obtain the notoriously rare azure pure stone oil for his sick sister, he must have been pressed for time. Jian then introduced Gina, stating that she would be the one undergoing examination. Gina introduced herself and said she looked forward to the treatment. Huang Yang responded warmly, calling her as beautiful as a celestial maiden and adding that she should be the one requesting cooperation. She then explained that illness could not be cured by a physician alone, and that only when both patient and physician worked together could a disease be overcome. Gina nodded in agreement, and Huang Yang smiled in satisfaction at her response. She then asked everyone to leave the room so she could examine her alone. Some time later, about half an hour passed while the others waited anxiously outside. Chiu Wu complained about the long wait, while Jian remained silent, watching the door. Finally, the door opened and Huang Yang stepped out. Jian immediately rushed forward and anxiously asked about his sister's condition. With a serious expression, Huang Yang revealed that she had identified the illness. She explained that Gina had been born with heavenly Yin divine veins. Huang Zhong, confused, asked whether it was heavenly Yin divine veins and not the 9 Yin severed meridians. Huang Yang explained that while they were similar, they were different conditions. She added that just before leaving the main family, she had encountered a patient with the same symptoms. At first, she had mistaken it for the 9 Yin severed meridians and attempted treatment, but something had felt wrong. She had noticed a subtle difference, and only after discovering records of the heavenly Yin divine veins in the main family archives was she able to correctly identify the condition. Chiu Wu then asked whether it could be cured. Huang Yang replied that she could not give a definite answer. She explained that the previous patient had already missed the proper timing for treatment. However, according to the records, the main family's acupuncture techniques did have an effect on the heavenly Yin divine veins. Chiu Wu then asked what had happened to the patient mentioned in the records and whether they had survived. At that question, the doctor fell silent and looked away, indicating that the answer was not a good one. Night fell over the clinic, and a thick fog spread across the entire courtyard. Sama Jian sat silently while Guangho, unable to hide his concern, asked whether things would go well. Chiu Wu responded with irritation, questioning why he kept asking and insisting that it had to go well. There was no other outcome. Guangho, still uneasy, wondered how long it would take to get the results. Chiu Wu pointed out that not even 10 minutes had passed and that the treatment had likely not even properly begun yet. Jian and Chiu Wu waited in silence, their expressions heavy with worry. The tension was especially visible in Jian's eyes, which revealed the depth of his fear. His thoughts drifted back to earlier, recalling how Huang Yang had hesitated to explain what had happened to the patient mentioned in the records. Remembering her expression, Jian had lowered his head and quietly concluded that the treatment must have failed. Huang Yang had confirmed his fear, and Jian had immediately demanded to know why it had failed. The doctor explained that, first, it had been far too late. The patient had been 21 when she came to the main family, and by then, the yin energy had already seeped deep into her marrow, rendering all medicine useless. Second, although the symptoms seemed similar, the yin energy within someone born with the heavenly yin divine veins was far more powerful than that of the 9 yin severed meridians, making the condition far more severe. Physician Huang Zhang, surprised, questioned this explanation. He pointed out that no one with the 9 yin severed meridians had ever lived past 18, yet this patient had survived until 21. Huang Yang clarified that it was only due to the azure pure stone oil that the patient had managed to cling to life beyond 20. Even so, Jian had muttered bitterly that she had still died despite taking such a rare medicine. Huang Yang then added that if the main family's acupuncture had been applied at the same time as the azure pure stone oil, the outcome might have been different. In response, Jian had simply requested that she take good care of his sister, emphasizing that she was one of the few precious family members he had left. The doctor had remained silent, clearly understanding the weight behind that desperate plea. Returning to the present, those memories weighed heavily on Jian's mind. Although Huang Yang had spoken calmly, he could not shake his unease. He wondered what he would do if something went wrong, even in the slightest. Nearby, Guangho complained that it felt like 2 hours had already passed, coughing as he spoke. Chiu Wu immediately told him to be quiet. Suddenly, Guangho flinched, sensing something approaching. Before he could react further, Chiu Wu struck him, knocking him unconscious. Chiu Wu then asked if Jian had sensed it as well. Jian confirmed that he had, his gaze sharpening as he remarked that unwanted guests had arrived. Together they turned toward the bamboo forest from which the presence emanated. The thick fog and dense bamboo created an atmosphere filled with tension and danger. Moments later, a group of armed men emerged, rushing through the trees. Among them, Deng Bek demanded to know their location, while another reported that they were the central guards and needed to hurry. Deng Bek declared that their primary objective was the azure pure stone oil. He assigned the assault on the medical house of the living immortal to himself, the Vice Hall Master, along with Squads 1 and 2, while instructing Squad 3 accordingly. His subordinates acknowledged his orders, and he commanded them to ensure that no one escaped, to secure the front gate first, and to move immediately. The men scattered at high speed to carry out their mission. However, before they could proceed, Chiu Wu suddenly appeared in front of them, mocking them as rats. The group halted in shock at his sudden appearance. Without hesitation, Chiu Wu struck one of them, crushing his head with a single blow. The leader stared in disbelief at the display of strength, stunned by what he had just witnessed. Facing Chiu Wu, he demanded to know who he was. Chiu Wu mocked the intruders, questioning what they were doing, dressed the same and rampaging around in a group. Deng Bek, seeing the corpse of his subordinate, was inwardly shaken. He recognized that killing with a single strike required immense skill. However, judging by Chiu Wu's appearance, he doubted this man was the one they had been searching for, Sama Jian. Without hesitation, Deng Bek ordered that he would personally deal with Sama Jian and left Chiu Wu to his subordinate. With that, he dashed forward at incredible speed, leaving a trail of energy behind him. Chiu Wu turned in surprise as he sensed the sudden movement, commenting that the man was far too fast for him to easily keep up. When one of the goons questioned why he wasn't trying to stop his boss, Chiu Wu seemed genuinely confused and asked if the man had used the lightness skill. The goon confirmed it, warning that his comrades could be in danger. Hearing this, Chiyo Wu chuckled and mockingly asked if they were worried about his boss. With a confident grin, he proposed a bet, wondering which of their leaders would fall first. Provoked, the man grew angry, unable to tolerate Chiyo Wu's arrogance. He prepared for battle, only for Chiyo Wu to invite all of them to attack him at once. The fight erupted instantly. The enemies launched a coordinated assault, charging from all directions to surround him. Yet Chiyo Wu stood firm, a mocking smile on his face as they leapt at him simultaneously. In the next moment, a massive burst of energy exploded outward, sending every attacker flying. Watching from a distance, their leader felt the sheer force of the attack and was stunned by Chiyo Wu's overwhelming strength. Realizing his men were in danger, he decided to quickly eliminate Sama Jian, retrieve the item, and return to assist his ally. However, just as he resolved himself, Sama Jian suddenly appeared before him, calmly asking what he was thinking about so intensely. Startled, the man realized he hadn't sensed Jian's presence at all. He immediately reached for his sword, preparing for combat. Jian, unfazed, questioned his identity and purpose. Deng Bek quickly understood that this was indeed Sama Jian. He cursed inwardly, realizing that the supposed butcher shop owners were far from ordinary. They were monsters. Jian noted coldly that the man didn't seem willing to answer. Without further words, Deng Bek launched a swift and powerful attack. Yet Jian effortlessly avoided it, leaning back at the last possible moment. The ease with which he evaded the strike enraged Deng Bek, whose eyes burned with fury. A fierce exchange followed, the two clashing rapidly in the forest. Then, without warning, Jian caught the incoming blade with his bare hands. The sheer display of strength left his opponent stunned. Gripping the weapon firmly, Jian demonstrated both power and control. With a subtle movement, he disarmed the man and drove the blade into his feet, forcing him to collapse onto the forest floor in agony. Standing over him, Jian once again demanded to know his origins and purpose, specifically asking whether he had come for Chongsimwen or for the medical house of the living immortal. The mention of the azure pure stone oil visibly shocked the man. Jian deduced their true objective and questioned how they had learned he possessed it, given how few people knew. Facing defeat, the man merely gave a mocking smile, seemingly accepting death. Jian offered him a chance to live in exchange for answers. However, before anything more could be said, the man collapsed lifelessly. Lying on the ground, foam gathered at his mouth, revealing that he had taken poison to avoid revealing any information. Jian immediately understood what had happened and regretted not instructing Chiyo Wu to keep some enemies alive. Just then, he sensed another presence. Moments later, Chiyo Wu appeared and casually asked whether the job had already been finished. Jian asked if he had dealt with all of them, and Chiyo Wu confirmed it with a proud smile. The answer left Jian speechless, his expression filled with disappointment. He realized he shouldn't have sent his companion, as the aftermath of Chiyo Wu's rampage could be seen in the background. Chiyo Wu then asked if the enemy was dead, and Jian confirmed that he had died before revealing anything. With a smirk, Chiyo Wu remarked that it was obvious, given Jian's complete focus on him. He then lamented that they still didn't know who was behind the attack. Jian, however, remained calm, stating that it didn't matter. The azure pure stone oil was no longer in play, and if their enemies came in numbers, they would simply meet the same fate. Chiyo Wu, smiling, remarked that such situations weren't entirely bad. To him, enemies swarming in would at least bring some excitement to an otherwise dull daily life. The young man grew serious and questioned Chiyo Wu's earlier words about boring daily life and vitality, asking if he wanted to see more blood despite having already witnessed so much. Chiyo Wu became slightly embarrassed and quickly clarified that it was not what he meant. Jian then stated that what he truly disliked was having his peace disturbed, and Chiyo Wu agreed with him. After that, Jian instructed Chiyo Wu to clean up the remaining mess by himself. Chiyo Wu was visibly shocked, but Jian explained that he had gotten carried away and would be moving ahead first, leaving the cleanup of the bamboo forest to him. Chiyo Wu complained inwardly, wondering how he was supposed to finish everything alone. Some time later, he eventually arrived back at the entrance after completing the cleanup, and silently acknowledged the job was done. Inside the room, Jian heard the door open and saw Chiyo Wu return. However, upon sensing something, Jian immediately questioned whether he had set the forest on fire. Chiyo Wu gave an awkward laugh and explained that there had been too much blood on the bamboo, then quickly changed the subject, asking if the matter was still unresolved and why it was taking so long. Jian calmly replied that it would go well. Chiyo Wu then mentioned that the family of the living immortal healer was involved and that they even possessed the azure pure stone oil, but Jian interrupted him, stating that the person in question was coming out. At that moment, the door opened and Huang Zhang stepped out, coughing heavily and appearing exhausted. Without hesitation, Jian rushed forward and anxiously asked about his sister's treatment. The doctor explained that the golden needle acupuncture performed that day had gone well and that her condition had clearly improved. Upon hearing this, both companions were left completely shocked and speechless. Overcome with relief and gratitude, Jian took the doctor's hands and repeatedly thanked him for his help. The doctor, smiling calmly, invited them inside so he could explain everything in detail. Inside the room, Huang Yang was seen coughing repeatedly and appearing weak after the procedure. Jian looked at her with a serious and worried expression. Huang Yang explained that the foul smell in the room was due to the expulsion of turbid qi from the patient's body. A guard with a mustache stated that circulating qi should be the priority for her condition. Huang Yang responded that it was not that severe. She further explained that they had done their best using the azure pure stone oil along with her family's golden needle acupuncture, but they had ultimately failed to achieve a complete cure. Jian asked in confusion whether she had not just said the patient had improved. Huang Yang clarified that the patient had indeed improved significantly compared to before, but a full recovery had not been achieved, and she apologized for that. Jian responded that he had heard the procedure was one that could also harm the physician, and he expressed nothing but gratitude. Huang Yang, however, questioned the idea of harm, stating that it had actually been a fortunate opportunity for her. She explained that encountering such a rare condition and being able to use the azure pure stone oil had been valuable, and that treating patients was naturally the duty and principle of a physician. Chiyo Wu showed a furious and dissatisfied expression at the outcome of the treatment. He commented that he had felt uneasy ever since Huang Yang mentioned that others had already failed before. Because of this remark, the doctor's two guards turned serious and visibly irritated. Chiyo Wu then became angry and told his boss that enough had been said, insisting that in the end it was all just empty words. With a mocking smile, he repeated the phrase, "Stroke of luck," adding that it must be nice for her. The guards immediately became enraged and shouted, asking if he was insulting the young lady and the main house. With his eyes glowing, Chiyo Wu questioned whether he had said anything wrong and then released aura shockwaves that pushed them back, leaving the doctor and others completely shocked. A powerful aura surrounded him, but Jian called out his name to stop the escalation. With his eyes glowing red, Jian ordered Chiyo Wu to apologize immediately. Huang Yang, sensing the pressure of the aura, was shocked and thought that Jian might even be stronger than Chiyo Wu. Without hesitation, Chiyo Wu bowed and apologized, shocking everyone with his obedience. Jian then also apologized for his friend's behavior, and stated that he would take responsibility as well. Huang Yang responded that there was no need, adding that she herself should apologize for the situation. She explained that while she had hoped for no complications, she could not completely rule out the possibility of a relapse. Huang Zhang immediately dismissed the concern as nonsense, stating that the golden needle acupuncture had been flawless in anyone's eyes and could not have been performed better. However, he added that the condition was far more vicious than the 9 severed meridians, and there had been a miscalculation. Jian, confused, asked for clarification and tried to understand what had actually gone wrong. Huang Zhang revealed that he had overestimated the power of the azure pure stone oil, shocking Jian. He further explained that the medicine alone was not enough to suppress the illness's energy. Chiyo Wu grew frustrated and questioned what kind of medicine would ever be sufficient if even such a rare item had failed. Huang Yang explained that it was not about sufficiency, but about suitability, stating that different conditions required different remedies, especially in cases of extreme and unbalanced energies. Jian realized that his sister's condition required a more specific treatment, and Huang Yang confirmed this. With a determined expression, he asked what kind of medicine was needed to save her life. The doctor revealed that the required item was the Shaolin Great Revitalizing Pill. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the butcher shop, where a man was seen walking peacefully on a sunny day. Inside the shop, Chiu Wu was eating and casually asked if they were going to rob someone, leaving Jian confused. The big man then took a drink and clarified that he was referring to the Shaolin Temple. Jian remained silent. Chiu Wu asked if he intended to go, and Jian replied that he would think about it since his sister's condition had improved. Chiu Wu understood that he would eventually go, but Jian firmly refused for the moment. Surprised, Chiu Wu listened as Jian explained that the doctor had assured him his sister would be fine for now. With a calm expression, Jian said he had just returned and wanted to spend time with his siblings. He also explained that the journey was long and that the butcher shop needed to be stabilized first. Chiu Wu then considered that there would be no one to manage the shop and concluded that if it was to continue, they needed to train someone. At this suggestion, Jian looked confused and asked who they could possibly train. Chiu Wu suggested using his two brothers and reminded Jian that the boss had wanted them to quit their jobs. Because of this, the trip to Shaolin would have to wait until both of them learned how to properly run the business. He added that Haiyan was easygoing, but expressed concern about Guangho. At that moment, someone suddenly appeared at the door. Guangho rushed in and desperately shouted for Jian. Jian told him to calm down and asked what was going on. With a panicked expression, Guangho revealed that their second brother had been kidnapped. Jian was left completely shocked and speechless by the news. He then asked what Guangho meant by kidnapped, while Chiu Wu observed the situation seriously. Guangho explained that his brother had been taken by bandits during an escort mission for the agency. Filled with anger, Chiu Wu wondered what kind of bandits would dare to do such a thing. After hearing this, Jian decided they needed to go to the agency where Haiyan worked first. Sometime later, they arrived in front of the large gate of the Juhi Escort Bureau. The boy confirmed this was the place, and the group prepared to enter and investigate. Inside the courtyard, the place was crowded with people. Many were asking about their kidnapped relatives. An official from the Juhi Escort Bureau tried to calm the crowd, telling them that negotiations with the kidnappers were currently underway. Someone in the crowd questioned what kind of negotiations were being discussed. An agency member explained that he could not reveal details, but assured them that the hostages' lives were the top priority and asked for trust so everyone would return safely. A young man remarked that it sounded like a standard response and suggested they go ask directly. Guangho stepped forward and asked whether a rescue team would be sent, surprising the official. When asked who he was, Guangho introduced himself as Huang Haiyan's brother. The official expressed sympathy and stated that the agency intended to resolve the matter through negotiation, then again asked the crowd to wait patiently before returning inside without further explanation. Chiu Wu commented that the man did not seem sincere, and Guangho agreed that something felt suspicious. He suggested speaking with one of Haiyan's colleagues. He then approached an escort warrior named Zhang Xiang and directly asked what was really happening and whether negotiations were truly underway. Zhang Xiang hesitated but confirmed that negotiations were ongoing and that everyone would return safely soon. Guangho did not believe him and pulled him aside to speak privately. Seeing this, Jian told Chiu Wu that they should follow them to hear the conversation. In an alley, Guangho demanded the truth and told Zhang Xiang to stop avoiding the question. Zhang Xiang finally revealed that the bandits were demanding money, and the amount was extremely large. Guangho immediately asked how much, and Zhang Xiang revealed the ransom was 100 taels of gold. Guangho was left completely shocked and speechless. At that moment, Jian's voice was heard asking again to confirm the ransom amount, ensuring it was indeed 100 taels. Zhang Xiang, surprised, asked why they had not come inside. Jian explained that they had intended to, but the youngest among them had fainted suddenly. Zhang Xiang became worried and asked about Gina's condition. Jian replied that she had likely fainted due to shock from something she heard. Zhang Xiang then asked if she was feeling better, and Jian confirmed that she was now fine. With a sigh, Zhang Xiang said that was at least a relief and felt somewhat calmer about the situation. Chiu Wu then questioned how an agency as small as theirs could even manage a ransom demand of 100 taels of gold. Zhang Xiang, slightly annoyed, replied that the Juhi Escort Bureau was actually quite large and well known throughout the region. Chiu Wu then stared at him and asked whether they were planning something else, such as sending out a rescue squad. Zhang Xiang was completely shocked and asked how he had figured it out, since they had been trying to keep it a secret. The big man explained that the atmosphere alone made it obvious, though he questioned whether the agency could handle the situation on its own. Jang Xiang revealed that they were expecting support from nearby forces and that messengers had already been sent to various locations. Chiu Wu expressed doubt, stating that the bandits had likely already anticipated their response. Jian then asked what kind of bandits would do such a thing, since there was usually an unspoken boundary between bandits and official agencies. Jang Xiang became angry and said they still had not learned their lesson even after the destruction of their fortress. Hearing this, Jian looked surprised and asked about the fortress. Jang Xiang explained that the famous Golden Tiger Fortress had been completely destroyed not long ago, adding that the news had spread widely throughout the region afterward. Jian then asked whether the Golden Tiger Fortress had returned and what that meant for the current situation. Jang Xiang explained that the leader who had previously left the fortress had now returned to his original position. Hearing this, Jian became serious and thoughtful about the new development. He then called out to his younger brother, who looked at him in confusion. Jian told him that he had asked the neighbor to look after Gina and instructed him to take proper care of her. Guangho asked where he was suddenly going, and Jian replied that he had somewhere to be. Chiu Wu reassured Guangho, telling him that they had many connections and would find a way to rescue Haiyan, advising him not to worry and to take care of the youngest. The scene then shifted to the head office of the Juhi Escort Bureau. The agency chief was shocked by the report, and asked his subordinate if it was truly accurate. The subordinate confirmed it, and reported that a message from the Blaze Escort Agency had arrived confirming the situation. The chief, visibly relieved and excited, said that this was good news and that the heavens must be on their side. He then asked whether the warriors of the Namgung clan were truly assisting them. The subordinate confirmed that they had already departed for the Golden Tiger bandit camp. The chief, surprised, asked if they had moved that quickly, noting that the Blaze Escort Agency had been attacked by those same bandits before them. He insisted that they must hurry as well, since lives were at stake. The subordinate immediately responded that he would make the necessary preparations at once. The scene then shifts to the destroyed fortress, where bandits are stationed on guard duty. Inside a completely ruined room, a man is seen calmly drinking and eating as if nothing is wrong. The bandit chief questions whether there has been any reaction from the Juhi Escort Bureau and asks how many times they have cut off and sent the hostages' ears. One of his men reports that this is already the 4th time they have done so. The leader becomes furious, complaining that even after 4 hostages, there has been no meaningful response. The subordinate then reports a suggestion that has been made. He explains that the agency cannot prepare the full ransom at once and asks whether they would accept half first. The chief takes a sip of his drink, appearing somewhat interested in the proposal. The man continues, explaining that if half the prisoners are returned, the remaining ransom money will be prepared. The leader angrily complains that the reputation of Great No Guk has fallen and questions who destroyed the fortress while he was away. The subordinate replies that everyone has been mobilized, but no clues have been found. Enraged, the chief crushes the liquor bottle in his hand. His eyes glow as he states that he wants to find the culprits, but rebuilding the fortress must come first. He explains that he had even bowed to the Green Forest and received support from the head patrol and elders, and now he intends to exploit them fully. He orders that the captive's eyes and ears be removed and sent ahead of schedule. The subordinate immediately agrees. At that moment, a man suddenly appears and suggests that instead they should cut off the captives' heads and send them next time. The fortress chief turns toward him with a furious expression. The newcomer identifies himself as the chief inspector and warns that pushing things further will provoke a serious response, as sects and clans connected to the agency may form a subjugation squad. With a malicious smile, the inspector states that this is exactly what he wants. He claims that even if a subjugation squad is sent, the elders, the supreme masters of the 18 Green Forest strongholds, are on their side, making it irrelevant. His companions agree, stating that unless the Imperial Army intervenes, there will be no surprises. The fortress chief falls silent, seemingly accepting the plan. He then orders his subordinate to behead a hostage and send it to the agency immediately. Suddenly, a massive explosion destroys part of the wooden wall. The bandit chief turns around in shock, completely stunned by the sudden attack. A moment later, Chiu Wu appears through the smoke, kicking through the debris in his path. Jian lands behind him, and Chiyo Wu casually remarks that the place has already been rebuilt quite a bit despite its ruined state. The enraged chief demands to know who they are and whether they are from the Juhi Escort Bureau. Chiyo Wu responds that it seems a rescue team has indeed arrived. The inspector then questions them, asking if they are not the rescue team, then what they are. Jian steps forward and states that there is no need for them to be curious about a pair who simply run a small shop in the market. He then asks whether the man is the leader of the Golden Tiger Bandit camp. With a mocking smile, the inspector asks what would happen if he is indeed the master of the place. With a cold expression, Jian declares that if he is the master of the fortress, then he must die. The leader of the Golden Tiger Bandit camp, No GM, immediately unsheathed his sword in anger and shouted insults at the intruders. The inspector stopped him, telling him to hold on and instead capture them, noting that the elder's boredom had reached its limit. No GM sheathed his sword and acknowledged the order. The silver-haired elder, Peng, one of the supreme masters of the 18 Green Forests, stepped forward, expressing satisfaction at the timing as he had been growing bored. Chiyo Wu pointed at the elders and told Jian that he would handle the rest while Jian dealt with the bandit chief. Jian questioned whether he simply wanted a fight, to which Chiyo Wu replied casually that it would serve two purposes at once. Jian allowed him to proceed. Chiyo Wu stepped forward, and after a brief moment of silence between him and Elder Peng, he launched an attack with a punch. The elder dodged immediately and countered with his staff, striking Chiyo Wu's chest. However, the impact forced the elder backward due to Chiyo Wu's defensive aura. Realizing that even such a powerful strike had been blocked, the elder understood that Chiyo Wu was no ordinary opponent. He grew serious, circulating his internal energy and assuming a proper fighting stance. Chiyo Wu found the situation amusing and remarked that the elder seemed at least to be a demonic path master, deciding that he would have to become serious as well. The elder, sensing Chiyo Wu's calmness despite the pressure, recognized that his opponent was not someone to be underestimated. Chiyo Wu provoked him, asking if he would attack or not. Angered, the elder charged forward again, convinced his next strike would land cleanly. However, his weapon shattered upon colliding with Chiyo Wu's defensive aura. In response, Chiyo Wu delivered a punch that sent the elder flying backward toward another elder. The second elder caught Peng and, shocked, asked if he was alright. Peng warned him to be careful before losing consciousness. Realizing that a top master like Peng Yo-sang had been defeated in a single exchange, the second elder was shaken by the realization of Chiyo Wu's strength. Meanwhile, Chiyo Wu jokingly complained that his opponent had managed to strike through his protective aura and asked Jian whether he had grown weaker or if the elder had simply been strong. Jian bluntly replied that he had grown weaker. Flustered, Chiyo Wu admitted that he had become rusty from lack of proper combat, then challenged all remaining opponents to attack him at once. The inspector sought guidance, and the remaining elder decided they would abandon any concern for appearances. He would create an opening while everyone else launched a full assault. The elder charged first, but as he approached, Chiyo Wu struck him directly in the face while evading his attack, sending him crashing into the ground with enough force to shatter it. The inspector then ordered a full assault. The bandits rushed forward, but their swords shattered upon contact with Chiyo Wu's defensive aura. Chiyo Wu mocked them as insignificant, while the inspector warned them to evade his attacks. Before they could react, Chiyo Wu unleashed a burst of inner energy, blasting them all backward. The inspector, stunned by the overwhelming display of power, could only watch in disbelief. The remaining elder attempted another attack, but Chiyo Wu welcomed the challenge. The elder, determined not to die alone, gathered all his remaining energy into a final strike. Chiyo Wu dismissed the sentiment and met the attack head-on. Their fists collided, producing a shockwave, but the elder was quickly overpowered. Seizing the opening, Chiyo Wu delivered a final blow that killed him instantly. Seeing this, the inspector grew terrified. Chiyo Wu mocked him for attempting to save himself. The inspector desperately tried to bargain, claiming that his father was the chief of the Green Forest 18 strongholds, but before he could finish, Chiyo Wu silenced him and crushed his skull, killing him on the spot. Afterward, Chiyo Wu casually remarked that such moments of violence could be enjoyable. He then informed Jian that everything was finished. Jian turned his attention to No GM, stating that only he remained. No GM, realizing the overwhelming gap in strength, understood that his opponents had effortlessly defeated the Green Forest's top masters. Although he considered retreat, he was filled with anger and unwilling to accept defeat. Jian addressed him, reminding him that he had asked who they were, and suggested that it should be enough to say that they were the ones who had destroyed the stronghold. No Jian, enraged and humiliated, declared that this was the Golden Tiger stronghold and swore to kill them. The scene shifted to a forest nearby, where Chief Escort Hu Yagan of the Juhi Escort Agency was leading the forces of the Namgung clan through a dense path. A young man of the Namgung clan, Namgung Min, complained about the constant thorn bushes along the way. Yagan turned and apologized, explaining that they had taken the fastest route while avoiding detection, which made the road rough. Namgung Min brushed it off with a chuckle, remarking that compared to going after bandits, a rough road was nothing. Namgung Jiang, who was leading the force, apologized on his behalf, noting that he was still young. He then addressed the clan members, reminding them that while subjugation was important, the safety of the hostages must come first. He warned them not to act rashly and endanger lives. The group responded in unison, acknowledging his command. Satisfied, Namgung Jiang resumed leading the group, telling them to keep moving. However, after a moment he suddenly stopped, sensing something unusual. Namgung Min approached him in confusion and asked what was wrong. Namgung Jiang explained that there had been fighting ahead, though it seemed to have already ended. Min wondered if someone else might have moved ahead of them, noting that the Juhi Escort Agency had sought help from multiple places. Jiang replied that it was hard to say but concluded that they should hurry. Meanwhile, at the Golden Tiger bandit camp, No Jiam launched an attack at Jian, but it was easily dodged. He followed up with multiple energy slashes, yet Jian evaded them effortlessly. Frustrated, No Jiam demanded to know if Jian intended to keep dodging. Jian calmly questioned whether he was truly that resentful. Confused, No Jiam failed to understand, prompting Jian to clarify that he was asking if he resented the destruction of his stronghold. No Jiam admitted his resentment openly, declaring that the stronghold he had spent his life building had been destroyed and swearing revenge against Jian's clan and village. Jian challenged him, pointing out that the place had been built through exploitation, kidnapping, and suffering, questioning what there was to be attached to. No Jiam dismissed it as the nature of bandits, and questioned why it mattered to Jian. In response, Jian struck him with a powerful punch, knocking him to the ground and breaking his teeth. He then revealed that 12 years earlier, he had been captured on an escort route of the Yunsang Escort Agency, and sold to the demonic cult like livestock. As he spoke, Jian crushed No Jiam's leg underfoot, causing him to scream. He continued, recounting how he had been treated worse than an animal, barely surviving countless near-death experiences before escaping, only to find his family struggling and his mother eventually dying without him present. He then broke No Jiam's arm and kicked him into a wooden pillar, declaring that he had not even been able to be at his mother's deathbed. No Jiam, now defeated, admitted he had never imagined one of his victims would return for revenge. Jian pressed further, accusing him of kidnapping his brother as well and questioning how it could not concern him. Terrified, No Jiam begged for mercy, but Jian refused, declaring that he would make him beg for death and reveal the prisoner's location first. He then channeled his inner energy and began torturing him, causing No Jiam to scream in agony. At that moment, Jiang arrived and ordered Jian to stop, but Jian continued. Chiao Wu noticed the newcomer and questioned who he was. Jian instead asked Chiao Wu to handle him, which he accepted. Jiang, seeing that Jian would not stop, rushed forward and repeated his command. Chiao Wu challenged him to make him stop and launched an inner energy attack. Despite multiple attempts, Jiang struggled to deflect it, and barely managed to evade. Realizing the gap in strength, he acknowledged that even without using his full power, his sword chi had been brushed aside easily. Chiao Wu praised his evasion and pointed out Elder Peng lying nearby, suggesting that Namgung Jiang looked more interesting. Recognizing Peng Yosang, Jiang understood the seriousness of the situation and prepared himself, taking the stance of the Azure Sky One Chi art. Chiao Wu, amused, acknowledged his strength and declared he would go all out. Jiang attacked using the Blue Cloud 12 Swords technique. Their first clash cancelled out, but the exchange quickly escalated. Chiao Wu pressed forward with successive strikes, forcing Jiang into a counterattack. During the clash, Jiang coughed up blood and realized he had failed to inflict significant damage. Meanwhile, Chiu Wu wiped a small amount of blood from his neck, remarking that it had been a while since he had been injured. The Namgung clan members were stunned, noting that such a powerful technique had only left a scratch. Min immediately ordered the others to protect their elder, and they prepared to attack as a group. Chiu Wu mocked them, stating that numbers meant nothing without skill. Before the situation escalated further, Jiang ordered his clan to stand down, refusing to let their honor be stained by a group attack. Chiu Wu approved of the decision. At that moment, Jian approached from behind, dragging No GM, and told Chiu Wu to wait. Noticing Jian's altered appearance, Chiu Wu was surprised and questioned him. Jian, having changed his face as a disguise, approached the group and addressed them, confirming whether they were from the Namgung clan. Seeing that Chiu Wu stopped at Jian's words, Jian was inwardly astonished, realizing that someone of such caliber could be halted with a single command. He stepped forward and formally introduced himself as Jian. Jian acknowledged him politely, and asked what had brought the Namgung clan to that place, casually dropping No GM's body before them. Upon seeing the body, Jiang asked if it was the leader of the Golden Tiger Bandit stronghold. Jian confirmed that it was. Jiang explained that they had come to avenge the Yomwa Escort Bureau and to rescue the families of the Juhi Escort Bureau, then questioned Jian's identity and purpose. Jian replied that they had also targeted No GM, not out of personal vengeance, but due to numerous requests, favors, from various parties. Hearing this, Jiang wondered if they were troubleshooters, yet found it difficult to believe, given their overwhelming strength. Jian then placed his foot on No GM's back, remarking that his crimes involving escort bureaus must have been severe to draw so many pleas for help. Alarmed, Jiang urged him to stop, but Jian ignored him and broke No GM's neck, declaring that he had merely fulfilled the request to make him pay with his life. Jiang questioned his actions, but Jian calmly stated that he had simply delivered retribution. Although Jiang did not dispute the justice of it, he pointed out that Jian should have first confirmed the location of the prisoners, noting that all the bandits appeared to have been wiped out. Jian reassured him, explaining that No GM had mentioned prisoners while begging for his life and had revealed the location of a hidden underground chamber. Following the directions, the Namgung clan later discovered the secret room. When they opened it, the prisoners cried out in relief, realizing they had been saved. At the entrance, Jiang expressed his gratitude to Jian, acknowledging that his information had been accurate. Jian, however, downplayed his role, stating that with the Namgung clan present, the rescue would have succeeded regardless, and announced that he and Chiu Wu would take their leave. Jiang suggested they meet the people they had saved, but Jian declined, explaining that they had not come for recognition and that their involvement had merely been coincidental. With that, he bid farewell. Jian and Chiu Wu then departed. Afterward, Min asked Namgung Jiang who the two men might be. Jiang admitted he had no idea, stating that he had never encountered such individuals within the Murim world. Min speculated that they might be troubleshooters, but Jiang dismissed the notion, insisting that their martial prowess far exceeded that of ordinary mercenaries. Min then expressed his astonishment at how Chiu Wu had remained unharmed even after taking a direct strike. Jiang agreed, suggesting that he might have achieved the legendary diamond indestructible body, or an equivalent level of external mastery. He added that it was unfortunate he had not been able to see the duel through to its conclusion. Meanwhile, in the forest, Jian and Chiu Wu were on their way back home. Chiu Wu questioned the reason behind Jian's earlier actions. When Jian asked for clarification, he explained that he meant the sudden change in appearance. Jian revealed that he had disguised himself simply to avoid unnecessary complications, explaining that it would be troublesome if word spread that ordinary butchers had destroyed a bandit stronghold and clashed with a Namgung master. Chiu Wu acknowledged that such attention would indeed be bothersome, and Jian added that it could also expose their past, which was best kept hidden. Chiu Wu pointed out that changing only one of their appearances seemed pointless, but Jian replied that it was the best he could do under the circumstances, even if it only reduced the risk slightly. Chiu Wu praised the disguise as convincing despite being done hastily. Jian agreed and suggested they return quickly to prepare for Haiyan's arrival. Later, as they prepared a meal, Haiyan returned home. Jian immediately embraced him, relieved to see him safe. Hyan apologized for causing worry, but Jian reassured him that he had trusted in his safe return, having heard that the Namgung clan had gone to rescue him. Hyan clarified that while the Namgung clan had helped, they were not the ones who had actually saved him. Instead, the bandits had been defeated by someone else. His words caused a moment of silence. He glanced suspiciously at both Jian and Chiao Wu, while Chiao Wu feigned ignorance. Hyan continued eating, then casually asked if he should now learn to work at the butcher shop. Guangho eagerly volunteered to teach him, recalling his own hardships under Chiao Wu, but before he could continue, Chiao Wu grabbed him by the ear and scolded him for not even managing his own duties properly. Dragging him outside, Chiao Wu declared that he would first inspect how Guangho had handled the shop in their absence. Watching this, Hyan nervously asked if he would end up the same way, but Jian reassured him that there was no need, as he and Chiao Wu were sufficient for the actual work. Instead, Hyan would take on the role of the shop's owner, which he readily accepted. The scene then shifted to the Yongo clan. Inside a room, a guard announced the arrival of Lord Zhuaigong. Yongo Yung ordered that he be let in. Upon entering, Zhuaigong confirmed that he had verified the matter. Yongo Yung demanded to know what had happened in Shaoxing. Zhuaigong reported that the Black Cow squad had been completely annihilated. Shocked, Yongo Yung questioned whether the Living Immortal Medical House was responsible. However, Zhuaigong dismissed this possibility, explaining that there had been no signs of a struggle involving them. Yongo Yung agreed, stating that he had not raised such weak subordinates, and began to speculate about other possibilities, including Sama Jian. However, Zhuaigong revealed that the investigation pointed instead to a man running a butcher shop. This baffled Yongo Yung, who questioned how a mere butcher could have obtained something as valuable as azure pure stone oil. Frustrated, he demanded answers, but Zhuaigong admitted that aside from the involvement of a third party, they had no concrete information. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Yongo Yung ordered that someone be sent to the Dead Blood Forest to uncover the truth and bring back the culprit's head. He then added another order, expressing his anger over losing the azure pure stone oil, and demanded that the butcher responsible also be hunted down and killed. The scene shifted to the butcher shop, where Hyan was cutting meat. He wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered that the work was exhausting. At that moment, Chiao Wu handed him a drink, which he accepted gratefully. After examining the cuts, Chiao Wu praised his work, remarking that while people often said a younger brother could not match his elder, Hyan was already better than a certain slacker. Hyan dismissed the praise, admitting that his skills were still poor and that he now understood why he had never been allowed to handle a blade before. Jian approached and clarified that it had not been about lack of trust, but simply because he and Chiao Wu were sufficient for the work. However, seeing Hyan's progress now, he admitted that the decision had turned out well. Hyan then asked what should be done with the prepared cuts. Chiao Wu asked for the knife so he could trim them further, but also wondered aloud where Guangho had gone, noting that he had barely been coming home lately. Hyan mentioned that whenever he tried to ask, Guangho avoided giving clear answers, suspecting that something was going on with the United Will Society. Jian asked about the situation, and Hyan explained that although the Blood Axe clan and the United Will Society had always been at odds, their clashes had become unusually frequent. Chiao Wu suggested that they might need to force Guangho to quit, even if it meant beating him into it. At that moment, their sister Gina arrived and bluntly agreed, saying that if necessary, they should break his legs to make him leave the gang. Jian reminded her that she had gone out to buy a book, while Chiao Wu questioned whether she ever tired of reading all day and night, suggesting she should move around more now that she had recovered her health. Gina, however, insisted that something more important had happened and urgently asked what they were going to do. When Jian asked what had occurred, she explained through tears that there had been a knife fight near the bookstore, with people injured and blood spilled. Jian comforted her, and she anxiously asked what would happen if Guangho got hurt. Jian reassured her that they would go and check, instructing her to return home for now. He asked Hyan to take care of her. Hyan agreed, guiding Gina away while expressing confidence that everything would be fine. Before leaving, he told Jian he was counting on him. As the two departed, Chiao Wu asked if Jian was going. Jian replied that there was always a possibility, echoing the youngest's concern. Chiao Wu remarked with a chuckle that at this rate, the United Will Society might disappear entirely. The scene then shifted to the United Will Society headquarters, where members lay defeated throughout the building. Their leader, bleeding and exhausted, struggled to remain standing as two attackers advanced toward him. He accused them of not being from the Blood Axe clan, to which one of the attackers mockingly replied that at least he was not completely blind. The leader demanded to know their purpose, and the second attacker explained that the United Will Society needed to disappear for the Blood Axe clan to take over Shaoxing's night streets. Enraged, the leader launched a sword thrust, but to his shock, the attacker stopped the blade effortlessly with 2 fingers. Before he could react further, the attacker kicked him, sending him crashing through a wall. As he fell, Chiyo Wu suddenly appeared and caught him. Confused, Chiyo Wu questioned the situation while the attackers noticed his presence. He identified the injured man as the leader who had been with Guangho earlier and asked if the attackers were responsible. One of them demanded to know who they were, but Chiyo Wu dismissed the question and instead noted that no one else seemed to be present. Jian confirmed that the place was empty. Chiyo Wu set the injured leader down, observing that the United Will Society was effectively finished. He commented on the attacker's skill, initially assuming they were from the Blood Axe clan. However, Jian examined the fallen members and concluded otherwise, noting the precision of the attacks and the absence of wasted movements, something far beyond ordinary street fighters. Approaching the attackers, they demanded to know what had happened and where the remaining members of the United Will Society had gone. The attackers hesitated, recognizing the danger before them. Chiyo Wu warned them that silence would be taken as a wish for death. Under pressure, one of them revealed that the survivors had gone east, to the Guandi Shrine. Jian asked why, and the man explained that it was one of the Blood Axe clan's hideouts, and that they had gone to strike it. Chiyo Wu remarked that it had been a setup, intended to eliminate the weaker forces before targeting the leader. Realizing the implications, he wondered if Guangho might also be there and asked if there were others of similar strength at that location. The man replied that in Shaoxing, there were only the 2 of them. The other attacker attempted to stop him from speaking further, but before he could continue, Chiyo Wu struck him, killing him instantly. With a cold grin, Chiyo Wu urged Jian to continue. Jian then questioned the remaining attacker, pointing out that his actions did not seem like simple employment under the Blood Axe clan. Terrified, the man confessed that they had used the Blood Axe clan as a front, destroyed the United Will Society, and intended to take over Shaoxing's underworld. He further revealed that they had come from Hangzhou. Jian deduced that they might be connected to the Heavenly Killing Gang, but the man explained that they had already eliminated its remnants and taken control of the area. Pressed further, he revealed that they were backed by Nanjing's Flying Dagger Society. After hearing enough, Chiyo Wu killed him as well. Turning to Jian, he confirmed that they would head to the Guandi Shrine. Jian agreed, and they set off immediately. As they moved, Chiyo Wu remarked that expanding from Hangzhou to Shaoxing suggested something larger was unfolding. Jian, sensing the danger, stated that the situation was worsening and that he needed to bring Guangho back quickly. At that moment, a voice called out to them. It was Guangho. Jian immediately rushed forward and caught him before he collapsed, his expression darkening as he realized something was wrong. Some time later, after being treated by a doctor, Guangho regained consciousness and let out a scream. Hearing the noise, Jian hurried into the room with a worried expression. The moment Guangho saw him, he weakly greeted his older brother, but Jian fell silent after seeing the extent of his injuries. Before Guangho could finish asking why he looked that way, Chiyo Wu suddenly punched him on the head and berated him for getting beaten up so pathetically. Guangho protested that he had not wanted to lose and explained that the Blood Axe sect had brought in outside help. He insisted that things would have been fine as long as the association head remained alive. Chiyo Wu bluntly informed him that the association head was dead. Hearing those words, Guangho's face darkened in shock. The next day, Guangho entered the butcher's shop with a gloomy expression. Chiyo Wu, who was busy cutting meat, casually greeted him and asked if he was finally back. Guangho immediately asked where Jian was, and Chiyo Wu explained that Jian was at the slaughterhouse handling a massive order that had come in during the night. When Guangho asked about the order, Chiyo Wu chuckled and proudly explained that it was the first truly large order they had received since opening the shop, 3 cows and 10 pigs. Guangho quietly acknowledged it, but Chiyo Wu then placed his cleaver down and revealed something even more surprising. The order had come from the Blood Axe sect. Guang Ho was stunned and angrily questioned how they could possibly accept work from those people. Chiu Wu sighed and reminded him that medicine cost money, adding that if Guang Ho insisted on causing trouble, he should at least avoid getting injured. At that moment, someone pinched Chiu Wu from behind, causing him to cry out in pain. It was Gina, glaring at him in annoyance. She scolded him for teasing Guang Ho when he was already feeling miserable. Then she turned toward Guang Ho and asked if he was still upset because of someone named Brother Chion. Guang Ho was shocked that she knew about him, but Gina casually explained that he talked in his sleep every night. When Guang Ho asked if he really did that, she confirmed it, and mentioned that Chion was the one who had helped him escape. Guang Ho fell silent as memories resurfaced. He recalled the fierce battle at the Concordant Mind Association, where Chion and the other members had fought desperately against their enemies. In the middle of the chaos, Chion had shouted at him to run. Moments later, a sword pierced through Chion's chest. Remembering the scene, Guang Ho broke down in tears and admitted that Chion had always looked after him ever since he joined the Concordant Mind Association. At that moment, Jian arrived and overheard everything. Calmly, he asked Guang Ho what he wanted him to do about it, and even offered revenge if that was what he desired. Chiu Wu reacted with excitement, surprised by Jian's willingness. Guang Ho hesitated. Deep down, he believed his brothers might actually be capable of carrying it out. They had once been prepared to gather men and launch a rescue mission when their second brother had been kidnapped. However, the members of the Flying Dagger Association were monsters who had destroyed an entire association head and his guards with only 2 people. More than anything, Guang Ho did not want his brothers to stain their hands with blood again after finally escaping their brutal lives as mercenaries. After wrestling with those thoughts, Guang Ho quietly said it was fine and that everything was already over. Jian asked if he was truly certain, and Guang Ho confirmed it. Jian then patted him on the shoulder and told him to use this opportunity to leave the Concordant Mind Association behind and abandon such dangerous work for good. Unsure of his future, Guang Ho asked what he was supposed to do now. Jian suggested that since Guang Ho disliked working in the butcher shop, he could instead run a ranch. Confused, Guang Ho asked where the idea had come from. Jian explained that old man John, the man who supplied their meat, was planning to sell his ranch because he had grown tired of the work after spending his entire life doing it. Chiu Wu found the news strange since the old man had looked perfectly healthy recently. Jian explained that the man simply wanted to retire, and he himself was considering taking over the ranch. When Guang Ho asked how they could possibly afford it, Jian replied that old man John was willing to offer a good price. Between their savings and the payment from the new order, they would barely have enough money. After thinking it over, Guang Ho admitted to himself that the butcher shop never suited him anyway. In the end, he agreed to do it, earning an approving response from Jian. Just then, Haiyan arrived at the shop accompanied by Chion. The sight of Chion alive left Guang Ho completely stunned. Chion casually remarked that he had heard Guang Ho was injured and had worried about him, though he now looked perfectly fine. Guang Ho, still in disbelief, asked why he was there. Haiyan smacked Guang Ho on the head and scolded him for causing such a commotion over someone who was alive and healthy. He admitted that he had been worried Guang Ho might do something reckless because of the misunderstanding. Chiu Wu curiously asked if this was the brother Chion Guang Ho had been talking about. Haiyan confirmed it and mocked Guang Ho for moping around without even understanding the situation properly. Chiu Wu ground his teeth in irritation and glared angrily at Guang Ho. Meanwhile, Gina stormed over with a mop, calling Guang Ho an idiot before chasing him around the shop. Elsewhere, at the Flying Dagger Association headquarters, the corpses of the 2 men killed earlier by Chiu Wu at the Concordant Mind Association were delivered for inspection. Yan Ho Chung, the head of the Flying Dagger Association, examined the bodies and observed that both men had been killed in a single blow. Beside him, Hidden Dragon Unit leader Zhao Riyong confirmed that their skulls had been completely crushed. Ho Chung remarked that the victims had been among the finest members of the Yongo clan's Hidden Dragon Unit. Meanwhile, Zhao Riyong carefully studied the corpses and noted internally that their ribcages had shattered like dry twigs while their organs had burst from the overwhelming impact. He questioned whether an expert of such terrifying strength truly existed in Sohung. He eventually concluded that both deaths had been caused by a single strike to the head. Ho Chung commented that even within the Hidden Dragon Unit, those 2 men had been exceptional. The existence of someone capable of killing them so effortlessly was difficult to believe. Jia Ryong ordered a discreet investigation into the surrounding area to determine whether the incident had merely been chance or part of something much larger. When Ho Chung asked if he suspected anything, Jia Ryong brought up the Black Crow unit, and remarked that the reports of its destruction appeared to have been true after all. Ho Chung realized that the person responsible for wiping out the Black Crow unit was likely the same individual who had killed these men. Jia Ryong agreed that the possibility was extremely high. Glancing back at the subordinates prepared to act on his orders, Jia Ryong instructed Ho Chung to tell everyone to stand by. Until they identified the culprit, all outside operations were to be suspended. Ho Chung respectfully acknowledged the order. The sun hung high in the sky as Chio Wu entered the butcher shop complaining about the unbearable heat outside. Seeing him drenched in sweat, Jian handed him a cup of ice water and told him to drink it. Chio Wu stared at the cup in surprise and excitedly questioned how Jian had managed to get ice in such weather. Jian explained that he had taken a block from the cellar because even the water stored in jars had become unbearably hot. After drinking deeply, Chio Wu praised the decision but wondered whether Haiyan would scold Jian for using the ice. Jian casually replied that Haiyan was away collecting a payment from the Blood Axe sect. Moments later, Haiyan returned to the shop. Chio Wu greeted him warmly at first, but his expression froze the moment he noticed the swollen bruise around Haiyan's eye. Jian immediately wrapped some ice in cloth and pressed it gently against the injury. Even while injured, Haiyan complained about Jian taking ice from the cellar again and worried they would run out before winter arrived. Jian ignored the complaint and demanded to know what had happened to his eye. Haiyan brushed it off as nothing, but Chio Wu immediately guessed that the Blood Axe sect was responsible. Haiyan denied it, though Chio Wu refused to believe him. Furious, he declared that he would kill those bastards. Jian quickly told him to lower his voice before turning back to Haiyan and ordering him to explain everything properly. Haiyan finally admitted that the Blood Axe sect had refused to pay the remaining balance. When he insisted on collecting the rest, they had beaten him up. Chio Wu gritted his teeth, saying he had known it all along. Jian calmly asked how much money Haiyan had managed to collect. Haiyan placed a bag on the table and admitted it was only about half the amount owed. Jian remarked that at least it was not a complete loss, but Haiyan bitterly pointed out how much time they had wasted dealing with those people. Unable to contain his anger, Chio Wu started toward the door and insisted on getting their money back personally. Jian stopped him and asked exactly what he intended to do. Chio Wu bluntly answered that he intended to collect what they were owed. Jian glanced at Haiyan's confused expression before secretly using sound transmission to speak directly to Chio Wu. He reminded him that the Blood Axe sect was backed by the Flying Dagger Association. Chio Wu dismissed them as insignificant, but Jian warned him that the men they had encountered at the Concordant Mind Association were far beyond the level of ordinary Flying Dagger Association fighters. Someone even more powerful was supporting them from the shadows, and if those people became involved, things would grow dangerous. Chio Wu argued that they could simply kill anyone who came after them, but Jian countered that more enemies would continue appearing endlessly. After some thought, Chio Wu reluctantly admitted Jian had a point. Since he could not hear the sound transmission, Haiyan asked what the two of them were discussing. Chio Wu casually brushed the question aside. Jian eventually decided that the loss was manageable, and suggested they simply treat the situation like being bitten by a stray dog. Chio Wu angrily muttered that a mad dog only understood a beating with a club. Trying to calm the atmosphere, Jian suggested grabbing alcohol from the cellar and drinking together. Chio Wu reluctantly agreed to let things go for now, though he asked what they would do if the Blood Axe sect tried the same thing again. Jian calmly replied that if it happened again, they would indeed have to pick up the club. At that very moment, the front door of the butcher's shop was violently kicked open. A group of men entered, and their leader smugly announced that it had taken some effort to find the place. Haiyan immediately recognized them as members of the Blood Axe sect. Chio Wu narrowed his eyes and asked whether they had followed Haiyan back to the shop. The realization shocked Haiyan. Jian immediately ushered Haiyan inside and told him to stay out of the way while they handled the situation. Meanwhile, Chio Wu smiled at the intruders and casually asked what had brought them there. The leader explained that since they had recently collected payment money, it was now time to pay their taxes. Chiyo Wu questioned what taxes they were talking about, pointing out that they already paid enough. The man clarified that he did not mean government taxes, but theirs. Realizing the situation, Chiyo Wu bluntly accused them of extortion. The leader arrogantly claimed that the butcher's shop only operated safely because the Blood Axe sect protected it. According to him, such protection required effort, so the shop owners should pay fairly for the arrangement. He described it as a mutually beneficial partnership. Chiyo Wu mocked the long explanation and told him to simply call it protection money. The man agreed and declared that they were finally speaking the same language. Chiyo Wu then stepped forward and coldly remarked that he did not remember ever asking for protection. As he released his overwhelming aura, he asked the men to look carefully and decide whether he seemed like someone who needed protection from anyone. The leader immediately became nervous. Deep inside, he could not understand how a mere butcher could possess such terrifying pressure. Chiyo Wu sneered at them as pathetic scumbags before casually grabbing a slab of meat hanging nearby and hurling it straight at the leader. The sheer force behind the throw blasted the leader and his subordinates out through the front door. Stepping outside afterward, Chiyo Wu shouted that if they ever returned, he would wring every last one of their necks. Terrified, the gang members fled without looking back. Watching them run away, Chiyo Wu burst into laughter. Jian asked whether he had enjoyed himself. Chiyo Wu admitted that the sheer stupidity of beggars demanding protection money had been too amusing to ignore. He explained that he had actually held back because of the younger members of the household, and claimed he had merely sent the intruders away with some kind words. Jian dryly pointed out that throwing them through the front door hardly counted as kindness. Chiyo Wu simply argued that they had still walked away alive. Afterward, Chiyo Wu asked how Haiyan was doing. Jian explained that Haiyan still had not calmed down and had never expected the Blood Axe sect to come directly to their home. According to him, the gang had become increasingly bold lately. Chiyo Wu asked if Jian was really willing to let things continue like this when trouble was already reaching their doorstep. Jian narrowed his eyes and thought silently for a moment before finally deciding that enough was enough. Calmly, he announced that it was time to pick up the club. The statement caught Chiyo Wu completely off guard. Later that night, the scene shifted to the Blood Axe sect headquarters. Chiyo Wu observed the martial artists guarding the entrance, and mocked them for trying to imitate a real martial arts sect. Without alerting the guards, he and Jian slipped inside unnoticed. As they moved through the compound, Chiyo Wu quietly asked what the plan was. Jian replied that they would keep things quiet, finish quickly, and leave. Chiyo Wu chuckled and remarked that it was a perfect night for work. Jian agreed, noting how the moonlight illuminated everything clearly. Spotting their destination ahead, he told Chiyo Wu to make it quick as the two continued deeper into the sect grounds. They spotted 3 guards standing outside the building's entrance. Before the guards could react, 3 stones flew through the air and struck them in the head, knocking them unconscious instantly. Seeing this, Jian calmly told Chiyo Wu to move them away just in case. Chiyo Wu picked up the unconscious guards and dragged them aside. As he returned, he remarked that the heavy security confirmed this was definitely the right place. He also found it strange that after so many people had died there a few days earlier, these men did not seem frightened at all. Jian replied that anyone who cared about such things would never have taken over this place to begin with. Chiyo Wu then approached the wall and casually threw the unconscious guards outside before quickly returning. Jian told him it was time to go in, and the two headed inside. A short while later, they arrived at a bedroom where a middle-aged man was sleeping loudly between 2 young women. Seeing the scene, Chiyo Wu's expression darkened as he muttered that the man was living like a prince. Jian immediately raised his hand and infused it with aura before directing it toward the 2 women, sending them into a deep sleep. Afterward, he told Chiyo Wu to wake the man up. Without hesitation, Chiyo Wu kicked the sleeping man directly in the groin. The man jolted awake with a scream of agony. Chiyo Wu grabbed him by the hair and hurled him off the bed onto the floor. Watching this, Jian commented that even if Chiyo Wu was jealous, that had gone a little too far. Chiyo Wu casually claimed it had been an accident. Groaning in pain, the man shouted for his guards and demanded to know where they were. Jian stepped closer and informed him that it was useless since no sound from the room would escape outside. He then asked if the man was the leader of the Blood Axe gang. The man remained silent. Chio Wu picked up a bottle of alcohol from a nearby table and took a drink before warning the man to answer before he made sure he could never speak again. Terrified, the man immediately bowed his head and admitted that he was indeed the gang's leader. Jian nodded and stated that they had found the right place. He then asked if the leader knew why they had come. The leader nervously admitted that he did not. Chio Wu suddenly hurled a glass toward him while sarcastically congratulating him. Just before the glass struck the leader's head, Jian used his aura to shatter it into tiny fragments. Jian told Chio Wu to stop fooling around. Witnessing the display, the leader trembled in fear as he realized the two men were martial masters. Jian then calmly explained that he had no interest in the Blood Axe Gang or the Righteous Heart Association and had no desire to take the leader's position. He only wanted to live quietly and peacefully like everyone else, but troublesome things kept getting in his way. The leader quickly promised that if Jian simply gave the order, he would take care of everything immediately. Jian replied that he would trust him, then casually brought up the protection money the gang had recently been collecting throughout the market. The leader admitted that it was true. Jian told him he was not demanding that they stop entirely, but they should at least keep things reasonable. If they only collected the same amount that the Righteous Heart Association used to take, there would be no problems. The leader hesitated. Seeing this, Chio Wu asked whether it was too difficult and offered to make things easier for him. The threat immediately made the leader nervous. He explained that although he wanted to agree, it was not something he could decide on his own. Chio Wu grabbed him by the head and demanded to know what nonsense he was talking about since he was supposedly the boss. The leader hurriedly explained that although he was the boss, he could not make every decision himself. Jian immediately understood and stated that it was because of the Flying Dagger Society. Chio Wu recalled the group from before and mentioned that suspicious-looking men had recently been wandering around the market. The leader was shocked that they even knew about the hidden dragon unit. Jian asked whether the Flying Dagger Society members were still around. The leader explained that they had already withdrawn, but the Blood Axe Gang still had to send them money every month. Jian simply told him to reduce the amount. The leader stared at him in confusion. Jian clarified that he meant the gang's share. Even after lowering it, they would still have more than enough money to survive. The leader hesitated once again. Chio Wu tightened his grip on the man's head and warned him that if he disliked the arrangement, they could always replace him with someone else. Panicking, the leader immediately agreed to follow Jian's instructions. Chio Wu finally released him and praised him for making the smart choice, adding that if he had tried anything clever, he really would have smashed his head against the floor. Chio Wu then remembered the unpaid debt, and reminded Jian that they still needed to collect the overdue tab. Jian turned to the leader and asked about the large feast the gang had recently held, mentioning how much meat they must have consumed. The leader reluctantly admitted it. Jian pointed out that after stuffing themselves like that, they should at least pay properly instead of trying to avoid the bill. The leader remained silent. Jian walked over to the wall and carefully observed the room. After a moment, he pointed toward a painting and remarked that it was probably there. Chio Wu approached the painting and casually declared that they could simply check. With a single punch, he destroyed both the painting and the wall behind it. The leader nervously gritted his teeth. Behind the shattered wall was a hidden room filled with money. Seeing the stash, Chio Wu called the leader insane and questioned why he had raised protection fees despite already having such wealth. Jian told him to leave the rest alone since they only intended to take what belonged to them. He collected 3 bags of money and tossed them onto the floor, stating that it was payment for the meat. The leader nearly choked in disbelief at the ridiculous excuse. Jian then threw down several more bags and calmly added that the rest was interest for the delayed payment. Meanwhile, the leader could only grind his teeth helplessly as his fortune disappeared. Chio Wu stuffed the bags into a larger sack and jokingly suggested charging medical expenses as well since it was unfair to get beaten up while collecting money. Jian agreed and picked up a box filled with expensive valuables like gold chains before handing it to Chio Wu, saying it would cover the hospital bill. The leader noticed that there were still 2 large boxes and another bag of money left on the shelf and tried to reassure himself that enough remained. At that moment, Chio Wu suddenly grabbed him by the collar and hurled him into the shelf. The impact sent him crashing to the floor. Smiling, Chio Wu declared that they now needed to factor in the cost of his life as well. Terrified, the leader scrambled toward the remaining bag of money and offered it up immediately. Chiyo Wu casually cleaned his ear with a finger and told him to do whatever he thought was necessary, adding that if it was still not enough, they could always start chopping off arms and legs. Shocked by the threat, the leader quickly surrendered the remaining bag and both large boxes. Chiyo Wu tied the massive sack shut and lifted it effortlessly while laughing that the leader might actually amount to something since he at least understood the value of his own life. Jian stated that since they had taken everything they needed, it was time to leave. The leader stared blankly at the completely empty shelves in shock. Before leaving, Jian used sound transmission directly into the leader's mind and warned him to keep his mouth shut if he wanted to stay alive. If he ever spoke about what had happened that night, he would die. To emphasize the warning, Jian flicked a leaf infused with aura. The leaf pierced straight through the wall in front of the trembling leader. Chiyo Wu added that they had treated him kindly enough already, so they should not have to deal with him again. He warned that if the gang caused trouble again, they would simply replace them with someone else. Jian agreed, remarking that things should remain peaceful for a while now. The scene then shifted to the Tongchen demonic cult's Machian pavilion. A man suddenly crashed through the doors after being struck by someone powerful enough to smash both the doors and the man himself into the hall. The injured figure was none other than Lord Hakan. A young man named Guan calmly stepped inside and remarked that if they had simply stepped aside peacefully, things would not have become so awkward. He then greeted his uncle, saying it had been a long time. Sitting silently upon the throne was his uncle, Guan Hyo, the instructor of the heaven-reaching demonic cult. Guan observed that even Lord Hakan had been defeated so easily, exactly as he had expected. At that moment, Guan Pei, one of Guan Hyo's loyal guards, stepped forward and furiously demanded to know whether Guan understood where he was and what he had done. Guan merely replied that Guan Pei had never been good at reading the atmosphere. Enraged, Guan Pei demanded to know what he meant. Guan calmly explained that this was not the time for shouting and glaring but the time to fear for one's life. With a furious roar, Guan Pei unsheathed his sword and charged forward while insulting Guan as a rootless wretch. Before he could even reach his target, a sword pierced straight through his stomach. Guan Pei collapsed to the floor in agony. Guan coldly remarked that calling him rootless was excessive since the divine demon clan rightfully belonged to him as the son of the late cult leader, not to his uncle who had occupied the empty throne immediately after his father's death. Guan Hyo remained silent for a long moment before finally admitting that there was nothing he could say that would not sound like an excuse. Guan smiled faintly and said that was exactly what he liked about his uncle. Unlike the fool lying on the floor, Guan Hyo understood the situation. Guan Hyo then admitted that there was still one thing he wished to ask. Guan allowed him to speak freely. Guan Hyo stated that although he was old, he was not weak enough to fall so easily. He wanted to know why everyone had betrayed him. Guan glanced back at the subordinates standing behind him and calmly explained that the leaders of the loyal Demon Corps and the Front Demon Corps had already been his men for a long time. Furthermore, 1/3 of the Elders' Council had supported him from the beginning according to his father's plans. To subdue the remaining elders, they had merely borrowed assistance from someone Guan Hyo knew very well. At that moment, another figure entered the hall while dragging someone by the hair. The newcomer casually threw the injured man in front of Guan Hyo. The moment Guan Hyo saw the bloodied figure, he immediately recognized him as Cho Jiang and hurried to support him. Cho Jiang coughed up blood weakly. The mysterious newcomer coldly remarked that Cho Jiang was not dead yet, so there was no need to panic. He then removed his hood. The instant Guan Hyo saw his face, his eyes widened in shock as he recognized the Northern Heavenly Sword Demon. Unable to believe it, Guan Hyo demanded to know how he could possibly be there. The Northern Heavenly Sword Demon asked whether Guan Hyo truly believed everything would end so easily. He declared that Guan Hyo had never understood him at all. Then, with burning rage in his eyes, he shouted that he could not die until he repaid what he owed Sama Jian. Not even the King of Hell himself would be able to stop him. Guan unsheathed his sword and struck Guan Hyo down in a single motion. The cult leader's body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. A smile spread across Guan face as he declared that with both the cult leader and the Council of Elders eliminated, taking complete control of the cult was now only a matter of time. At that moment, A man dressed in red rushed into the hall and knelt before him to deliver a report. The Northern Heavenly Sword Demon ordered the man to speak and asked whether the remaining resistance forces had been neutralized. The subordinate reported that most of them had been eliminated, but several individuals had escaped from the treasure vault carrying the sacred relics. They had also taken the Heavenly Demon Ring. Hearing this, Guan Ung's expression darkened in surprise as he demanded to know what had happened. The subordinate continued by explaining that they had managed to track the fugitives, but the one carrying the relics had separated from the main group during the escape. Guan Ung clenched his teeth in anger and declared that the heirloom of their founding ancestor, and the sword symbolizing the leader of the Tongshan demonic cult absolutely had to be recovered. Only by possessing them could he truly establish himself as the legitimate successor of the Heavenly Demon. He then demanded to know the thief's identity. The subordinate answered that it was No John of the Divine Demonic Unit. The moment Guan Ung heard the name, a faint smile appeared on his face. He wondered whether No John might actually be heading towards Sama Jian. Meanwhile, back at the butcher shop, a middle-aged man arrived and learned that Old Man So had passed away. Upon hearing the news, he immediately muttered that this would become troublesome. He then asked who was running the butcher shop now. Gina explained that her older brothers had taken over the business. The man nodded thoughtfully and remarked that this created quite a dilemma. As he turned to leave the shop while glancing back, he accidentally bumped into Chiyo Wu. Startled, he immediately apologized to the large man. Chiyo Wu chuckled and assured him that it was perfectly fine. Jian then approached and noticed the man leaving empty-handed. He apologized and explained that they currently did not have the specific cut of meat he was looking for. The man clarified that he had not come to buy meat. Jian asked why he had come then. Gina explained that the visitor was from the Hahu clan and had come to recruit a head butcher. Jian asked whether he had been searching for Old Man So, the previous owner. The man confirmed that he had. Every year around that time, the Hahu clan ordered Sohung liquor and invited Old Man So to help prepare for the clan's main family banquet. They had done so for over 20 years, so he had never imagined the old butcher would pass away. Jian realized that the banquet was for the great lord's 70th birthday celebration. The man looked surprised and asked how Jian knew that. Jian explained that before his death, Old Man So had left behind instructions. He had specifically mentioned that members of the Hahu clan would eventually visit, and had asked Jian's group to assist them as best they could. The man reacted with visible surprise. Jian then told Chiyo Wu to bring him the letter. After Chiyo Wu handed it over, Jian passed it to the visitor, explaining that Old Man So had left it behind for anyone from the Hahu clan who came searching for him. The man read the letter aloud. In it, Old Man So stated that his personally chosen successors possessed skills equal to his own, and could be fully trusted with the work. After reading it, the man thought that if Old Man So himself vouched for them, then that was reassuring. Still, he warned Jian that the banquet held every year for the great lord's birthday was enormous, but this year's celebration would be on an entirely different scale. The amount of food and meat required would exceed imagination. He then asked whether they were truly confident. Jian calmly replied that they would do their absolute best. Although the phrase itself was ordinary, the man strangely found Jian reliable. He informed them that the banquet would begin on the upcoming full moon, and warned them not to arrive late. Several days before the great lord's birthday banquet, Jian and Chiyo Wu arrived in Jinhua, Zhejiang province, at the Hahu clan estate. The moment Chiyo Wu saw the place, he shouted in amazement that it looked less like a residence, and more like a massive fortress. Jian admitted that it was incredible. In all his life, he had never imagined a place larger than the Red Flame clan. While observing the guards at the entrance, Chiyo Wu commented that even a mere gatekeeper radiated tremendous aura. The guard reminded him of someone else. Jian asked who he meant. Chiyo Wu replied that the guard resembled No John. Jian looked closer and realized it was true. Their faces, physiques, and even the way they held their swords against their chests were almost identical. He remarked that he would have believed they were brothers. Chiyo Wu laughed and admitted that he suddenly missed No John. It had always been entertaining putting him in his place whenever he tried acting tough. He then wondered how the rest of the group was doing before noticing the overwhelming number of people gathered there. Jian explained that Jinhua was already a major city, and with a banquet of this scale, merchants from all the surrounding regions had flocked there as well. Chiyo Wu questioned what kind of celebration lasted for 3 entire days, though he admitted there would at least be plenty to eat and watch. After hearing about the martial arts tournament, he jokingly suggested participating. Jian sighed and told him not to be ridiculous since he would probably turn the entire tournament grounds into a crime scene. Chiyo Wu grinned and promised to go easy on everyone. Jian immediately rejected the idea again, pointing out that someone of Chiyo Wu's size could not possibly hide his strength simply by going easy. Flustered, Chiyo Wu finally gave up and wandered over to a nearby stall to buy sugar candy. After popping the candy into his mouth, he happily chewed on it while Jian mocked him for acting like a child. At that moment, one of the gatekeepers stopped them and politely asked where they had come from and what business they had with the Hahu clan. Chiyo Wu immediately responded that if the guard was truly sorry, then he should not ask questions. Before he could continue, Jian quickly covered his mouth to stop him from speaking further. Jian politely explained that they were from Sohung and had been invited because a head butcher was needed for the banquet preparations. The gatekeeper narrowed his eyes while observing them carefully. He remembered hearing something from the vice steward about replacement butchers. Although the two looked more like bandits than workers, either seemed to possess martial arts training. Meanwhile, Jian loudly scolded Chiyo Wu again for his terrible temper. Chiyo Wu obediently apologized to his boss. Satisfied, the gatekeeper allowed them to enter. Some time later, preparations for the banquet were underway. A man dressed in red robes walked through the area complaining that he had originally planned to drink with that old geezer while grumbling together about the great lord forcing him to serve as a judge for the martial arts tournament. The man was Hahu Gak, one of the 3 martial eccentrics, known as the Sword Freak. Following behind him was his grandson, Hahu Yun. Yun tried to calm him down by saying that since Old Man so personally recommended the replacements, their skills were surely exceptional. Gak immediately snapped at him, asking whether he thought he was upset merely because of meat. Yun asked what else it could possibly be. Grinding his teeth, Gak shouted that his friend had died and demanded to know how he was supposed to feel at peace after that. Hearing this, Yun privately thought that although the two had spoken often, their enormous difference in status had never made them seem like true friends. Noticing Yun's silence, Gak asked whether the word friend sounded so strange to him. Yun honestly admitted that it did. He had never thought they had spent enough time together to form such a deep bond. Gak angrily replied that friendship was not measured by time but by heart. Even so, he pointed out that he had still known Old Man so for 20 years, long enough for the world itself to change twice over. Yun immediately pointed out that Gak had just claimed time was unimportant. Gak shouted at him to stop talking nonsense, and ordered him to follow. The two then entered the area where the banquet food was being prepared. A short while later, Gak spotted Jian calmly sitting beside a large buffalo that was eating grass from a wooden feeding box. Gak remarked that this was supposedly the man his old friend had recommended. He intended to personally see whether the butcher's skills truly matched the praise he had received. He recalled how Old Man so used to describe slaughtering as the final feast of life's journey. Jian calmly placed a pin against the buffalo's head and struck it once with a hammer, killing the massive beast instantly. Gak's eyes widened in surprise as he admitted that the man had clearly been trained properly. Yun agreed, calling the technique incredibly skilled. Gak corrected him by saying it went far beyond simple skill. Jian's movements had been so clean and precise that they were almost frightening. Moments later, Chiyo Wu casually lifted the entire buffalo by himself and dropped it into an enormous wooden drum before carrying the heavy container aside alone. Yun stared in disbelief at the monstrous display of strength. Gak remarked that Chiyo Wu possessed the strength to pluck mountains and an aura to cover the world. Yun argued that such a feat could not possibly be achieved through raw physical strength alone. Gak agreed that it was absolutely impossible. Suddenly, he gathered aura into his right hand and launched an attack directly toward Chiyo Wu. Seeing this, Yun immediately realized that it was the realm of spirit-breaking intent. He wondered whether the giant butcher would dodge or counterattack. Instead, Chiyo Wu simply punched forward without moving from his spot, instantly shattering the incoming aura attack. Yun's eyes widened in shock. He could hardly believe someone was facing the aura of one of the 3 martial eccentrics without even flinching. Gak laughed in amusement, and remarked that things had become interesting. Jian calmly told him to stop playing around because he would not be able to hold Xiao Wu back a second time. Gok smirked and asked whether that meant Jian had gone easy on him, and whether he should feel grateful for it. Jian replied that he was only concerned about the banquet preparations being delayed. Gok's eyes sharpened as he stated that it no longer mattered. The two were clearly no ordinary butchers. He then demanded to know who they really were. Xiao Wu grinned in frustration and stated that the old man had quite a mouth on him, questioning who he thought he was. Hearing that, Gok became surprised and explained that he had entered the world with his sword at 18, and by 50, his name had been carved into the annals of the Murim's top 100 experts. Since gaining the title of the Mad Sword, it was the first time in his life he had been treated with such disrespect. Xiao Wu replied that he did not care about titles like Mad Sword. After seeing Gok's earlier display, he believed he already understood his level and suggested they simply stay out of each other's way. Gok became nervous at those words and fell silent. Xiao Wu continued by saying that if Gok wanted to settle things immediately, he had no objections. Before the situation could escalate further, Jian quickly covered Xiao Wu's mouth with his hand and addressed Gok calmly. He explained that they were from the Hahu clan and had not come to cause trouble or pick a fight. They only wished to return to their work. Gok questioned whether that was really possible. He pointed out that some random butcher had blocked a strike he had poured his heart and soul into without even breaking a sweat. Suspicious, he demanded to know who they truly were and what they were doing there. Jian answered that they were merely butchers from Sohang. Their purpose was exactly as it appeared. They were there to prepare meat and earn a living. They wanted nothing more than to live quiet and ordinary lives and had only ended up there because of work. He then asked Gok to do them a favor and pretend he had never seen them. Gok asked what would happen if he refused. Jian calmly asked what it was that Gok wanted from them. Gok smiled and replied that there was only one thing a man who had spent his life with a blade desired. With that, he turned and told them to follow him. A little while later, Gok led them out of the clan grounds and into a nearby forest. After walking deeper into the woods, he picked up a wooden stick from the ground and announced that they should begin. Jian bent down, picked up a wooden stick of his own, and entered a fighting stance. Before the duel could begin, Xiao Wu grabbed Jian's hand and protested that this arrangement was not right. Confused, Jian asked what he meant. Xiao Wu explained that there was supposed to be a process for these matters. In his eyes, someone of Gok's level did not deserve to challenge the boss directly, and he could not simply stand aside and watch. Jian pointed out that among all the enemies they had faced, only a handful had ever reached Gok's level. Xiao Wu replied that he had handled most of those opponents himself anyway, while Jian had only stepped in against a few, including the North Heaven Sword Demon. Mentioning the old enemy caused him to remark that he still had unfinished business with him, and wondered if he remained as strong as before. Jian answered that a man like the North Heaven Sword Demon would not fall so easily and was likely hiding somewhere, waiting for the chance to reclaim his former glory. Xiao Wu chuckled and declared that he would personally send the man to hell one day. Since that was the case, he insisted on taking this old geezer for himself, saying he was finally starting to feel alive again. Jian sighed and questioned how their conversation had ended up like this. Stepping forward, Xiao Wu explained that fighting stronger opponents was the best way to sharpen one's edge. Lately, everything had begun to feel sluggish, as though he had lost his touch. Jian chuckled and told him to do whatever he wanted, though he doubted the old man had any interest in fighting him. Smiling confidently, Xiao Wu replied that he would make sure Gok became interested. He then called out to the old man and asked if he had heard everything. Gok gritted his teeth in frustration and admitted that he had expected something like this. However, he never imagined that in his old age he would be treated with such disrespect. To him, it was a tremendous insult. Raising 2 fingers and a thumb, Xiao Wu declared that Gok should not misunderstand. He was only willing to fight because the old man possessed some genuine skill. He then generously offered Gok a 3-hit head start, and told him to attack with everything he had. Gok coldly remarked that Xiao Wu was arrogant, though he would accept the generosity as a sign of respect toward the elderly. With that, Gok infused the wooden stick with his aura and activated his technique, Sky-Piercing Heavenly Flame. The moment Jian sensed the pressure radiating from the technique, he became serious. The overwhelming aura reminded him of the Jogyam clan. Meanwhile, Chiyo Wu smiled excitedly as he watched the aura gather around Gok's weapon and silently apologized to Jian. Gok suddenly rushed forward and attacked while thinking that Chiyo Wu had a lot of nerve to look down on him. The blazing aura exploded outward and struck Chiyo Wu directly, forcing him backward from the impact. Despite taking the attack head-on with his body, Chiyo Wu only grew more exhilarated and shouted for more. Gok stared in shock. He had poured nearly all his strength into that strike, yet the man before him remained standing. He could not help but wonder if Chiyo Wu's body was literally made of steel. Chiyo Wu commented that the attack had almost been dangerous for a moment, but it still fell far short of his expectations. If that was truly all Gok had, then he could only say he was disappointed. Gok became even more stunned as he realized that Chiyo Wu had mastered an outer art. However, he could not comprehend how such a thing was possible. Without another word, Gok shifted into a new stance. His aura raged like wildfire as he unleashed the technique known as Nine Dragons Slaying Sword, slaying dragon blood. Several violent aura blasts shot toward Chiyo Wu as Gok shouted that he wanted to see if his opponent could still endure this. In response, Chiyo Wu coated his fists in blue aura and activated the 16 Emperor's collapsing fists. His barrage of punches collided directly against the incoming aura blasts, creating a massive explosion of force. Immediately afterward, Chiyo Wu launched several aura attacks of his own toward Gok. Gok defended himself with a wooden stick, using his swordsmanship to block every strike. Without hesitation, Gok counterattacked once again with another variation of the slaying dragon technique. Seeing the incoming assault, Chiyo Wu entered a stance and unleashed a devastating fist strike that triggered an enormous explosion. When the dust finally settled, Chiyo Wu coughed up blood before grinning widely. He admitted that the old man was not bad at all and remarked that it had been a long time since he had last seen his own blood. Gok stared at him in disbelief. Even though he had been unable to unleash the full force of the final strike, he had still put everything he had into it. Yet the damage he managed to inflict was barely anything. He wondered if Chiyo Wu had already reached the pinnacle of the diamond body, though he reminded himself that even the strongest shield could eventually be broken. When Gok failed to respond, Chiyo Wu casually asked whether the old man was already giving up. Gok rejected the idea immediately and told Chiyo Wu to save his pity for someone else. He promised to show him just how fragile that supposedly powerful body truly was. Hearing that, Chiyo Wu became even more excited and declared that now they were finally getting serious. At that moment, Jian suddenly sensed something wrong and urgently warned Chiyo Wu to use the Asura's heavenly chi immediately. Chiyo Wu asked if the situation was truly that serious. Despite his doubt, he activated the Asura heavenly chi and unleashed a murderous strike toward Gok. At the same time, Gok prepared his own ultimate attack and launched it directly at Chiyo Wu. Watching the clash unfold, Jian became deeply alarmed. He recognized the technique as one designed for internal destruction and realized that if things continued like this, someone was going to die. Their attacks collided head-on, releasing a massive aura explosion that shook the surroundings and could be seen from far away. As the dust finally settled, both Gok and Chiyo Wu were left stunned when they saw Jian standing between them, blocking both attacks at the same time. Blood dripped from Jian's mouth as he coughed heavily. Seeing that, Chiyo Wu immediately became nervous and asked if he was all right. Jian wiped the blood from his lips and replied that he clearly did not look fine, though there was no need to worry because he would not die so easily. Despite the injury, he admitted that Chiyo Wu's skills had definitely become sharper. Chiyo Wu chuckled and explained that since Jian had been complaining about him becoming rusty, he had worked extra hard. Gok, both confused and irritated by the entire situation, demanded to know exactly what Jian had done. Jian calmly answered that the situation had become too dangerous, forcing him to intervene. Unable to understand his reasoning, Gok questioned why Jian would interfere simply because it was dangerous. In his view, every duel involved danger from the very beginning. Jian replied that a simple duel should have been enough to settle matters and questioned why they had to risk their lives over it. Gok stubbornly insisted that his match with Chiyo Wu was not over yet. However, Jian told him that the outcome had already become clear and that Gok himself understood that better than anyone. He pointed out that Gok had already seen enough of Chiyo Wu's abilities to satisfy his curiosity. After fighting to his heart's content, There was no reason to continue obsessing over victory. Hearing those words, Gok quietly repeated the phrase about obsessing over victory. Suddenly, old memories resurfaced in his mind. He recalled the clear skies on the day he had first left the clan carrying nothing but a single sword. Throughout his life, he had experienced not only glory but countless defeats and hardships as well. Now, after witnessing Jian casually intervene in a clash between himself and Qiu Wu, he realized the young man's martial arts had already reached a completely different realm. Even among experts of their caliber, such a feat should have been impossible. Gok then remembered Jian's earlier words about wanting nothing more than a quiet and ordinary life. Thinking back on that conversation, Gok found himself shaken. Despite possessing overwhelming strength, Jian still desired a peaceful life. Compared to someone like him, Gok felt strangely insignificant. The aura surrounding Gok suddenly faded away in Flusterian. Watching this, Qiu Wu loudly complained about what kind of nonsense this was. Before he could continue speaking, Jian immediately covered his mouth and ordered him to stay quiet. After taking a moment to calm himself, Gok looked toward Jian and admitted that he owed him one. Jian respectfully bowed and replied that it had been an honor. Meanwhile, Qiu Wu grumbled that despite doing all the hard work, someone else was receiving all the benefits. He reminded Gok not to forget what he had promised. Gok assured him that he would repay them tenfold, and then told them to stop wasting time so they could head back. With that, the three of them returned together. A little later, after arriving back at the clan grounds, Yun approached Gok and asked where he had gone. Gok noticed the gloomy expression on Yun's face and questioned what was bothering him. Yun complained that he had not even been able to finish watching Gok's duel before his father suddenly called him over and ordered him to participate in the upcoming martial arts tournament. Gok asked whether he meant the tournament being held for the celebration. Yun confirmed it with a frustrated nod. Gok casually suggested that he simply refuse, pointing out that Yun usually ignored his father's orders anyway, so there was no reason to sulk now. Yun explained that this time was different because the order had come directly from the very top. Surprised, Gok asked if he meant the great leader himself. Yun confirmed it, and admitted that although he had tried everything possible to refuse, it seemed impossible to escape this time. Gok stared at him in disbelief and questioned whether he truly had the courage to think about defying the great leader. Yun shamelessly explained that he had used Gok's name as an excuse, claiming that if they wanted him to participate, they would first need permission from his great-grandfather. Gok let out a deep sigh and muttered that the brat was truly unbelievable. Off to the side, Qiu Wu whispered to Jian that while the elder seemed slightly insane, the kid himself was also quite troublesome. Jian quietly agreed, admitting that Yun was an interesting brat and that his martial arts skills were not bad either. Meanwhile, Yun excitedly shifted the conversation and explained that since the tournament was being held for the great leader's 10th birthday celebration, the rewards were unbelievably valuable. Gok commented that gifts from all across the world were probably being gathered as tournament prizes. Usually, the grand prize would be a masterwork sword, though it appeared they had prepared something different this time. Yun explained that while a sword was still included, an additional special reward had also been added. Curious, Gok asked what the secondary reward was. Yun explained that earlier, while returning from meeting his father, he had seen the chief steward carrying a strange-looking plant. According to what he heard, it was meant to be the special prize for the tournament champion. Gok guessed that it was probably some kind of spirit herb. Yun admitted he was not entirely sure whether it was a spirit herb, though he remembered the strange name after thinking about it for a moment. Finally recalling it, he revealed that it was called the 1,000-year fire spirit herb. The moment Jian heard that name, his expression changed in surprise. Memories of the physician's earlier explanation immediately resurfaced in his mind. The 1,000-year fire spirit herb was considered the highest-grade spirit herb of its kind, an extraordinary treasure that was both priceless and nearly impossible to obtain. After hearing the explanation, Gok also became surprised and remarked that if it truly was the 1,000-year fire spirit herb, then it was a legendary elixir. At that moment, Jian suddenly stepped forward and respectfully asked Gok for a favor. Later that night, deep within one of the clan mansions, a young man presented a list of finalists to his father, explaining that it had been delivered by the vice hall master. His father, Ha Husung, accepted the list and began reading through the names. After seeing names such as Namgung Hak, Tang Chiul-yang, and aka Du, his expression darkened. Immediately closing the list, he angrily remarked that the other clans were clearly trying to ruin their tournament. His son, John, informed him that Yun was still refusing to participate. Sung sighed heavily, calling the situation a headache. At that moment, the doors suddenly opened and someone entered without permission. John instantly became furious and demanded to know who dared enter like that. However, before he could continue, Sung quickly stopped him, shocking him completely. The person who had entered was none other than Gok. Both father and son immediately bowed respectfully. Sung greeted Gok respectfully, noting that it had been a long time. John also greeted his great-grandfather politely. Gok brushed aside the formalities and ordered John to leave the room because he had private matters to discuss with Sung. John obediently bowed and left immediately. After taking a seat, Gok decided to speak directly and questioned why Yun had been chosen. He pointed out that Sung already had sons of his own and that the main family possessed many talented martial artists. Sung explained that the 4 great clans were determined to humiliate their main branch during the tournament. Gok asked if they had truly sent their strongest young experts. Sung confirmed it, and explained that they were not ordinary fighters. The Namgung clan alone had sent the youngest son of the Sword God, whose abilities were rumored to have already surpassed even his father's prime years. It was not just the Namgung clan either. The Tang clan, the Hebeipan clan, and the Shandongyu clan had all dispatched their greatest young geniuses. Gok laughed, commenting that their betrayal during the previous alliance leader election must have wounded the clans more deeply than expected. Sung agreed with that assumption and admitted that among the younger generation, only Yun stood a chance against those monsters. Since Gok himself had trained Yun personally, nobody understood his talent better. Gok sighed and muttered that the slippery little brat had cornered him perfectly by using the one excuse he could not reject. Eventually, he agreed to handle the matter personally and make sure Yun entered the tournament. Sung thanked him sincerely. However, Gok then revealed that he had a request of his own. Despite registration already being closed, he asked whether one more name could still be added. Sung answered that exceptions could always be made and that such matters were flexible. Gok handed him a letter and told him to add another participant, confidently betting his own life on that person's abilities. Curious, Sung asked who the individual was. Without answering directly, Gok began walking toward the exit while saying that there was no need to investigate the person's past. He only stated that the young man would become an important asset to the clan and a positive influence on Yun. After Gok left, Sung opened the letter and looked at the name written inside. The name was Yeo Rang. Confused, Sung muttered that he had never heard the name before. In reality, it was simply the identity Jian had chosen for his disguise. The following morning, the scene shifted to the residence where Jian and Xiao Wu were staying. Standing in front of a mirror, Jian carefully altered his appearance, disguising himself as Yeo Rang in preparation for the tournament. Watching him, Xiao Wu casually asked if the boss was ready to go. Jian turned toward Xiao Wu after completing his disguise. The moment Xiao Wu saw his face, he recognized it as the same disguise Jian had used during the raid on the Golden Tiger stronghold. Jian asked whether anyone would still recognize him with this appearance. Xiao Wu admitted that he was not entirely sure. Someone with a sharp eye might still notice a resemblance. If Jian was that worried, he suggested changing the disguise completely instead of using the same one again. Jian explained that he was not fully accustomed to changing his appearance yet, and his bone-shifting technique was far from high level. Xiao Wu dismissed the concern and pointed out that nobody would ever suspect that famous tournament champions and ordinary butchers like them were the same people. He told Jian to stop worrying and fight seriously. Once he finished butchering the meat, he planned to come watch and cheer him on. Jian questioned what Xiao Wu meant by going all out. Xiao Wu chuckled and explained that most opponents would probably collapse from a single tap, so he actually needed to be more careful about holding back. Jian simply acknowledged his words. Some time later, Jian arrived at the tournament arena. As he looked around, he silently admired the place. The entire ground had been paved with smooth stone slabs, making it neither slippery nor straining on the eyes. The Haha clan must have spent a fortune constructing such an arena. Jian imagined that if Xiao Wu saw it, he would call it a wasteful display of money, though Jian personally thought the arena looked impressive. While he was observing the surroundings, a referee approached and asked whether he was there to compete before demanding his name. Jian calmly introduced himself as Yeo Rang. The referee checked the participant list and quickly found the name. He informed Jian that he was scheduled for the very first match. The preliminary bout would begin immediately after the opening remarks, and his opponent had not yet arrived. If the opponent failed to appear soon, they would automatically forfeit. While waiting, Jian silently observed the crowd and concluded that very few participants truly stood out. The real experts were likely gathered elsewhere. He had heard that the young geniuses of the 5 great clans were also participating, which only made the tournament seem more entertaining. His attention then shifted toward the elders of the 5 clans seated separately in the audience. At the center sat Gok, who happily waved at Jian the moment he noticed him. Jian returned the gesture with a faint smile. Seeing Gok reminded Jian of their earlier conversation when he had requested help entering the tournament despite the registration already being closed. At that time, Gok had explained that he had personally begged the organizers to allow Jian to participate. Jian had sincerely thanked him for the favor. Afterward, Gok had asked Jian for a favor in return. Jian had immediately told him to simply ask. Gok explained that it was nothing major. Several clans were apparently planning to disrupt the festival, so he wanted Jian to teach them a lesson. At the same time, it would be a good opportunity to show Yun that there was always someone stronger in the world. Returning to the present, Jian silently resolved to win the tournament no matter what. Everything would unfold exactly as Gok desired. At that moment, the referee loudly announced the beginning of the first preliminary match and called for Yeo Rang and No Su to enter the arena immediately. Jian calmly walked toward the stage while thinking that it was finally his turn. A short while later, the 2 competitors stood facing each other in the center of the arena. Jian introduced himself as Yeo Rang. His opponent proudly declared himself No Su of the Xian clan. After spinning his spear confidently through the air, he arrogantly offered Jian the first 3 moves. Hearing such confidence, an elder wearing brown clothing laughed and called No Su an arrogant fool. The elder in blue remarked that No Su's abilities did not appear impressive enough to justify such boldness. Another elder dressed in black calmly pointed out that regardless of his attitude, No Su still belonged to the Xian clan, a family renowned for spear techniques. If he had truly mastered those arts, he would not be an easy opponent. The elder in dark green then turned toward Gok and asked for his thoughts. While casually sipping his liquor, Gok stated that No Su had completely lost his mind. The surrounding elders were shocked by such a harsh assessment, and questioned his words. Gok explained that No Su did not even understand how strong his opponent truly was, yet still dared to act so arrogantly. Meanwhile, Jian slowly unsheathed his sword and entered a fighting stance. Calmly, he stated that in that case, he would not hold back either. Seeing the stance, No Su laughed mockingly and questioned whether Jian seriously intended to defeat him with such a basic move as the fairy finger. Without responding, Jian stepped forward and thrust his sword using the fairy finger technique. Watching this, No Su internally ridiculed him for using what he considered a street thug's move. Convinced of his superiority, he rushed forward and thrust his spear toward Jian. However, the moment their weapons met, No Su's expression changed completely. Jian effortlessly redirected the spear, and before No Su realized it, the tip of Jian's sword was already resting against his neck. Gritting his teeth in frustration, No Su realized he could not create distance between them. He immediately stepped backward to escape Jian's range, yet no matter how far he retreated, Jian's sword remained only inches from his throat. Panic slowly spread across his face as he continued retreating again and again, only for the blade to follow perfectly every single time. Eventually, while stumbling backward in desperation, No Su lost his footing and fell directly out of the arena. The crowd stared in stunned silence before breaking into shocked murmurs, questioning what kind of technique they had just witnessed. Without another word, Jian calmly sheathed his sword. The elder in brown stared in disbelief and questioned how everything had ended from nothing more than the fairy finger. The elder in blue observed that Jian's sword form was flawless. Even while chasing his opponent, the tip of his sword had never wavered even slightly. The elder in black added that people capable of handling a blade at such a level were exceptionally rare. The participating martial artists were equally shocked by the overwhelming display. Meanwhile, Gok silently thought that anyone with functioning eyes should now understand the difference in skill. Whatever schemes the other clans were plotting would never succeed. The audience quickly erupted into laughter and cheers. Many mocked Nozu for boasting about giving away 3 free moves, while others demanded that the organizers stop sending weak third-rate fighters and finally bring out the real experts. Later that day, Jian returned to the residence provided by the Haha clan. The moment Chiou-Wu saw him, he asked in disbelief whether the match had already ended. While restoring his face back to its original appearance, Jian calmly confirmed that it was over. Chiou-Wu then asked who the next opponent would be. Jian explained that the second preliminary round would begin the following day, and that there would probably be no more matches today. Chiou-Wu cursed in disappointment, complaining that he had rushed all the way there for nothing. Jian replied that it was actually a good thing the match had ended quickly. Chiou-Wu chuckled and admitted that he had really wanted to witness Jian's skills properly. Jian simply suggested that he could watch tomorrow instead before inviting him out for drinks. Chiou-Wu happily agreed, though he insisted that Jian would be paying. Some time later, while pouring drinks for Jian, Chiou-Wu suddenly asked why he had chosen the name Yeo Rang for the tournament. He then reminded Jian that Yeo Rang had once been the name of the wolf they raised together within the demonic cult, and wondered whether Jian missed it. Jian quietly admitted that seeing the gatekeeper earlier had reminded him of the children from back then. Chiou-Wu agreed and confessed that he missed them too, mentioning names such as the Lightning Sword, So Surin, John, and Little Yeo Rang. He wondered what had become of all of them. The scene then shifted to a forest, where several members of the demonic cult were pursuing No John through the trees. They ordered him to stop immediately, declaring that this was a direct command from the cult leader himself. While running, No John cursed the relentless pursuit squad and complained about their persistence. He understood perfectly why they refused to give up. It was because he possessed the sacred relic. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he decided he needed to report everything to the squad leader as quickly as possible. At that moment, the pursuers finally spotted him and immediately shouted for his death. No John cursed them once more. Without hesitation, the pursuers hurled several daggers toward him. However, to their complete shock, No John vanished from sight in an instant. The daggers instead slammed harmlessly into nearby tree trunks. The pursuers frantically looked around in confusion, asking where he had disappeared to. Suddenly, No John's voice rang out from above them. Declaring that he was right there, he leapt down from the trees and unleashed several sword slashes in one swift motion, killing all of them instantly. Standing among the fallen bodies, No John coldly declared that it did not matter how many enemies they sent after him because it was all useless. After all, he was the lightning sword of the demonic cult. The next day, the scene shifted back to the tournament arena, where Jian defeated yet another opponent with overwhelming ease. The referee loudly announced that the winner was Yeo Rang, declaring that he had defeated his opponent in a single strike and advanced to the finals. Among the spectators, the Tang clan genius Chiou-Yong watched the fight in complete disbelief. Even the Namgung prodigy, who was rumored to have surpassed the legendary sword Lord Namgung at the same age, had been defeated in a single strike. Those events reminded Chiou-Yong of the warning given to him earlier by a Tang clan elder. The elder had emphasized that this opponent was far from ordinary, and instructed him to fight seriously from the very beginning. The tournament itself was meant to intimidate the branch families coveting the clan's wealth, and victory was absolutely necessary. Remembering those words, Chiou-Yong realized he could no longer hold anything back and decided he would have to use his trump card. Some time later, Jian and Chiou-Yong stood face to face in the arena for the tournament finals. The moment the match began, Chiou-Yong immediately unleashed several daggers toward Jian while internally resolving to pour all of his strength into the fight from the start. As the daggers entered range, Jian calmly entered a stance and swung his sword. Watching this, the Tang clan elder scoffed in ridicule. After the water-carving slash came the heaven-sweeping strike, yet Jian dared to challenge a clan martial art with such a basic sword technique. To the elder, it seemed utterly laughable. However, both the elder and Chiou-Yong were shocked when Jian effortlessly deflected every single dagger. Chiou-Yong could hardly believe that all of his attacks had been neutralized in a single clash. Without wasting time, Jian immediately rushed forward to continue the assault. At first, Chiou-Yong managed to dodge Jian's sword thrusts without much difficulty. But as Jian continued attacking, the pressure steadily increased. Each strike became faster and sharper, making it harder and harder for Chil-yung to evade. Realizing the situation was becoming dangerous, Chil-yung quickly leapt backward while gritting his teeth in frustration. He could not accept the idea of someone like himself losing to something as simple as the water-carving slash. Left with no other option, he slowly slipped his left hand inside his clothing. Seeing the struggle unfold, the Tang elder angrily criticized him for showing such a pathetic and flustered expression before a mere opponent despite being the heir of the clan. Then, to the elder's horror, he saw Chil-yung pull out a hidden weapon. Without hesitation, Chil-yung launched the hidden weapon toward Jian. The attack exploded upon impact, causing dust and debris to erupt across the arena and obscuring the spectators' vision entirely. When the dust finally settled, Chil-yung stared ahead in complete shock. Jian had blocked the hidden weapon as well, using nothing more than a simple cloth. Jian coldly condemned him for daring to use a killing technique during a martial arts tournament. Chil-yung stood frozen, unable to process what had just happened. Jian then declared that the victor's position belonged to him before flicking the cloth sharply, sending the hidden needles flying back toward Chil-yung. Startled, Chil-yung desperately jumped backward and fell to the ground to avoid them. Still shaken, he muttered in disbelief that Jian had completely deflected the lightning tempest. Before he could recover, Jian grabbed him by the collar and questioned whether he had prepared himself for the consequences. Immediately afterward, Jian kicked out his legs. Enraged and humiliated, Chil-yung retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Jian's face. However, Jian calmly caught his arm mid-strike and began squeezing it with terrifying force. Chil-yung screamed in agony. At that moment, Gok abruptly rose to his feet and ordered them to stop, declaring that enough was enough. Ignoring the chaos around him, Jian dragged Chil-yung toward the Tang clan's VIP seating area and calmly asked whether that was indeed the Tang clan's section. Without waiting for an answer, he hurled Chil-yung directly toward them. The Tang elder immediately caught Chil-yung and anxiously checked on him, only to realize that he had already lost consciousness. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the elder muttered about Jian's audacity. Throughout it all, Jian simply stood silently in the arena. The elder ordered his subordinates to take Chil-yung to the treatment room. While watching them carry the unconscious young man away, he forced himself to calm down and concluded that retreating for now was the wisest option. At that moment, Gok approached him and casually remarked that the weapon in his possession looked rather familiar. If he remembered correctly, it was one of the Tang clan's 10 supreme hidden weapons. The Tang elder immediately apologized and explained that members of the Tang clan were required to carry such weapons with them at all times. Gok acknowledged how valuable those weapons were to the Tang clan, but pointed out that the excuse of carrying them at all times sounded weak. If Jian had been anyone else, the situation could have ended far worse. The elder dressed in black agreed, stating that they were fortunate matters had ended with only this much damage. The elder in dark green added that the incident could have easily led to grave consequences and believed the Tang clan owed everyone a proper explanation. The Tang elder bowed deeply and apologized once more, explaining that Chil-yung was still young and overly obsessed with victory, causing him to lose control. Gok coldly remarked that the apology should be directed toward Jian instead. The Tang elder immediately bowed respectfully toward Jian and introduced himself as Tang Heijio, elder of the Tang clan. He apologized sincerely on behalf of the clan, admitting that his subordinate had panicked at the thought of defeat and committed a serious breach of etiquette. Jian accepted the apology calmly, and simply warned them to be more careful in the future. Tang Heijio expressed his gratitude for Jian's magnanimity. With a deeply flustered expression, the elder turned away while inwardly cursing the humiliation that had fallen upon the Tang clan. Shortly afterward, Gok loudly announced that the tournament had finally reached its conclusion and declared Yahello Rang the champion of the martial arts tournament. The audience erupted into cheers, shouting Jian's tournament name repeatedly. Standing proudly in the arena, Jian raised his sword while thinking that he had finally found a way to cure his little sister. Now he only needed to hurry home and give her the medicine immediately. Sometime later, Jian and Chil-Wu returned home together. The moment Haiyan saw the herb Jian carried, he immediately asked where it had come from. Jian casually replied that he had simply managed to obtain it somehow. Guangho found the answer unbelievable. According to the physician, the 1,000-year fire spirit grass was so precious that no amount of money could buy it, yet Jian was casually claiming he had merely stumbled upon it. Jian explained that luck had simply been on his side. Apparently, the elder of the Ha clan shared a deep relationship with grandfather Muang, and the elder had gifted the herb to him personally. Guangho pointed out that such a priceless treasure was not something anyone could casually hand out as a gift. Before the conversation could continue, Chiol Wu loudly interrupted and complained about being interrogated so much. He exaggerated that he had worked himself to the bones slaughtering cattle and pigs, which caused the elder to take a liking to him and hand over the herb. Besides, the herb had supposedly been intended for grandfather Muang from the start. Guangho replied that the method of obtaining it no longer mattered. What mattered was that they finally possessed the medicine capable of curing their little sister. He sincerely thanked them for all their hard work, especially after they earned so much money and acquired such an extraordinary herb. However, he then asked how exactly the herb was supposed to be consumed. Chiol Wu casually suggested that she could probably just chew and swallow it. Jian admitted that he was not entirely sure. Considering how precious the herb was, it would probably be safer to consult the physician first before using it. Gina then nervously revealed that the physician was no longer there. Surprised, Jian immediately asked what she meant. Gina explained that the previous day, the physician had departed for Suzhou to treat a retired official, and would likely not return for at least half a month. Jian questioned how she knew so much about the physician's schedule. Haiyan explained that their little sister had recently become very interested in medicine, to the point that even the physician had considered accepting her as a disciple. Hearing that, Jian smiled warmly and encouraged her to pursue anything she wished to learn without hesitation. He promised to support her fully before returning to the issue at hand and asking what they should do now. While thinking carefully, Jian noticed that the herb's color already appeared slightly duller than before. It was slowly beginning to wither. Once a miraculous herb was uprooted, preserving its medicinal properties became a race against time. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Jian concluded that they could not afford to wait another half-month. Before the herb lost its effectiveness entirely, they needed to hurry and decoct it into medicine immediately. Some time later, Jian prepared medicine from the herb and gave it to his sister, Gina, who drank it immediately. Guangho asked Gina whether it seemed to be working yet, but she wiped her face and replied that she was not sure. Jian rose from his chair and said that the medicine would probably take some time to take effect. He then headed toward the door, telling Guangho to keep watch while he went to the butcher shop. Guangho immediately agreed, while Gina wished Jian a safe trip. As Jian walked through the streets, he thought about how miraculous it was that they had managed to obtain the 1,000-year fire spirit herb. For the first time in a long while, he believed Gina could finally recover. Upon arriving near the butcher shop, Jian was surprised to see Gok and Yun standing in front of it. Gok waved cheerfully and greeted Jian, apologizing for the sudden intrusion. Jian approached them and asked what had brought him there. Gok replied that he had merely been passing through and decided to stop by for a moment. Jian invited them inside, and the group soon sat together sharing drinks. After a brief moment, Jian asked the true reason for the visit. Gok casually stated that he intended to impose on them for a while. Confused, Jian questioned what he meant by that. Yun let out a flustered sigh as Gok shot him an irritated look. Yun reluctantly pulled out a large bag of money, and Gok explained that he intended to stay there for the time being, assuring them that he had no intention of burdening them without compensation. Chiol Wu opened the bag and was stunned by the amount inside, remarking that it was far more than enough. Despite that, Jian firmly refused. When Gok asked for the reason, Jian explained that their house was too small for additional guests. Even if there had been room, he had no desire to live together with others after finally obtaining a peaceful daily life. He had no intention of disrupting it. Gok smiled while pulling Yun close and explained that he only wished to broaden his foolish grandson's narrow perspective while also expanding his own understanding of the world. Jian remained firm, stating that such a thing would still disrupt their lives and asking him to return. Gok's expression turned serious as he asked if it was truly impossible. Jian answered without hesitation that it was. Gok then stood and calmly declared that if Jian disliked the idea, there was nothing more he could do. However, with a sinister smile, he muttered that Jian's house was not the only place available and that he could simply find another nearby residence. Jian immediately raised his voice in disbelief. Before the argument could continue, Hyan arrived and asked about the commotion. Noticing Gok, he politely asked who the guest was. The old man introduced himself as Hahu Gok. Jian explained that Gok had come from the Hahu family, and reminded Hyan that he had previously mentioned someone deeply connected to Elder So. Upon hearing that, Hyan respectfully bowed and introduced himself as Sama Hyan. He expressed his endless gratitude, explaining that thanks to the spiritual medicine Gok had bestowed upon them, their youngest sibling had finally recovered. Gok appeared surprised when spiritual medicine was mentioned. Hyan clarified that he was referring to the 1,000-year fire spirit herb gifted to Jian during his visit to the Hahu family. Realization dawned on Gok as he understood that the tournament prize had been used to save Jian's sister. Gok stated that although the 1,000-year fire spirit herb was an incredibly precious treasure, it could never compare to the value of a human life. He then asked whether the treatment had proven effective. Hyan answered enthusiastically that their youngest, who had suffered from illness since childhood, had finally been able to receive treatment thanks to the herb. Gok replied that he was simply glad the herb had been put to proper use. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Hyan admitted he did not know how to repay such a favor. Gok answered that he had not acted in search of gratitude, but since Hyan insisted, there was one favor he wished to request. Hyan immediately swore that he would fulfill any request, even if it meant grinding his own bones to dust. Gok then explained that he intended to remain in Sohung for a while, but had no particular connections there. Hyan reacted with surprise, insisting that Gok already had connections through them. Although their home was humble, he sincerely invited Gok to stay with them. Gok smiled warmly and remarked that those words alone were enough to make him grateful, though he mentioned that Jian had earlier insisted the house was too small. Hyan immediately scolded Jian for speaking nonsense before passionately insisting that they would simply expand the house if space became an issue. Laughing heartily, Gok accepted the invitation. At that moment, Guangho suddenly rushed in while shouting that something terrible had happened and that the youngest had collapsed. Some time later, Jian and the others returned home with a doctor. After examining Gina, the doctor revealed that her illness had indeed flared up again. Although the overwhelming power within her had not fully returned, the energy was unmistakable. The doctor then asked for a detailed description of the 1,000-year fire spirit herb. Guangho carefully described the herb's yellow-brown root, its countless fine hairs, and its bright crimson petals. Upon hearing that, the doctor immediately stated that the petals of the genuine 1,000-year fire spirit herb were not bright crimson. Jian's expression darkened as he asked whether that meant the herb Gina consumed had not been the genuine article. The doctor gravely replied that there was a high probability it had been something else entirely. Gok protested, insisting that the main house should have confirmed the herb's authenticity several times. However, the doctor explained that the 1,000-year fire spirit herb was so rare that even within the Smiling Demon Physician Hall, only a handful of people had ever seen one. Unless someone was an unparalleled expert, confusing it with similar herbs would have been easy. Gok then asked what herb the child had actually consumed. The doctor took out a wrapped cloth filled with herbs and revealed one called the Han Xian Cho. He explained that it closely resembled the fire spirit herb both in appearance and growth patterns. Just as the fire spirit herb evolved into the 1,000-year fire spirit herb, the Han Xian Cho evolved into another spirit herb known as the 10,000-year ice spirit herb. Hearing that, Jian's body trembled. The doctor then explained that consuming such a herb was like adding an army of 1,000 to Gina's already unstable yin energy. At that point, no ordinary medicine could suppress it anymore. Only the great restoration pill of Shaolin might save her. Jian muttered in disbelief that such a thing could not be true. The doctor assured them there was still some time left, and promised to request assistance from the main house. Gok also declared that he would mobilize the full power of the Hahu family to search for a solution. As the doctor prepared to leave, Hyan desperately asked if there was truly no other way, while Guangho begged the doctor to save their youngest sibling. Later that night, Jian sat outside his house drinking alcohol in silence. Chiu Wu sat beside him and asked what he planned to do next. Jian answered that there was only one option left if they wished to cure Gina. Although Gok intended to search for a suitable herb, even that would likely not be enough. Chiu Wu reminded him of the doctor's words, explaining that only something even stronger could stop the illness now. The only remaining solution was the Great Restoration Pill of Shaolin. After thinking quietly for some time, Jian finally declared that he had to go. When Chiu Wu asked when they would leave, Jian answered that they needed to depart as soon as possible, since nobody knew when Gina's condition might worsen again. Chiu Wu laughed approvingly while drinking from a bottle, saying he would have dragged Jian there himself if Jian had hesitated any longer. However, he then raised another concern, the butcher shop. The two agreed they could neither close it nor leave it in Guangho's hands, as the customers would immediately vanish. After a moment, Jian calmly stated that there was only one person suitable for the task. Chiu Wu asked who he meant. Jian simply replied that it was someone Chiu Wu knew very well. A short while later, Jian arrived at Gok's room and calmly told him to take responsibility for the butcher shop. Gok stared at Jian in confusion and questioned what exactly he had just asked an old man like him to do. Without hesitation, Jian calmly replied that he wanted Gok to take responsibility for the butcher shop while he was away. Gok looked utterly baffled and asked whether Jian truly believed he would do such a thing. Jian responded that Gok should take responsibility since he was the very reason Jian had to leave his post in the first place. The old man complained that he had never done such work before in his life. However, Jian confidently assured him that he would teach him personally, adding that with Gok's abilities, a single day or two would be more than enough to learn everything. Gok suggested that they simply close the shop instead, promising to give Jian far more money than the business would earn during his absence. But Jian firmly refused, explaining that money was not the issue. What mattered was the trust they had built with the customers who traded with their butcher shop. Closing it would destroy that trust. Hearing that, Gok angrily shouted at Jian for daring to lecture him. Before the old man could continue, Jian interrupted him and quietly offered another proposal. If Gok agreed to run the butcher shop, Jian would spar with him once every 5 days. The scene shifted several days later to a forest path, where Jian and Chiu Wu rested on a large stone beneath the heat of the sun. While drinking water, Chiu Wu muttered that it had already been 5 days since they had left home. Jian asked whether he thought things were going well back there. Confused, Chiu Wu asked what exactly he meant. Jian clarified that he was talking about the butcher shop. Chiu Wu chuckled and assured him there was nothing to worry about. With Gok handling things, the old man surprisingly suited the work rather well. Jian admitted that it was true, remarking that nobody could have predicted Gok would become nearly as skilled as him within only 3 days. Chiu Wu laughed, and commented that both Jian and Gok were absurd in their own ways. One had entrusted a butcher shop to a powerful elder, while the other had actually accepted the task willingly. Before he could finish speaking, Jian suddenly interrupted him and told him to wait. His eyes narrowed toward an approaching figure in the distance. A wounded man staggered toward them while carrying an unconscious companion on his back. Breathing heavily, he barely managed to take a few more steps before collapsing directly in front of Jian and Chiu Wu. Chiu Wu immediately moved over and inspected the man's injuries. After examining him briefly, he remarked that the man was covered in wounds that clearly had not been inflicted by beasts. It was a miracle he had survived at all. Jian then checked the unconscious companion, and noted that his injuries were even worse. Although someone had attempted basic first aid, his condition remained critical. When Chiu Wu asked what they should do, Jian lifted the unconscious man into a seated position and decided to at least give him water for the moment. He added that the responsibility ultimately belonged to the conscious man anyway. Placing his hand against the wounded man's back, Jian released a flow of aura into his body. While pouring water into the unconscious man's mouth, Chiu Wu asked about his condition. Jian calmly explained that the immediate danger had passed and that the man had overcome the worst of it. He then asked about the other injured man. Chiu Wu answered that the second man only had numerous shallow cuts and had likely collapsed from exhaustion. However, before the conversation could continue, several arrows suddenly flew toward them from the direction the wounded pair had come from. Chiu Wu instantly reacted, swinging his arm and destroying every arrow aimed at him. At the same time, Jian casually caught the arrow directed toward himself. The two men then turned their attention toward the approaching group responsible for the attack. After a brief silence, Chiu Wu mockingly demanded to know who the brats were. In response, two swordsmen immediately leaped into the air and attacked him. Seeing their reckless assault, Chiyo-Wu laughed in disbelief and asked whether they had completely lost their minds. He responded with a single punch that shattered both swords and sent the attackers flying backward into the ground with tremendous force. The group stared in shock, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. The archers quickly ordered the front-line warriors aside and unleashed another volley toward Chiyo-Wu. Before the arrows could reach him, Jian flicked the arrow he had caught earlier, destroying the incoming projectiles in an instant. The archers prepared another round while cursing the pair as monster-like bastards. However, the group leader suddenly stopped them and bowed apologetically toward Jian and Chiyo-Wu, admitting that they had made a mistake. Chiyo-Wu laughed mockingly, pointing out how they had attacked first without warning and were now trying to call it a misunderstanding simply because the situation had turned against them. The other group members shouted angrily at him and demanded to know why their leader was apologizing. The leader explained that they had mistaken Jian and Chiyo-Wu for the assassins who had ambushed their master. After chasing those enemies for days in desperation, they had acted rashly. He sincerely asked for forgiveness. Hearing that, Chiyo-Wu chuckled and remarked to Jian that the situation reminded him of their childhood. Jian quietly agreed, noting that even the old man among them carried a strangely familiar presence. Despite the apology, several group members still demanded that Jian and Chiyo-Wu move aside unless they wanted to become enemies of the martial world. Jian questioned what they meant by such a title. Chiyo-Wu sarcastically remarked that their master must be someone incredibly famous for them to throw around threats like that. The group proudly revealed that their master was the renowned 8 Flying Sword. Their leader quickly silenced them and once again apologized, explaining that their master currently hovered between life and death, leaving everyone emotionally unstable. Chiyo-Wu coldly answered that such matters were none of his concern. He mockingly remarked that if the Great 8 Flying Sword had truly been impressive, he would not have been defeated by mere assassins. Those words enraged the group. One of the swordsmen immediately rushed toward Chiyo-Wu with a furious thrust, screaming for him to die. Chiyo-Wu prepared to retaliate, but before the attack could land, Jian suddenly appeared and grabbed the attacker by the collar before tossing him back toward his companions. The group leader's eyes widened in shock as he failed to perceive Jian's movement at all. Confused, Chiyo-Wu asked Jian why he had interfered. Jian calmly replied that it was enough. Their master was supposedly on the brink of death, and anyone would lose their composure under such circumstances. However, his patience had ended there, and they needed to back off immediately. One of the group members angrily demanded to know why Jian was siding with assassins. Jian coldly pointed out that they had fired arrows without even confirming their identities first. If Jian and Chiyo-Wu had been ordinary travelers, they would have died without ever understanding why. From the moment they attacked blindly, they lost any justification they claimed to possess. The group leader accepted Jian's words and ordered his men to withdraw. As the group departed, Chiyo-Wu approached the supposedly unconscious man and casually remarked that he should stop pretending to sleep since it was obvious he had been awake the entire time. The man immediately opened his eyes. Jian calmly told him that he had heard everything and should now roughly understand the situation. Beyond this point, they could no longer help him. Deeply moved, the man knelt before Jian and swore that he would never forget this kindness. The scene then shifted to the Namgung clan later that night. Inside a quiet room, Patriarch Namgung Hu sat alone deep in thought. A knock echoed at the door as a familiar voice announced itself as his younger brother. Granting permission, the Patriarch allowed the visitor to enter. The man who entered was Namgung Xian, who politely apologized in case he was interrupting. The Patriarch dismissed the concern and revealed that he had actually intended to summon him anyway. He immediately asked about the situation involving the Hahu clan. Namgung Xian explained that Uncle Namgung Jiang had personally visited them alongside an envoy carrying a formal letter of apology. The Patriarch frowned and remarked that it was absurd for trouble to erupt during a celebratory occasion. With the current state of the martial world, righteous factions could not afford internal conflicts. Namgung Xian asked whether he was referring to the heaven-reaching demonic cult. The Patriarch confirmed it, and expressed disbelief that the demonic path had been allowed to enter their territory so openly. He questioned what the martial alliance had been thinking. Namgung Sian explained that the alliance had practically lowered themselves in humiliation because the cult claimed they were only pursuing a traitor who had stolen an important treasure. The patriarch asked where this supposed traitor was now. Namgung Sian answered that the cult claimed the man carried a special scent on his body, allowing them to track him. Hearing that, the patriarch fell into deep thought and remained silent for a long moment. Concerned, Namgung Sian asked what was troubling him. The patriarch then questioned whether capturing the traitor was truly the cult's real objective. Under the current circumstances, their movements conveniently allowed them to roam through the martial world while freely inspecting sects and clans along the way. Namgung Sian hesitantly suggested that perhaps the demonic path was gathering information for greater ambitions, though he pointed out that the demonic factions had long been fractured by internal chaos. The patriarch calmly replied that this was precisely why it worried him. Throughout history, whenever the demonic path unified itself internally, it inevitably turned its attention outward. With a grim expression, he ordered Namgung Sian to send instructions to the Chongpeng unit leader and ensure that the traitor was found first, no matter the cost. The next day, the scene shifted to a crowded place where soldiers sat around restaurant tables, eating and drinking while noisy conversations filled the air. At one of the tables, a soldier reacted in shock after hearing the latest rumors. He could hardly believe that the stories about the demonic cult were true and not merely exaggerated gossip. Another soldier assured him that the rumors had already spread for over a month, and claimed the demonic cult members were roaming around as though they owned the land itself. The first soldier became furious and questioned what the Murim alliance was doing while the Namgung clan simply stood by and watched. The second soldier explained that the Murim alliance had apparently requested the Namgung clan to merely observe the situation. A third soldier let out a frustrated sigh, unable to understand how the righteous factions could tolerate such a thing. He remarked that the mere mention of the demonic cult used to make them grind their teeth in hatred, yet now they remained passive. The second soldier casually replied that nobody truly knew the reason. Some claimed the alliance had been bribed heavily behind closed doors, while others insisted the cult had politely requested cooperation. At that moment, Chiyo Wu suddenly slammed a large bottle of alcohol onto their table, startling the soldiers and causing them to spill their drinks. With a grin, he remarked that he had unintentionally overheard an interesting conversation and asked if they would mind sharing a drink while telling him more. He poured alcohol into their cups himself. One of the soldiers chuckled and explained that the demonic cult was supposedly searching for a traitor. Another soldier added that the man in question had either attempted to assassinate the cult leader or stolen a treasure cherished by him, though nobody knew the truth. After listening quietly, Chiyo Wu stood from his seat and remarked that it appeared to be nothing more than idle gossip before thanking them. He then returned to the nearby table where Jian sat waiting. Chiyo Wu informed him that the matter did not seem particularly serious. Jian quietly muttered that it was strange. The demonic cult had already crushed nearly every opposing faction, so it was difficult to imagine anyone still possessing the courage to commit treason against them. Chiyo Wu poured himself another drink, and wondered aloud whether Guan Pei could be behind the incident. Jian dismissed the possibility immediately, saying that Guan Pei lacked both the ability and the courage for such a thing, while Guan Zhang possessed intelligence but lacked martial prowess. Rising from his seat, Jian declared that the matter had nothing to do with them and that there was no reason to concern themselves further. Chiyo Wu agreed and reminded him that the Shaolin Temple now stood directly before them, which was the only thing that truly mattered. Some time later, the two arrived at the Shaolin Temple. Jian presented a large donation to the temple, causing Monk Muyu, who handled visiting guests, to become visibly startled. He remarked that the amount was far too excessive. Jian calmly asked whether there was a fixed amount required for donations. Muyu replied that there was not, but admitted that the sum was so large he did not know how to respond. Jian simply asked the temple to accept it, and requested a place for the two of them to stay for several days. Muyu explained that the first imperial uncle was currently visiting the temple, leaving them short on available space. Jian assured him that it would not be a problem. Relieved, Muyu led them further into the temple grounds. While following behind him, Chiyo Wu secretly used sound transmission to ask Jian if he had lost his mind, unable to understand how he could hand over such a massive amount of money so casually. Jian replied through sound transmission that he would feel guilty stealing from the temple and added that he had overheard that large donors were often provided lodging by the Shaolin Temple. Chiu Wu scoffed and remarked that money truly ruled everything, even in a place supposedly devoted to Buddha. As they continued walking, Mu Yu glanced back and politely asked what had brought them to the temple. Jian calmly explained that he had been returning from business in Zhengzhou, and had merely decided to stop by and offer a prayer to Buddha. Mu Yu accepted the explanation without suspicion. A short while later, they arrived at a cramped and shabby building within the disciples' training area. Mu Yu apologized sincerely for the poor accommodations, explaining that the room had been prepared in haste. Seeing the miserable condition of the place, Chiu Wu was about to complain, but Jian stopped him before he could speak. Instead, Jian politely thanked the monk, saying they had struggled to find an inn in Dangfeng County and were grateful simply to have somewhere to stay. Mu Yu thanked them once again and told them to rest comfortably before leaving. Once they were alone, Jian immediately warned Chiu Wu to be more careful. Confused, Chiu Wu asked what he meant. Jian explained that Chiu Wu had unconsciously leaked his energy several times while they were walking through the temple. Chiu Wu looked genuinely surprised and asked whether he truly had done so. Jian explained that every time his aura leaked, Mu Yu's gaze subtly shifted. Though the monk might not have determined his exact level of strength, he had clearly become suspicious. Chiu Wu admitted that he had not noticed anything unusual. Jian replied that this only proved how skilled the monk was at concealing his own awareness, and reminded him that this was the Shaolin Temple, a place filled with experts capable of seeing through their abilities. Chiu Wu apologized and admitted that he had grown dull without realizing it. He promised to pay closer attention. Satisfied, Jian simply told him to remain quiet until nightfall. As darkness covered the temple, a gathering of Shaolin elders convened within the main hall. Mu Yu arrived slightly late and apologized for the delay. One of the elders reassured him that it was fine and praised his hard work despite the late hour. Mu Yu humbly replied that serving as guest prefect naturally required such effort. The Heavenly King Hall head Gong Hu remarked that the overwhelming number of visitors had left his mind spinning from exhaustion. Abbot Gong Su encouraged everyone to endure the hardship a little longer, reminding them that the temple could not afford mistakes while hosting so many important guests. Mu Yu acknowledged the order respectfully. Abbot Gong Su then asked about the embroidered uniform guards staying within the White Robe Hall, and whether they had caused any trouble. Mu Yu explained that the guards had initially behaved arrogantly, but after receiving a warning from the judge, they had quieted down considerably. The Thousand Buddhas Hall head, Gong Yang, asked whether something had happened to place the guards so on edge. Mu Yu revealed that while the first imperial uncle remained bedridden, the Grand Tutor was attempting to seize control of the embroidered uniform guards. Both the commander's faction and the judge's faction were currently present within the temple. The abbot sighed and remarked that the Shaolin Temple seemed destined to become entangled in the imperial court's hidden power struggle whether they wished it or not. Hearing this, Manjusri Hall head Gong Sung warned Mu Ai that difficult times lay ahead and stressed that no incidents could be allowed to occur. Arhut Hall head Mu Ai calmly assured everyone that he would prepare to the best of his abilities. Mu Yu then stated that there was one more matter he needed to report. The abbot asked what it was. Mu Yu revealed that someone from Naxiong Manor in Kaifeng had donated 10 large gold ingots, amounting to roughly 100 taels of gold. The abbot immediately murmured a quiet prayer of Amitba. White Robe Hall head Gong Seo questioned whether the donors had mentioned anything else, suspicious of such generosity without reason. Mu Yu explained that rumors claimed someone from Naxiong Manor's bloodline suffered from a strange illness. Gong Sun immediately suggested that the temple might be able to help if someone was sick. Gong Yang added that even a small return pill should suffice. However, pharmacist Hall head Gong Cho complained that even a small return pill was too precious to waste, as they already lacked enough medicine for their own disciples. Gong Sung angrily scolded him for his short-sightedness, reminding everyone that offering the final great return pill to save the imperial prince in the past had earned the temple both the Chonghua territory and the 1,000 hands to Thagata palm. At that exact moment, a voice from above quietly muttered in surprise that the temple had run out of great return pills. Among everyone present, only Gong Hu noticed the disturbance. His eyes instantly shifted toward the rooftop. Meanwhile, Gong Yang continued speaking, insisting that medicine existed to save lives and that such virtue would eventually return to the temple. Mu-A then pointed out that the temple still possessed one remaining great return pill within the Bodhidharma Hall. Mu-Yu appeared ready to speak further about the matter. Before he could continue, Gong-Hu suddenly exploded into action. Shouting furiously, he unleashed an aura blast toward the roof, instantly destroying part of it. However, the hidden figure had already escaped the attack. Realizing this, Gong-Hu muttered that the intruder had sensed the strike in advance. Gong-Yang immediately demanded an explanation. Gong-Hu declared that someone had been spying from the rooftop and ordered everyone to pursue the intruder at once. All the elders rushed outside without hesitation. The spies were none other than Jian and Qiu Wu, who leapt down from the rooftop as the elders emerged. Gong-Hu shouted furiously, demanding to know who they were. Qiu Wu glanced toward Jian and sarcastically reminded him that he had been the one insisting they remain careful, asking what they were supposed to do now that he had gotten caught. Jian admitted that he genuinely had not expected the elders to reveal that the temple had exhausted its supply of great return pills. Qiu Wu simply laughed and remarked that this was easier than sneaking around anyway. With excitement in his eyes, he suggested that it might finally be time to witness the true martial prowess of the famous Shaolin Temple. Gong-Hu furiously shouted for the intruders to be stopped at once, ordering the 4 heavenly kings and 8 Vajra monks to surround them immediately. The monks moved without hesitation, encircling Jian and Qiu Wu from all directions. Qiu Wu calmly stated that he would handle the situation there while Jian searched for the great rejuvenation pellet. However, Jian refused to leave him behind and stated that they needed to finish everything quickly. Qiu Wu jokingly asked whether Jian doubted his abilities. Jian replied that he trusted him completely, but there was no reason to drag the fight out longer than necessary. Qiu Wu admitted that fighting the entirety of Shaolin alongside the imperial troops would indeed become troublesome. Jian quickly divided their opponents between them, declaring that he would handle the 4 heavenly kings while Qiu Wu dealt with the 8 Vajra monks. He added one final warning, not to kill anyone. Qiu Wu grinned and agreed immediately, remarking that they were doing this for their little sister and could not afford to invite bad luck through needless bloodshed. Without another word, one of the Vajra monks rushed forward and launched a powerful punch directly into Qiu Wu's chest. The impact sent violent shockwaves through the surrounding area. Yet Qiu Wu remained completely unmoved. Instead, the monk's own hands suffered damage from the collision. Staring at his injured arm in disbelief, he muttered that such a thing was impossible. Qiu Wu casually explained that the monk lacked real combat experience. He remarked that when an opponent looked completely defenseless, that was precisely the moment one should become suspicious, because mistakes in battle carried heavy consequences. At that moment, 4 Vajra monks attacked from behind, swinging their heavy wooden staffs against Qiu Wu's body. Their strikes accomplished absolutely nothing. Another Vajra monk rushed forward from the front and launched another punch. This time, Qiu Wu met the attack head-on with a fist of his own. The collision shattered the monk's arm with overwhelming force, causing him to collapse onto the ground screaming in pain. The remaining monks immediately rushed in with their weapons, continuously striking Qiu Wu from every direction. Yet Qiu Wu merely sighed in annoyance, feeling no pain whatsoever. The monk stared at him in horror and muttered that he possessed a diamond body and was nothing short of a monster. Several monks hurriedly picked up their injured companion and retreated with him. Qiu Wu mockingly remarked that he had heard countless stories about Shaolin's greatness over the years, but if this was the extent of their strength, then it was truly disappointing. The Vajra monks gritted their teeth in fury after hearing such humiliation. One of them declared that insulting the pride and face of Shaolin itself was unforgivable. All of them charged at Qiu Wu simultaneously. Qiu Wu laughed excitedly and welcomed them forward. As the leading monk entered his range, Qiu Wu unleashed a powerful fist strike into the man's stomach, sending him flying backward into a nearby tree with tremendous force. The remaining monks continued attacking him with their weapons. Qiu Wu remarked that avoiding killing them was becoming increasingly troublesome. He casually grabbed one of the wooden staffs with a single hand and snapped it in half effortlessly. At that moment, Monk Muhi suddenly entered the battle and launched a fierce kick toward Qiu Wu. The kick struck Qiu Wu's chest and finally managed to force him backward. For the first time, Qiu Wu appeared slightly surprised. Internally, He admitted that his tyrant king blood victory chi was actually being pushed back. Meanwhile, Muhi himself collapsed to the ground while clutching his shattered leg. In disbelief, he muttered that even his unrivaled kick had failed to harm the man, and that his own leg had broken instead. He wondered what kind of monstrous chi Chiol Wu possessed. Chiol Wu chuckled in excitement and remarked that at least Shaolin. Before he could finish speaking, Monk Miriam suddenly appeared and unleashed a powerful fist strike that blasted Chiol Wu backward. The surrounding monks stared in shock, muttering that the attack had landed perfectly. They commented that Miriam's 100-step divine fist had clearly improved tremendously compared to before. Chiol Wu coughed up a small amount of blood before wiping his mouth with a grin. The monks became even more horrified, unable to understand how he could still smile after taking such attacks. At that moment, Jian suddenly appeared behind them and calmly remarked that they had let their guards down. The monks were shocked by his sudden appearance, but before they could react, Jian struck them down one after another, rendering them unconscious instantly. Nearby, another monk roared in frustration and unleashed the 1,000-hand palm, diamond finger technique toward Jian. Jian did not even move from his position. He calmly blocked the attack with one hand. The monk's eyes widened in utter disbelief as he muttered that the sight before him was absurd. Jian casually struck the monk on the head, knocking him unconscious and sending him collapsing onto the ground. At that same moment, Jian sensed a dangerous aura emerging from a nearby rooftop. He immediately noticed a staff flying toward them at incredible speed. Recognizing the threat, Jian warned Chiol Wu that the attacker's aura was no joke and told him to be careful. The staff shot directly toward Chiol Wu, but before it could strike him, Jian instantly appeared beside him and blocked it effortlessly. Chiol Wu turned around and saw Jian standing behind him with the captured staff in hand while staring toward the rooftop. Standing there was Heavenly King Hall Head Gong Hu, the man who had thrown the weapon. Gong Hu immediately recognized Jian as the intruder who had been spying from the rooftop earlier. Jian calmly threw the staff back toward him, stating that he was merely returning it to its owner. Although Gong Hu successfully caught the weapon, his expression became filled with shock. Internally, he could not believe that Jian had caught a staff thrown with his full strength, as though it weighed nothing. Realizing the danger before him, Gong Hu shouted that he would no longer hold back. Swinging his staff fiercely, he unleashed the re-staff technique toward Jian. In response, Jian calmly unsheathed his sword and released a devastating aura slash. The slash completely destroyed the incoming staff technique before surging forward and striking Gong Hu directly. The attack blasted him backward while simultaneously shattering his staff into pieces. Without hesitation, Gong Hu hurled the broken remainder of the staff toward Jian, infusing it with qi. Jian easily dodged the attack. However, Gong Hu used that brief opening to leap into the air and launch a powerful kick toward him. Seeing this, Jian calmly planted his sword into the ground and answered with a fist strike of his own. The two attacks collided violently, sending shockwaves exploding across the battlefield. But Gong Hu immediately lost the clash. Jian's fist slammed into his stomach and hurled him backward with overwhelming force. As he flew through the air, Gong Hu could not even comprehend what had just happened. Before he could recover, Jian instantly appeared before him and prepared another fist strike. Gong Hu closed his eyes in despair, convinced that death had arrived. Yet the blow never came. Jian stopped his fist just before impact. Confused, Gong Hu slowly opened his eyes and realized he was still alive. At that moment, Jian turned toward Abbot Gong Su and calmly asked why he had not intervened sooner. He questioned whether the abbot truly intended to stand there and watch one of his own men die. The abbot explained that there was no killing intent behind Jian's actions. Despite his age, he still trusted his intuition enough to recognize that fact. After saying that, he landed before Jian and carefully observed him before asking whether he truly held no hostility toward Shaolin. Jian calmly replied that the abbot was correct. He admitted that the situation made such words difficult to believe, but insisted that neither he nor Chiol Wu had come with hostile intentions. Gong Hu immediately objected, declaring that it was impossible to trust them after they had been caught spying on the monks' quarters. To him, that alone proved they harbored ill intent. Jian acknowledged the accusation without excuse. However, he stated with certainty that if they had truly come with malicious intentions, the confrontation would not have ended with only minor injuries. The abbot nodded and stated that truth had to be acknowledged on both sides. If Jian and Chiao Wu had truly fought seriously, the outcome would have been far worse. Since matters had already reached this point, he suggested that both sides observe each other further before deciding anything. Meanwhile, Chiao Wu continued fighting against the monks and, before long, defeated 3 of them almost instantly. One remaining monk, Muin, hurried toward an injured companion and checked on him anxiously. Seeing this, Jian reminded Chiao Wu to take it easy before turning to the abbot and suggesting they end the fight there. However, at that moment, Jian suddenly sensed an overwhelming killing intent and turned toward Muin. It had been a long time since he had felt such intense bloodlust. Chiao Wu also sensed it and became slightly surprised. He remarked that it was astonishing for a Shaolin disciple to radiate such murderous intent. Without warning, Muin rushed forward and targeted Chiao Wu's eyes directly. Chiao Wu narrowly dodged while realizing that Muin had instinctively discovered the only weakness of the diamond body technique. Before he could react further, Muin slammed a knee strike directly into his face. Immediately afterward, he grabbed a wooden staff from the ground, leaped forward, and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. The surrounding monks stared in shock, muttering that Muin alone was succeeding where all of them together had failed. Muin's continuous attacks forced Chiao Wu backward, yet Chiao Wu only chuckled excitedly while Muin growled like a beast consumed by rage. Gong, who observed the scene grimly and remarked that he had believed Muin's bloodlust had already been suppressed, but it seemed the disciple still could not fully control it. The abbot explained that the celestial killing star was a curse bestowed by heaven itself. No person could completely erase such a nature. He had believed Muin overcame it to some extent, but being cornered had caused that dormant bloodlust to erupt once more. According to the abbot, few people could maintain composure while facing such killing intent, yet Chiao Wu appeared completely unaffected. He even speculated that Chiao Wu had intentionally held back in order to test Muin's abilities. The battle intensified until Chiao Wu finally threw a heavy punch into Muin's stomach, launching him backward. Muin crashed into the ground while coughing violently. Chiao Wu slowly approached him and mocked him, saying that although his bloodlust resembled that of an Asura, his actual skills were unimpressive. He declared it was time to finish the fight. At that exact moment, the abbot suddenly appeared behind Chiao Wu. The instant Chiao Wu sensed him, he attacked immediately. However, the abbot vanished from sight and reappeared in front of him in a single movement. Placing a palm against Chiao Wu's chest, the abbot remarked in surprise at how durable his body truly was before unleashing a devastating palm strike. The attack blasted Chiao Wu backward. Blood spilled from his mouth as he crashed heavily into the ground. The abbot moved in to continue his assault, but he abruptly halted midair when Jian released a powerful aura attack toward him. Raising one hand, the abbot blocked the incoming force, causing a violent explosion of aura that pushed him backward through the shockwave. Deeply astonished, the abbot realized that even his thunder hand technique had been neutralized effortlessly. He wondered how a martial artist of Jian's level had remained completely unknown until now. Furious after being injured, Chiao Wu rose to his feet and cursed the abbot. He shouted that he had endured endless suffering specifically to avoid being defeated by internal crushing arts ever again, only for the abbot to break through his defenses regardless. Enraged, he vowed to send the old monk directly to the Buddha he worshipped. The abbot merely laughed and acknowledged Chiao Wu's monstrous durability. However, he calmly explained that nothing in the world was perfect. If something was hard, then it could simply be broken by something even harder. With that, he began preparing another powerful technique. Chiao Wu responded by surrounding his body with an overwhelming aura of his own. Just as both sides were about to unleash their attacks, Jian stepped forward and firmly declared that enough was enough. The abbot immediately ceased preparing his technique and calmly agreed. Chiao Wu angrily demanded that Jian move aside, but Jian told him that he understood his frustration and that the fight would end there. Upon seeing Jian narrow his eyes, Chiao Wu reluctantly stopped, grinding his teeth in irritation. Jian then stated that the matter was not entirely over, because the final decision no longer belonged to them. The abbot agreed, saying that the choice now rested with Shaolin. He then directly asked Jian why he had come to the temple, and what exactly he sought there. Without hesitation, Jian revealed that he needed a great rejuvenation pellet. The surrounding monks immediately reacted in disbelief, murmuring that such a request was absurd. Gong Hu stated that his suspicions had been correct all along. The only moment Jian's composure had wavered was when the pellet had been mentioned. Although he knew Shaolin could not simply hand over such a treasure, he silently wondered whether even the abbot would truly be able to defeat Jian if matters escalated further. The abbot chuckled softly before asking whether Jian even understood the value of the Great Rejuvenation pellet. Jian replied that he had heard it was a legendary elixir beyond price. The abbot confirmed this and explained that its value was not merely due to its effects, but because creating it was extraordinarily difficult. Shaolin possessed only one remaining pellet. After a brief pause, the abbot fixed his gaze on Jian and asked what he could possibly offer in exchange for something so precious. The abbot questioned Jian calmly, asking why he wanted the great revitalizing pill. Neither Jian nor the man beside him appeared to need it, so the abbot insisted that Jian at least give him a reason before he decided whether to hand the temple's final treasure over or take it to his grave. Jian revealed that his younger sister was gravely ill and that he needed the great revitalizing pill to save her life. The moment Gong Hu heard that, he furiously accused Jian of lying and called it a pathetic excuse. However, the abbot immediately stopped him and explained that although the great revitalizing pill was a legendary elixir, it was not a cure for every disease in existence. He suggested that Jian should be searching for a legendary physician instead and even mentioned that the temple housed a highly skilled doctor. Before the abbot could finish speaking, Jian revealed that even the physicians from the medical house of the living immortal had failed to cure her. Hearing this, the abbot sighed and admitted that if even the medical house had failed, then the situation truly was hopeless. He remarked that Gong Cho would probably stubbornly disagree out of spite, but the truth remained the same. The abbot then reminded Jian that the great revitalizing pill was the temple's final treasure, and not something that could be handed over lightly. He asked Jian what he intended to do if the request was refused. Without hesitation, Jian declared that he would take it one way or another. The abbot warned him that every soul within the temple would stop him with their lives if necessary. Jian answered coldly that if it meant saving his sister, he was prepared to dive into hell itself. The abbot merely chuckled before falling silent. At that moment, Gong Hu loudly declared that the disciples of Shaolin did not fear death. Hearing this, Chiao Wu gritted his teeth with excitement and mockingly replied that they would soon find out. He then urged Jian to stop wasting time and start breaking heads. The abbot calmly remarked that Chiao Wu was incredibly impatient and wondered how someone with such a temper had achieved so much. He admitted that while the young disciples might not fear death, this old monk viewed things differently. When Gong Hu angrily interrupted him, the abbot calmly asked him to think carefully. The lives of old monks like themselves mattered little compared to the younger disciples, who would one day lead and support Shaolin. He questioned whether Gong Hu truly intended to cut down the future of Shaolin right there. Those words shocked Gong Hu into silence. The abbot then revealed that the owner of the last great revitalizing pill had already been decided long ago. Though few knew it, the pill had been reserved for the one destined to become the Blade of Shaolin. Jian dryly remarked that if they were looking for a blade, then they had seemingly chosen correctly, although the person in question hardly fit Shaolin's image. The abbot explained that such was the role of a blade. A true blade remained sheathed whenever possible but spilled blood decisively when necessary. He admitted that giving the great revitalizing pill to Jian meant the blade meant for Shaolin's future would rust away. To Jian, nothing was more important than saving his sister, but from the temple's perspective, the decision was far from simple. Their pride was also on the line. Jian then demanded that the abbot simply state his terms. The abbot explained that he was offering Jian a chance to save his sister through a deal rather than theft or robbery, though he admitted that being forced into such a situation was frustrating for Shaolin as well. Jian agreed to whatever terms lay within his power. The abbot then stated his single condition. Since Jian had caused Shaolin's blade to rust, Jian himself would become the blade in its place. Jian fell silent for a moment before asking if the abbot truly wanted nothing material in return. The abbot jokingly remarked that Jian would probably just steal money from someone else anyway. Shaolin was not desperate for wealth, and placing an expert like Jian in their debt seemed like a worthwhile trade. Jian silently considered the offer. At least the abbot was not asking for money, unlike the clan, which would likely have demanded millions or perhaps even something more troublesome later. In comparison, accepting Shaolin's conditions seemed far better. Becoming the blade of Shaolin might eventually stain his hands with blood, but that was a problem for the distant future. For now, it was preferable to spilling the blood of innocent monks. In the end, Jian accepted the deal. The abbot then instructed Gong Hu to retrieve the pill, and Gong Hu reluctantly obeyed. A short while later, the abbot handed Jian a golden box. Inside rested a shining golden pill. As Jian looked upon it, he quietly remarked that this was finally the item he had sought. The abbot asked whether he was satisfied. Jian bowed his head slightly and thanked him, promising to keep his word. Though he would have liked to help clean up the aftermath, he explained that he was in a hurry and would be taking his leave immediately. The abbot wished him safe travels. With that, Jian and Xiao Wu quickly departed from Shaolin. Afterward, Gong Hu ordered the disciples to move the wounded while the abbot calmly asked about everyone's condition. Gong Hu reported that 4 of them were mostly unharmed, but the disciples who had fought against that monster would require at least 3 or 4 months of complete bed rest. The abbot observed that Jian and Xiao Wu clearly had not been trying to kill anyone and had held back considerably. He then asked about the young monk. Gong Hu explained that the boy's injuries were serious, but not life-threatening. At the very least, the experience had made him realize how lacking he still was. However, Gong Hu bitterly admitted that calling the situation a blessing in disguise felt wrong considering the price they had paid by losing the great revitalizing pill. The abbot calmly corrected him, saying it had not been lost but traded. Gong Hu stubbornly insisted that they had been robbed. The abbot merely told him to think whatever he liked. Still dissatisfied, Gong Hu questioned whether there truly had been no other way. He could not understand why the abbot had chosen to make a man like Jian the blade of Shaolin. The abbot asked whether it was Gong Hu's pride that had been wounded. Gong Hu denied that it was about pride. Rather, he simply could not imagine a situation where Shaolin would ever need to rely on outside strength. The abbot quietly admitted that he wished things could remain that way, but he feared the future would not unfold as they hoped. The energy of the Blood Wolf Star was growing stronger by the day, leaving them uncertain about what was to come. Sometime later, the scene shifted to a forest where Xiao Wu finally asked Jian if they could take a break now that the sun was beginning to rise. Jian agreed and told him to drink some water after all the work he had done. Xiao Wu casually replied that it had been nothing while drinking heavily from a water pouch. Jian then asked whether his body was alright, and if he had suffered any injuries. Xiao Wu admitted that he was mostly fine, though getting caught by the old monk still stung. Jian reminded him that he was lucky the abbot had not gone all out. Surprised, Xiao Wu asked if the old monk truly had been holding back. Jian explained that if the abbot had used his full strength, Xiao Wu would not even be standing there alive. The old monk had clearly shown mercy. Xiao Wu reluctantly admitted that he had let his guard down slightly, but he still could not deny how incredible the abbot's movements and martial arts had been. Even the internal crushing art that bypassed his obsidian Asura chi surpassed the techniques of the old ghost. The moment the abbot's attack struck his chest, the image of the terrifying North Heaven Sword Demon had flashed through his mind. Jian told him not to be too hard on himself since the abbot of Shaolin was naturally one of the strongest experts in the world. Xiao Wu grumbled that such words offered little comfort. Having one person stronger than him was already enough, and that person was Jian himself. Jian fell silent for a brief moment at those words. Soon after, Xiao Wu changed the topic and brought up the rookie monk they had fought earlier. He thought the monk was strange. Although the young man had tried to act tough with half-baked killing intent and had been completely overwhelmed, his attacks had been sharper and more powerful than those of the others. Xiao Wu could not understand how the monk had managed to pierce his protection chi and leave behind a wound. He wondered if Shaolin possessed some mysterious martial art they did not know about. Jian recalled overhearing the abbot mention that the monk had been born under the Heavenly Killer Star. Xiao Wu was stunned. The Heavenly Killer Star was the same ominous fate carried by the Blood Emperor. He realized that this must have been why the monk managed to pierce his defenses. Those born with the essence of the heavens possessed extraordinary abilities, and the killing intent radiating from that monk had even shaken his obsidian Asura chi. Xiao Wu concluded that the boy was far from normal, and questioned what Shaolin had been thinking by raising someone born under such a terrifying star. Jian simply replied that it was better for the boy to remain at Shaolin than cause trouble elsewhere. In any case, it was no longer their concern. What mattered was that they had obtained the pill. Chiu Wu jokingly remarked that they had also gained a slave contract alongside it. Even so, Jian stated that they should gladly help Shaolin if needed. As the abbot had said, they were responsible for causing Shaolin's blade to rust away. If paying that price meant curing the youngest, Jian declared that he would do it 100 or even 1,000 times over. Chiu Wu agreed. After resting long enough, Jian stood up and announced that they needed to move before the sun fully rose. Chiu Wu agreed, complaining about how unbearably hot the place became in the mornings, though he admitted the cool dawn air felt refreshing. Suddenly, Chiu Wu sensed the smell of blood. Jian noticed it as well and wondered why it was coming from nearby. Chiu Wu suspected a pursuit team, but Jian dismissed the idea, reasoning that no pursuers would arrive reeking of blood before even reaching them. Curious, he suggested they investigate. The two immediately rushed toward the source of the scent, and soon discovered countless soldiers lying dead on the ground. Chiu Wu stared at the horrifying sight in disbelief and asked what had happened there. Jian calmly observed that it had not been a battle or even a fight. It had been a one-sided massacre. Looking more closely, Chiu Wu noticed that every wound was fatal and executed with terrifying precision. The attackers had slaughtered the soldiers without even a moment of hesitation. Ordinary warriors could never possess such skill. At that moment, Chiu Wu sensed fighting still continuing nearby. Before he could speak, Jian had already turned toward the direction and begun moving. Chiu Wu quickly informed him that the enemies were there. Jian calmly noted that there were many of them. Chiu Wu then realized that the first imperial uncle had likely been ambushed. Jian admitted that although he had heard the imperial palace was in chaos, he never expected matters to escalate this far. Chiu Wu asked what their next move would be, adding that he had little interest in involving himself in palace politics. Jian replied that if Chiu Wu did not wish to interfere, then he did not have to. Their priority remained saving Jian's sister. However, before Jian could finish speaking, both men suddenly halted upon seeing the corpses of Shaolin monks lying among the dead. Staring at the bodies, Chiu Wu immediately recognized the handiwork of the essence absorption art. He pointed out that they could hardly walk away after witnessing something like this, especially after Jian had agreed to become Shaolin's blade. Hearing those words, Jian's expression turned grave, and he remained silent. The scene shifted to Vice Commander Zhou Riyong of the Imperial Guard battling against an attacker dressed in red. Despite bleeding heavily from his head and breathing roughly, Zhou Riyong had already defeated several enemies while desperately protecting Princess Waseol and the Great Emperor, Zhu Munsong. Concerned, Zhu Munsong asked whether the Vice Commander was alright, but Zhou Riyong calmly assured him that he was fine. At that moment, the leader of the Blood Flame unit of the Blood Cult stepped forward while holding a freshly torn heart in his hand. He praised Zhou Riyong's swordsmanship, admitting that although he had been watching him closely, he had not expected him to be so skilled. The sight immediately horrified Zhou Riyong, who realized that the heart belonged to Grandma Yunhua. The Blood Flame unit leader glanced at the heart in his hand with disappointment, and remarked that compared to Zhou Riyong, the old woman had been utterly underwhelming despite her reputation. He then declared that it was now Zhou Riyong's turn to entertain him before casually crushing the heart in his grasp. Witnessing that terrifying display, Zhou Riyong realized that even Grandma Yunhua had been defeated. In that instant, he felt as though all hope had vanished. Meanwhile, Imperial Guard Commander Dong Qion approached with a smile and mockingly asked if Zhou Riyong was already giving up. Furious, Zhou Riyong immediately accused him of betrayal, unable to believe that the commander of the Imperial Guard had sided against the Empire. He swore that while he might forgive others, he would never let Dong Qion escape. Unfazed, Dong Qion turned toward the Blood Flame unit leader and respectfully asked the elder to finish them off quickly. When the elder failed to respond, Dong Qion impatiently shouted at him again, demanding action. The elder slowly turned his gaze toward Dong Qion before raising his hand. Using a terrifying telekinetic technique, he pulled Dong Qion toward himself and seized him by the throat. In a cold voice, the elder asked whether Dong Qion believed he could give him orders. Terrified, Dong Qion immediately begged for forgiveness and denied ever intending such disrespect. At that moment, Princess Waseol angrily shouted at the elder and demanded to know what had happened to her master. The elder tossed Dong Qion aside before turning his attention to the princess. Amused, he mocked her for calling him an old fossil and sarcastically asked if she was referring to the clever old woman they had already witnessed being defeated. The princess then demanded to know whether he was acting under the Grand Preceptor's orders. The elder merely chuckled and scoffed at the idea that someone like the Grand Preceptor could command him. Ju Mun Song attempted to stop the princess from provoking him further, but she angrily accused the elder of acting as the Grand Preceptor's lapdog. The elder calmly explained that the matter was important for a greater plan. He had personally come to ensure that the stray dog, referring to the great emperor, would not interfere. Since Ju Mun Song was the emperor, he needed to be dealt with thoroughly. Princess Wasio furiously declared that the Grand Preceptor had lost his mind by involving an outside force in palace affairs, especially one connected to the Murim world. She questioned whether they truly believed they could commit treason and harm the emperor's uncle without consequences. The elder dismissed her accusations with amusement, stating that he could kill both her and the emperor whenever he pleased. The only reason Ju Mun Song was still alive was because killing him would create unnecessary complications. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind the elder, asking whether that threat applied to them as well. Startled, the elder turned around and discovered Xiao Wu and Jian standing there. Shocked, the elder realized they had approached without him sensing their presence at all. Demanding to know who they were, the elder stared at them cautiously. Xiao Wu casually replied that it was none of the elder's business before accusing him of being the old man responsible for massacring the Shaolin monks. The elder sneered and remarked that even after witnessing such a scene, they had still chosen to come there. He mockingly praised their eagerness to find their own graves. Xiao Wu merely chuckled and replied that they would soon see who ended up dying. Infuriated, the elder's subordinates immediately drew their swords and shouted in anger, demanding to know how Xiao Wu dared speak so arrogantly. The elder stopped them and coldly remarked that those with mediocre skills often rushed toward death without realizing how pathetic they truly were. Xiao Wu fired back by calling the elder the truly pathetic one and sarcastically asked whether the old man was going blind. The elder could only mutter that Xiao Wu was insane. Xiao Wu then bluntly asked whether the elder belonged to the blood cult. Those words visibly shocked the elder. At the same time, Jian calmly asked whether the elder was the one who had used the essence absorption art. Hearing the name of the blood cult, Vice Commander Zhou Riyang, the great emperor, and Princess Wasio were all stunned. They could hardly believe that the blood cult, which was supposedly eradicated 150 years ago, still existed. The elder demanded to know how Jian knew about them. Jian simply responded that his suspicions had been confirmed. The elder coldly declared that it no longer mattered how they had learned the truth because anyone who knew about the blood cult had to die. Smiling dangerously, Xiao Wu stepped forward and declared that he had been thinking the exact same thing. The members of the Blood Flame unit immediately rushed toward Xiao Wu. As they attacked, Xiao Wu clenched his fist and declared that it had been a long time since he had fought these damned insects. He vowed to avenge the Shaolin disciples they had slaughtered. With a single devastating punch, he shattered one attacker's weapon and sent the man flying backward into a tree with tremendous force. Xiao Wu then mockingly asked who wanted to be next. At that moment, Jian suddenly threw his sword toward the enemy group. Annoyed, Xiao Wu turned toward Jian and shouted that he had intended to crush them himself. However, 6 members of the Blood Flame unit instantly formed a coordinated formation and erected a blood barrier to block the incoming sword. Seeing the technique, Xiao Wu muttered that their sword veil was impressive, though clearly not enough. The sword tore straight through the blood barrier and instantly slaughtered all 6 cultists, their lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. Watching this, the elder immediately realized that Jian was using a sword control technique and understood that he was facing no ordinary opponent. Without hesitation, the elder ordered his subordinates to form the Dead Soul Blood Wolf formation. The cultists immediately obeyed and reformed into a deadly coordinated formation. Observing them carefully, Jian acknowledged that the formation was impressive and comparable to the highly disciplined coordinated formations used by the demonic cult. Even after losing 8 members instantly, the cultists had reorganized without the slightest hesitation. Jian concluded that they had either endured brutal training or survived countless life and death battles. While Jian analyzed them, the blood cult members surrounded him from every direction and launched a simultaneous assault. In response, Jian calmly raised his sword toward the sky as blue lightning aura erupted around him and shot upward like a beam. A massive explosion of aura erupted from his position. When the dust finally settled, every enemy who had charged at him stood motionless for a brief moment before their heads fell cleanly from their bodies. Princess Wasio stared at the scene in disbelief and muttered that he was incredible. Vice Commander Zhou Ryong admitted that the word, incredible, was not enough to describe what they had just witnessed. Suddenly, Zhou Ryong's eyes narrowed, and he shouted for Jian to watch out. A deadly attack came flying toward Jian from behind, but Jian had already sensed it. He effortlessly dodged not only the first strike but every attack that followed. The attacks came from the Elder, who wielded a whip-like weapon with terrifying precision. The Elder silently realized that he had failed to land even a single scratch on Jian. Jian observed the weapon with interest and remarked that a whip was quite an unusual choice. The Elder admitted that between Jian's sword control technique and his current abilities, Jian was far more skilled than he appeared. However, the Elder declared that this would be where everything ended. Now that the blood cult had been exposed, no one present would be allowed to leave alive. As he shouted those words, the Elder's eyes turned blood red with murderous fury. Dong Qion watched the scene in shock. He had already suspected they were not from the Orthodox faction, but he had never imagined they belonged to the blood cult. The realization left him disturbed as he wondered why the blood cult would be involved in the assassination attempt against the great emperor, and what exactly the Grand Preceptor was planning. Chiu Wu noticed Dong Qion's reaction and let out a chuckle. From the look on his face, it was obvious Dong Qion had no idea the old man belonged to the blood cult. The Elder immediately shouted at Dong Qion, demanding to know why he was allowing the enemy's words to shake him. Dong Qion tried to respond, but the Elder cut him off and questioned whether he truly believed the Grand Preceptor was unaware of the cult's existence. The statement shocked Dong Qion even further. At the same time, the Elder rushed forward and unleashed a barrage of whip strikes in an instant. Jian avoided every attack with ease. Then, as the Elder launched a whip strike directly toward Jian's head, Jian suddenly caught the whip barehanded just before it struck his face. The Elder burst into laughter and mocked him, claiming the chains were coated in lethal poison and that Jian was already dead. Jian merely tightened his grip on the spiked whip and remarked that it was an interesting weapon. He then began pulling the whip, dragging the Elder toward him. The Elder was stunned. He could not understand how Jian had caught the poisoned chains with his bare hands. Unless Jian had mastered the diamond body technique, even the slightest scratch should have been fatal. Believing the poison was already taking effect, the Elder poured inner energy into the whip and tried to overpower him. Jian immediately realized what the Elder was thinking. He could sense the lingering resentment carried by the essence absorption art, and wondered how many lives the Elder had sacrificed to create such death energy. Activating the three venerables' hard art, Jian pulled back with overwhelming force. The Elder's expression changed in disbelief. Even with over 180 years of internal energy and power infused with concentrated death chi from victims who had died in terror, he was still being overwhelmed. Despite using all his strength, he was dragged forward and eventually lost his grip on the whip. Coughing up blood, the Elder dropped to his knees and desperately reached for the weapon. At that moment, Jian hurled the whip back toward him, and the metal struck the Elder directly in the head. Furious and humiliated, the Elder gritted his teeth and grabbed the whip again. Rising to his feet, he activated the blood reversal art, causing a crimson aura to radiate around his body. Jian calmly declared that this was the Elder's final struggle. The Elder roared that he would tear Jian limb from limb. Using the whip, he wrapped several corpses of his dead subordinates and hurled them toward Jian. Jian coldly remarked that all blood cult bastards were the same. With a sword technique, he instantly shredded the incoming corpses. However, the corpses had only been a distraction. Hidden behind them, the Elder had already unleashed multiple internal energy attacks toward Jian. Seeing the tactic, Jian admitted to himself that it was impressive. He immediately used a defensive technique to block the attacks and countered with an inner energy strike of his own. The Elder's eyes widened in shock as Jian's attack struck him directly, inflicting devastating damage. Falling to his knees and coughing up blood, the Elder muttered in disbelief that his ultimate technique had been countered so easily. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he declared that if he was going down, he would at least take the great emperor with him. Using his whip, the elder grabbed the corpse of one of his subordinates and hurled it toward the great emperor, Ju Mun-sung. The vice commander instantly unsheathed his sword and stepped in front of the emperor, shouting at the old man for desecrating even his subordinate's corpse in his final moments. Before anyone could react further, Chio Wu rushed forward and shoved the vice commander aside while yelling at him to stop being an idiot. Chio Wu swung his fist and released an aura blast that struck the corpse midair, causing it to fall some distance away from them. The vice commander demanded to know what Chio Wu was doing. Before he could continue, the princess pointed toward the area where pieces of the corpse had landed earlier. The grass there had already begun to rot and melt away. The vice commander stared at the sight in shock. Covering her nose, the princess commented on the strange smell. Chio Wu chuckled and praised her sharp observation. The vice commander angrily warned him to watch his tongue before Her Highness, but Chio Wu casually replied that he did not care much for titles. The princess admitted she had nearly made a terrible mistake and asked if it was poison. Chio Wu confirmed it. He explained that blood cultists often lost their minds when facing enemies they could not defeat. Some would even self-destruct. According to his boss, their very bodies had been turned into poison, something similar to corpse blood poison. The princess was horrified and wondered how humans could become such monsters. Chio Wu explained that it was only possible if they had been specially trained or created for that purpose from the beginning. He then told them to imagine what would have happened if the corpse had exploded among them. They were fortunate he had stepped in, especially for the sake of the monks nearby. The princess immediately thought of the Shaolin monks and began to suspect something. At that moment, Jian approached from behind and calmly announced that it was over. Chio Wu turned toward him and asked what had happened to the old man. Seeing the elder's lifeless body lying on the ground, he remarked that the fight had ended cleaner than expected and that he thought the elder would put up one final struggle. Jian replied that he had tried. Looking around at the remaining enemies, he added that the battle on their side also appeared to be over. The great emperor immediately ordered the imperial guards to pursue and capture the traitors, commanding them not to let a single one escape. The vice commander and the imperial guards quickly rushed off to carry out the order. The great emperor then turned toward Jian and introduced himself as Ju Mun-sung, stating that he owed them a great debt. Jian humbly replied that it was nothing and that he had simply done what needed to be done. The emperor rejected such modesty, insisting that the two heroes had saved all of their lives. Without them, everyone present would have surely perished. Before he could continue, the princess introduced herself as Ju Wasio. She stated that it was a pleasure to meet them again, even under such desperate circumstances. She revealed that she already knew they were the ones who had received the great revitalizing pill from Shaolin. Rumors had spread that Shaolin had forged a new blade, and after witnessing their strength firsthand, she admitted the rumors were clearly true. She also expressed her hope to work alongside them in the future. Chio Wu was shocked by how much she knew and began wondering how she had discovered their identities. However, before he could finish speaking, Jian silently stopped him. The scene shifted to the 18 Green Forest strongholds. There, the great chief, Nung Chong Gang, laughed as he ordered his subordinates to handle the matter as discussed. Flying Bird Hall Master Go Young cautiously asked whether that would really be alright. Chong Gang angrily replied that if it was not alright, then there was nothing else they could do. His own house was still in disorder, yet people expected him to start an all-out war with the Yangtze River forces. He cursed the fact that he was already being pushed around by those water rats, immediately after becoming great chief. At that moment, his second son, Sa Jin, arrived and respectfully announced his presence. Chong Gang asked what the matter was. Sa Jin informed him that Hao Gate had sent the investigation results, and handed over a letter. Chong Gang opened the letter while muttering that it must concern his youngest son and the elders. However, as he read the contents, his expression changed drastically. Shocked, he crushed the letter in his hand and demanded to know whether Sa Jin had read it as well. Sa Jin confirmed that he had. Chong Gang then asked what his thoughts were. Sa Jin honestly admitted that he was uncertain. Turning toward Hall Master Go Young, Chong Gang reminded him that he had once suspected those butchers of killing the youngest son. Go Young admitted that he had suspected them initially, though his final report had suggested otherwise. Chong Gang handed him the crumpled letter and ordered him to read it. According to Howgate, there was a 90% chance those men were indeed responsible. They were the same monsters who had destroyed the Golden Tiger Fortress, fought evenly against the ancient blade of Yang Cheon, won the Hall Clan's tournament, and even formed a connection with the infamous Sword Freak. Now it appeared those same people had slaughtered the elders and his youngest son. Furious, Chong Gang demanded to know how they could still be considered ordinary butchers. Go Young silently read the letter. Sa Jin then asked what they planned to do, mentioning that rumors claimed the Sword Freak himself was guarding the butcher shop. After thinking for a moment, Go Young stated that he had a plan. Chong Gang turned toward him in surprise. Go Young revealed that Jian had a younger sister suffering from the Heavenly Yin Divine Meridian, a rare condition comparable to the 9 Yin Severed Meridians. Such a person would attract the interest of countless collectors across the world. He proposed leaking her information to the Hongik Bang. Chong Gang immediately recognized them as slave traders and recalled that they had originally splintered off from the Yangtze River Water Alliance. Go Young explained that while they were technically independent, everyone knew the Water Alliance secretly supported them. If everything went according to plan, they could lure both the Butchers and the Yangtze River Water Alliance into conflict at the same time. Chong Gang grinned with satisfaction. If Jian lost his sister, his blade would inevitably turn toward the Yangtze River Water Alliance. Calling the plan even better than expected, he ordered Go Young to prepare it properly. The scene then shifted to a hotel. After finally getting some rest, Chio Wu walked downstairs while yawning and dropped heavily into a seat at the table, muttering that he was exhausted. Across from him, Jian calmly drank tea and asked whether he was still sleepy after all that rest. Chio Wu grabbed the bottle nearby and started drinking while muttering that the injuries from the old monk were still lingering. Fighting the blood cult bastards immediately afterwards certainly had not helped. Jian informed him that while he had been asleep, he had heard disturbing news from the capital. Apparently, it had turned into a complete bloodbath. Chio Wu remarked that anyone who experienced such events and failed to retaliate would be an idiot. He claimed he would have wiped everyone out as well. Jian quietly added that now that the blood cult's existence had become known, the people involved would only grow more desperate. Chio Wu suddenly remembered something and pointed out that the blood cult seemed more interested in killing Princess Wasio than the imperial uncle. Jian agreed it was possible. He explained that Princess Wasio was far more than just a clever brat. He found it strange that someone from the imperial family had discovered her secret so easily and wondered whether it might become a problem later. At that moment, loud voices from a nearby table caught their attention. One man angrily asked whether any of the current situation made sense. Another quickly warned him to lower his voice since they were not alone. The first man vented his frustration, demanding to know what kind of scheme was unfolding. A third man warned him to watch his words. A fourth agreed with the youngest among them, pointing out that the medical house was under threat, while the Murim Alliance remained silent. The first man added that it was even worse than silence. Rumors claimed the alliance was actively preventing sex and wandering heroes from helping, while the 5 great clans supported the decision. The third man argued that they lacked justification to intervene. The fourth immediately questioned how anyone could say that when the medical house of the living immortal was surrounded and threatened. The third replied uncertainly that the demonic cult had been camped there for nearly a month without causing any incidents, making the situation difficult to judge. The second man admitted that under normal circumstances he would agree with the youngest, but this case was unusual. The demonic cult had actually begun returning secret techniques and treasures stolen from various sects over centuries. Apparently, all they wanted was the traitor who had fled with their sacred relic, and they promised to leave peacefully once they recovered him. The first man could not understand why the medical house refused to hand the person over. The second explained that the medical house would never agree to such a thing. The third added that the medical house of the living immortal never abandoned patients. Handing over someone they knew would certainly die went against everything they stood for. Hearing that, the first and fourth men immediately declared that they should go help. Even if it involved the demonic cult, they could not simply sit back while the medical house was being harassed. The others quickly agreed. After listening to the entire conversation, Chio Wu remarked that the situation had become much larger than he expected. Mentioning both treason and a sacred relic, he suspected his former unit was likely already involved. Meanwhile, Jian quietly considered the situation. He desperately wanted to deliver the great revitalizing pill to Gina as quickly as possible, but he also could not ignore the medical house that the youngest owed such a great debt to. He briefly considered sending Chiyo Wu alone but immediately dismissed the idea, knowing Chiyo Wu would likely lose the pill somewhere along the way. Worse still, if Chiyo Wu encountered the divine demonic unit by himself, there was no telling what disaster might occur. Finally, Jian decided they would have to keep the demonic cult restrained for now. He believed the medical house would understand that much. Confused, Chiyo Wu asked what he meant. Jian explained that they could not blindly oppose the demonic cult since they had already left that world behind. However, they also could not ignore the reputation and dignity of the medical house. Therefore, they would go and stop the situation from escalating further. Chiyo Wu chuckled excitedly at the thought, and muttered that it had been a long time since he dealt with those bastards. The scene then shifted to the medical house of the living immortal. Inside one of the rooms, No John lay wrapped in bandages while sleeping. Eventually, he woke up and stared outside. He realized he had intended to rise briefly at dawn but had slept far longer than expected. As he tried to stand, pain surged through his wounds. At that same moment, he heard noises coming from outside. Realizing the fighting might have already begun, he muttered that he needed to hurry. He grabbed a cloth from the nearby table and prepared himself. Just then, a doctor entered the room and was relieved to see him awake. The doctor commented that No John must have been completely exhausted since he had remained unconscious for so long. However, upon seeing him preparing to leave, the doctor quickly demanded to know where he was going. No John thanked him sincerely for everything. The doctor immediately protested, pointing out that his injuries had not healed properly yet and that he could barely move. No John replied that he had rested long enough and could move well enough now. More importantly, he needed to take responsibility, and refused to let the medical house suffer because of him. The doctor insisted that many heroes had already gathered to protect them, and warned No John not to underestimate the medical house simply because they were physicians. Their family's combat strength was not as weak as outsiders believed. No John thanked him again, but before the doctor could react, he struck the doctor's pressure point, leaving him unable to move. Carefully laying him down on the bed, No John explained that neither the doctor nor the others truly understood how terrifying the Tongchen demonic cult really was. He assured the immobilized doctor that the paralysis would soon wear off. Then, expressing gratitude for taking care of someone who had been unable to move, No John vowed to repay that kindness by ensuring the medical house remained safe. Unable to move or speak properly, the doctor could only watch helplessly as No John walked out of the room. The scene shifted outside the medical house of the living immortal, where two men stood watching the tense situation unfold. One was Juyu Geology of the Beggar sect, while the other was Namgung Jiang of the Namgung clan. Namgung Jiang complained that the deadline set by the demonic cult was tomorrow, yet they continued claiming they were still deliberating, and demanded everyone wait. To him, the entire situation felt like a joke. Juyu Geology gulped down his drink and remarked that he had already warned everyone it would be a waste of time dealing with those stubborn old fossils. Jiang, already frustrated, told him to leave if he intended to keep provoking him, saying he was already close to losing his temper. Yu Geology replied that he understood exactly how he felt because he had experienced the same anger the previous day. Jiang asked whether Yu Geology had also visited the medical house of the living immortal. Yu Geology confirmed it, and admitted that the experience had infuriated him so badly that he had seriously considered burning the entire place down. He had only restrained himself because it was the medical house. As the two spoke, they watched a duel between a member of the demonic cult and one of the martial artists gathered to defend the medical house. Jiang commented that he did not understand why the situation had become so complicated when all they had to do was hand over the man the cult wanted. Yu Geology asked whether he truly believed they should surrender the man. Jiang answered that it seemed like the best possible solution. Yu Geology agreed that, logically, it was the correct answer. He pointed out that the medical house claimed they could not send a patient to his death, but in reality, the man would die either way. Still, he admitted that stubborn sense of principle was exactly what had built the reputation of the medical house of the living immortal. Jiang observed that the demonic cult currently held the moral high ground. No matter how one looked at it, they had acted with remarkable generosity. Yu Geology acknowledged that returning the stolen treasures to every sect had been a brilliant move. Jiang admitted he had been shocked that the cult returned those treasures without demanding anything in return. Yu Geology explained that the cult had deliberately returned everything before the medical house accepted the fugitive. Because of that, the various sects now felt pressured and unable to interfere, and most of them had already withdrawn from the conflict. Jiang then asked what Yu Geology intended to do. Yu Geology replied that he could not simply sit back and watch. The beggar sect owed the medical house too much, and he refused to let the cultists run wild in their territory. At that moment, the demonic cult fighter was defeated. The victor raised his weapon triumphantly while the defenders of the medical house cheered loudly. Watching the scene, Kanma unit leader Ryu asked how much longer they intended to wait, noting that it was already the fifth duel. Thunderfist Left Young agreed, saying the situation was ridiculous. This was not some childish game, and continuing with one-on-one duels was a waste of time. Black Robe Elder Hosen asked for the opinions of the others. Wind Blood Demon Lord Ma Gong-ho declared that he agreed with Ryu. They had only held themselves back because of the cult leader's orders, but he was rapidly losing patience. Hosen narrowed his eyes as he scanned the crowd and noted that he recognized several familiar faces. Left Yun stepped forward and claimed responsibility for dealing with the old beggar. Gong Ho declared that Namgung Jiang belonged to him and swore he would wring his neck. Hosen finally gave the order. Turning to Ryu, he commanded the Kanma unit to kill everyone and retrieve the sacred relic. Ryu accepted the order immediately. Without hesitation, both sides surged toward each other as the battle erupted. At that moment, No John arrived at the gates of the medical house and heard the sounds of battle outside. His expression hardened instantly. With a shout, he leapt over the gate and landed directly in the middle of the battlefield before immediately cutting down several attackers. Meanwhile, a demonic cult member wearing an eye patch was about to kill one of the defenders when he suddenly noticed No John approaching. No John casually greeted him, remarking that it had been a while since they last met. The eye patch man replied in surprise that he could not believe No John was still alive. No John admitted that he had simply gotten lucky and remarked that Yang had nearly killed him. The eye patch warrior replied that they still had to settle Yang's debt. Despite his trembling body, No John stepped forward and mocked them, saying the cultists had once been too terrified to even meet his eyes. The eye patch warrior replied that they might be rusty, but they were not pathetic enough to lose to a toothless wolf. Knowing his own condition, No John realized he only had one chance. He resolved to sacrifice his flesh if necessary in order to crush his opponent's bones. The eye patch warrior charged forward with a roar, attempting to kill him instantly. At the same time, No John also rushed forward, both men thrusting their swords toward one another. The eye patch warrior's blade pierced directly through No John's chest. Believing he had won, the man laughed triumphantly. However, his expression immediately changed when he realized that this outcome had been part of No John's plan from the beginning. In the next instant, No John swung his sword and cleanly severed the man's head in a single strike. No John mocked the cultists, muttering that they called themselves comrades while continuing to make the exact same mistakes. Looking down at the sword impaled through his chest, he smirked and admitted that it had been dangerously close. Then, raising the severed head high into the air, he shouted loudly to attract the attention of everyone on the battlefield. The surrounding fighters immediately recognized him as the man who had been treated inside the medical house. Elder Hosen instantly ordered his subordinates to capture him. Left Yung and Gong Ho immediately rushed toward No John. However, Yu Geology and Jiang intercepted them before they could reach him. Left Yung angrily shouted that No John had come out willingly, and demanded they stay out of it. Yu Geology declared that this was their chance to finally end the cursed conflict between the factions and refused to back down. He then turned toward No John and demanded to know why he had come outside. No John replied that saving his life had already been more than enough and that he would not allow the medical house to suffer further because of him. He added that this was ultimately cult business. Hearing that, Gong Ho smiled and remarked that No John was at least smarter than he looked. Since the fugitive had revealed himself willingly, it was obvious the medical house had lied about him being too injured to move. Even so, Gong Ho stated that he would not make an issue out of it. Since it was cult business, everyone else should stand down unless they wish to die. Yu Geology immediately rejected the threat and declared that the cultists were the ones who would die. However, Jiang stopped him and warned that the demonic cult now possessed justification for their actions. If the orthodox factions refused to withdraw, it could ignite a massive war between the orthodox and demonic sides. Yu Geology merely snorted in frustration. Jiang then ordered his people to retreat. As the defenders stepped back, Gong Ho smiled at No John and declared that his days of scurrying around like a rat were finally over. No John coldly told him to stop talking and kill him already. Gong Ho answered that death would come soon enough, but before that, No John needed to return something to the cult. No John angrily repeated that he should stop barking and get it over with. Gong Ho admitted that he had never liked No John, mocking his arrogance and pathetic skills. He ridiculed No John's desperate attempts to save the medical house and declared that it was all meaningless because the medical house of the living immortal would disappear that very day. Hearing that, No John narrowed his eyes and demanded to know what he meant. Smiling sinisterly, Gong Ho questioned whether No John truly expected anyone to believe the sacred relic had simply disappeared after he regained consciousness. Inwardly, Gong Ho believed that the cult's great cause would begin that day with No John's death and the destruction of the medical house. Raising his sword, Gong Ho charged forward while shouting for the rat to die. At that exact moment, a sword suddenly flew toward him at incredible speed. Gong Ho sensed the incoming attack immediately, but as the blade struck the ground nearby, a violent shockwave erupted and clouds of dust exploded across the battlefield. A little earlier, when Jian and Qiu Wu arrived at the medical house of the living immortal, they found two groups engaged in battle. Qiu Wu immediately noticed that the combatants were not members of their former squad. Jian had initially expected to find the divine demonic unit. At first, he had doubted that the divine demonic unit was the one being pursued. Based on the recent behavior of the Tongchen demonic cult, he did not believe they would become so submissive. However, after learning that the cult's top experts had been personally selected as pursuers, he had traveled all the way there to confirm the situation. Qiu Wu observed the battlefield and scoffed at the combatants. The demonic unit and blood demonic unit had reputations as elite forces within the cult, yet they appeared unimpressive compared to the squad Jian had once led. Jian disagreed slightly, acknowledging that the demonic unit was still a respectable force and that several of its members were stronger than their own men individually. As they continued watching, Qiu Wu suddenly noticed a familiar figure. On the battlefield, No John stood with the severed head of the eye-patch man raised high above him. He loudly declared his identity as No John of the divine demonic unit. The sight shocked Jian. The revelation confused Qiu Wu as well. Rumors had branded No John a traitor, but that made no sense to him. He also noticed No John's unstable footing and wondered why he was staggering around in such a condition. Jian's expression immediately grew serious. Back in the present, the sword Jian had thrown slammed into the ground before Gong Ho, shattering the earth and forcing him to retreat. Gong Ho leaped backward and initially believed the enemy had launched a surprise attack while pretending to retreat. However, he quickly noticed that even his own allies were staring elsewhere. Following their gaze, he turned and saw Jian standing in the distance. Both Gong Ho and Elder Hosen were stunned. Elder Hosen immediately recognized Jian as the number one blade of the demonic path. The appearance of such a figure was the last thing he had expected. He reflected that if Jian and his companions had remained within the Tongchen demonic cult, seizing control of it would have been impossible. Their voluntary departure from power and glory had seemed like a blessing from the heavens. Now, seeing them return at such a critical moment filled him with unease. Huan Yang and her guards were also present. The mustached guard recognized Jian and Qiu Wu immediately. Huan Yang confirmed their identities while silently reassessing them. She had always known they possessed extraordinary internal energy, but witnessing Jian's attack revealed that their abilities far exceeded her expectations. The guards speculated about their intentions. One wondered whether they had come to aid the medical house of the living immortal, or No John. The other concluded that they were clearly there for No John, reasoning that they would not deliberately antagonize the enemy if their goal had been to save the medical house. Learning that they were members of the demonic cult only reinforced his opinion of them. Jian approached No John, who greeted him despite his battered condition. After examining him, Jian immediately noticed how badly injured he was. No John attempted to downplay his injuries, but Jian criticized his earlier swordsmanship, remarking that he had looked like a limping caterpillar. No John responded with his usual confidence, claiming that only someone of his skill could fight in such a state. Meanwhile, Chio Wu mocked Gong Ho for struggling against an opponent like No John. The insult infuriated Gong Ho, who considered it disrespectful for someone to speak so casually to an elder of the cult. Chio Wu merely smiled and implied that he had not yet shown what true disrespect looked like. Ignoring the exchange, Jian questioned No John about the reported coup. No John firmly denied that the divine demonic unit had participated in it. When asked about the rest of the squad, he revealed that most of the members who had remained behind had suffered heavy casualties during his escape. Chio Wu initially misunderstood and accused him of fleeing to save himself, but No John angrily corrected him. He explained that his escape had been necessary to complete an important mission. The argument quickly escalated, with Chio Wu grabbing No John by the collar. Before it could go any further, No John revealed a cloth-wrapped object entrusted to him by the former cult leader. Jian glanced at it but decided it could wait until later. Retrieving his sword through a surge of aura, Jian turned toward Gong Ho and the assembled cult forces. Gong Ho questioned whether Jian truly intended to stand against the Tongqin demonic cult. Jian calmly declared that he did not care who ultimately controlled the cult. However, anyone who targeted the divine demonic unit would have to answer to him. Realizing conflict was unavoidable, Gong Ho ordered both the demonic unit and the blood demonic unit to attack. The moment they charged, Jian moved. Several men died before they could even react. Gong Ho barely had time to register what had happened before Jian appeared behind him. A single swing of Jian's sword ended his life instantly. At that same moment, Left Yung arrived and launched an attack, but Jian effortlessly evaded it. The remaining members of the blood demonic unit attempted to overwhelm him, only for Chio Wu to intercept them. He tore through their ranks while grumbling about how difficult it was to live a peaceful life when trouble constantly followed him. Witnessing the one-sided slaughter, one of Elder Hosen's subordinates nervously asked what they should do. Elder Hosen remained silent as he carefully evaluated the battlefield. Nearby, Ryu, leader of the Kama unit, urged him to intervene. He argued that with the remaining elders and units working together, they still had a chance of victory. Elder Hosen asked a simple question in return. If they joined the battle, could they actually win? Ryu hesitated but insisted that combining the strength of all their remaining forces should give them a fighting chance. After observing Jian and Chio Wu's overwhelming performance, Elder Hosen finally reached a conclusion. He regretted not making the decision sooner. Declaring that his orders would not be questioned, he announced that the mission had failed and ordered an immediate withdrawal back to the Tongqin demonic cult. Ryu was shocked and protested. He could not accept retreating without a fight. Elder Hosen remained firm. He warned that continuing the battle would only result in needless deaths. Ryu argued that giving everything they had might still produce a victory, but Hosen cut him off. If there had been even the slightest chance of success, he would have seized it. Unfortunately, there was none. He pointed out the undeniable reality standing before them, the number one blade of the demonic path and the diamond Rakshasa. Those titles alone represented a level of power that made victory impossible. Hearing those words, Ryu finally fell silent. Meanwhile, the battle between Jian and Left Yung continued. Every attack that Left Yung launched was effortlessly evaded by Jian, making the difference in their abilities painfully obvious. From the sidelines, Juyu Geology of the Beggar sect observed the fight with a critical eye. In his view, Jian had allowed Left Yung to close the distance far too easily. Against a straightforward fighter who relied solely on brute force, maintaining distance and fighting calmly would have been the wiser approach. His assessment lasted only a moment. In the next instant, Jian swung his sword. Left Yung was defeated immediately. The speed and decisiveness of the strike left Yu Geology stunned. He stared at the battlefield in disbelief, realizing that Jian had ended the fight so casually that ordinary logic no longer applied. To him, Jian seemed less like a human being and more like a monster. Namgung Jiang quickly drew his attention elsewhere. The demonic forces had begun retreating. Yu Geology turned to look and clicked his tongue in disgust. In his eyes, abandoning comrades while they were dying on the battlefield was exactly the sort of behavior expected from members of a demonic cult. Namgung Jiang took a more practical view. Facing an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, preserving as much strength as possible was not necessarily a poor decision. Yu Geology reluctantly admitted that there was some truth to that. Nevertheless, he could not hide his frustration. A fighter of Jian's caliber had emerged from within the Tongtian demonic cult, and the beggar sect had known nothing about him. Such an oversight would inevitably damage the sect's reputation. After cutting down all the enemies around him, Jian turned his attention to the retreating forces. The sight puzzled him. The Kanma unit was not known for retreating so easily. Without hesitation, he infused his sword with aura and hurled it toward the fleeing soldiers. The weapon streaked through the air and instantly killed the two men at the rear of the formation. As Jian prepared to pursue the rest, another sword intercepted his weapon. The flying blade was Elder Hosen's. Controlling the sword through the air with his aura, Elder Hosen stepped forward and blocked Jian's advance. The elder calmly declared that enough blood had been shed. Jian questioned whether he expected him to stop. Retrieving his sword and grasping it firmly, Elder Hosen explained that he had remained behind specifically for that purpose while the others escaped. Jian regarded him quietly before remarking that it was unfortunate for them to meet under such circumstances. Elder Hosen agreed. Ever since leaving the cult, he had carried a lingering sense of unease. Jian questioned the reason for his betrayal. The elder, he remembered, had always valued loyalty above everything else. Elder Hosen rejected the accusation. From his perspective, he had never betrayed anyone. He had served only one true lord from the beginning, the rightful successor of the founding heavenly demon. Everything he had done was simply part of restoring what rightfully belonged to that bloodline. Jian immediately guessed that he was referring to Guanwong. The elder seemed surprised by the question and asked whether Jian had some connection to the new leader. Jian merely noted that if Elder Hosen was already calling him leader, then Guanwong must have fully seized control of the Tongtian demonic cult. He admitted that he barely remembered the man and only knew rumors about his personality. As they spoke, Elder Hosen glanced toward Qiao Wu, who was still wreaking havoc on the battlefield. He revealed that Guanwong had wanted Qiao Wu on his side as well. During previous encounters, he had deliberately restrained himself from approaching because Qiao Wu was the sort of man who would throw a punch before listening to a single word. Jian could not help acknowledging that Elder Hosen understood Qiao Wu's temperament remarkably well. He then shifted the conversation to a more important matter. What had happened to the former cult leader? At that question, Elder Hosen fell silent. Jian continued speaking. Despite everything, the former cult leader had been his lord. He had honored the promises he made, and regardless of the rebellion, Jian could not forgive anyone for targeting the divine demonic unit. Elder Hosen admitted that he regretted that outcome as well. However, he insisted that conflict had become unavoidable the moment the divine demonic unit rejected Guanwong's offer. Jian immediately asked who had made the decision. The answer was Yan Qiaqchu. The name instantly brought back memories. Jian recalled their final conversation. Even after Jian and Qiao Wu had left, Qiaqchu had chosen to remain behind. As the eldest among the remaining members, he had refused to abandon the younger soldiers who depended on him. Returning to the present, Jian understood exactly why Qiaqchu had made that choice. He had possessed too much loyalty and compassion to turn his back on his comrades. If even a fighter of Qiaqchu's caliber had been defeated, then the fate of the others was obvious. Any possibility of negotiation vanished at that realization. The divine demonic unit had been like a family to Qiaqchu. By destroying it, Guanwong's faction had crossed a line from which there was no return. Hearing those words, Elder Hosen clenched his teeth. The discussion was over. Pointing his sword toward Jian, he acknowledged that Jian was stronger than him. Even so, he warned Jian not to underestimate him. Within his heart, Elder Hosen had already accepted death. The blood demonic unit and Jianma unit still had a role to play in Guanwong's grand ambitions. If his own life was the price required to ensure their survival, then so be it. Determined to stake everything on a single battle, he unleashed his full aura from the very beginning. With a roar, he charged. Aura gathered around his sword as he launched his strongest attack. Jian met it head-on. His own aura erupted outward as his sword collided with Elder Hosen's strike. The impact generated a tremendous explosion that forced the elder backward. Refusing to give up, Elder Hosen immediately activated the Dead Soul Web technique and rushed forward once more. Jian advanced directly toward him. The sight shocked Elder Hosen. The Dead Soul Web was one of the ultimate techniques of the 12 deaths of the dead souls. Charging straight into it should have been impossible. Yet Jian showed no hesitation. His sword thrust forward. The technique shattered instantly. Elder Hosen's eyes widened. Blood spilled from his mouth. Even as he staggered backward, he struggled to comprehend what had happened. He had been the one attacking. He had unleashed one of his strongest techniques. Jian had entered the center of the attack without fear, and yet somehow the one suffering a fatal wound was himself. Falling to his knees and clutching the wound in his chest, he desperately tried to understand when Jian had struck. The answer never came. Jian walked toward him, and quietly bid him farewell. Moments later, Elder Hosen died. As silence settled over the battlefield, Jian reflected on everything that had happened. The rebellion had succeeded. After all the years spent shaping the cult and putting its affairs in order, everything had still fallen apart. The divine demonic unit had been nearly annihilated. For a brief moment, Jian wondered whether he should have remained by their side until the very end. Chiao Wu soon approached him. Even the Grand Elder of the Tongchen demonic cult had fallen. The retreating forces were still within reach, and Chiao Wu asked whether they should pursue them. Jian looked toward the fleeing soldiers. Once, they had fought beside him during the unification of the demonic cult. They had been comrades in arms. But those days were gone. Jian ultimately shook his head. There were more important matters at hand. No John needed treatment. The medicine had to be delivered to the youngest. And there was still unfinished business involving the medical house of the living immortal. The retreating soldiers were no longer his concern. Jian turned away from the battlefield and approached No John, who was currently receiving treatment from Huang Yang. Upon reaching them, Jian examined No John's condition and asked about his state. Huang Yang explained that she had already applied medicine to the open wound, preventing any infection from setting in. Jian acknowledged her efforts and remarked that No John had survived largely because of her treatment. Huang Yang modestly denied taking credit. Instead, she pointed out that her own family had survived a major crisis thanks to Jian and his companions. As Jian listened, he noticed how different her attitude was compared to before. The change was understandable. Their connection to the demonic cult had now been completely exposed. Yet despite knowing exactly who they were, she had still chosen to treat No John without hesitation. In Jian's eyes, that dedication perfectly reflected the principles of the medical house of the living immortal. Huang Yang then asked why he had come there, and whether something had happened to Sama Jin. Jian assured her that nothing had happened to his younger sister. While searching for medicine to save her, he had learned that the medical house of the living immortal was being pursued by the Tongchen demonic cult. Unable to ignore the situation, he had come to help. Never once had he imagined that the person being hunted would turn out to be No John. He had naturally assumed the opposite. One of Huang Yang's guards commented that the internal affairs of the demonic cult appeared extremely chaotic. The remark immediately irritated Chiao Wu. Before his companion could say more, Jian simply smiled and admitted that something was definitely wrong within the cult. Having been away for so long, however, he could not claim to know all the details. The conversation soon shifted to the medicine. Huang Yang asked whether Jian had successfully obtained what he was searching for. Jian confirmed that he had. She began speaking about Sama Jin's condition and the difficulties involved in treating it, but before she could finish, Chiao Wu proudly revealed that they had obtained a great revitalizing pill. The revelation left Huang Yang visibly shocked. The great revitalizing pill was one of Shaolin Temple's most treasured medicines, and very few remained in existence. Chiao Wu explained that they had acquired the famous pill directly from Shaolin. Huang Yang immediately suspected the worst. Knowing how jealously Shaolin guarded the medicine, she questioned whether they had attacked the temple and stolen it. Chiao Wu reacted with immediate outrage. Huang Yang pressed the issue. She knew that even within Shaolin, only a handful of pills remained. No matter how desperate a situation might be, she could not imagine the temple willingly giving one away. Jian calmly admitted that he had originally gone there intending to obtain the medicine by any means necessary. His desperation to save his sister had pushed him to that point. Fortunately, events had not unfolded as violently as he had expected. The answer left Huang Yang silent. Noticing her skepticism, Jian explained that the abbot had taken pity on their circumstances and willingly provided the pill. In return, they had paid an appropriate price. Huang Yang found the story difficult to believe. Her family maintained close relations with Shaolin Temple, yet she had never once heard of the great revitalizing pill being sold for any price. Jian accepted her doubts without complaint. He pointed out that he had no way of proving the truth. Even if he somehow could, he doubted she would believe the words of a member of the demonic cult. Before she could respond, Jian changed the subject. He reminded her that many wounded people were still waiting at the medical house of the living immortal. Since he and Chiyo-woo could take care of No-John from that point onward, she should return to her duties. After a brief hesitation, Huang Yang expressed her family's gratitude once more for everything he had done. Jian dismissed the thanks. They had only acted to protect one of their own. If anything, he believed he was the one who should be grateful. As Huang Yang walked back toward the medical house of the living immortal, her thoughts grew complicated. She realized that her own prejudice had gotten the better of her. Her suspicions had angered Jian, and she had not even been able to properly discuss Sama Jin's treatment. Deciding that the timing was wrong, she resolved to apologize later. Watching her leave, Chiyo-woo commented that the conversation had gone worse than he had expected. When Jian asked what he meant, Chiyo-woo vented his frustrations. He already knew that people from the demonic cult were unwelcome in most places, but he felt Huang Yang had taken things too far. The moment they mentioned Shaolin, she had immediately suspected theft. A moment later, however, he laughed at the irony. Technically, she had not been entirely wrong. Jian really had gone to Shaolin planning to steal the pill if necessary. The only reason things ended peacefully was because the abbot had understood the situation and resolved everything through discussion. Jian pointed out that the distinction hardly mattered now. Even after everything, they still had not managed to convince her. Chiyo-woo worried that the medical house of the living immortal might refuse to help them in the future or even take action against them. Jian dismissed the concern. Although the medical house held grievances against the demonic cult, its members would never reject a patient. After all, the entire conflict had begun because they had chosen to treat No-John despite the risks. Furthermore, the head of the clan was not the sort of person who would act out of petty resentment. Chiyo-woo remained unconvinced, remarking that one could never be too certain about such things. At that moment, he noticed movement nearby. Turning toward No-John, he realized the man had regained consciousness. When asked how long he had been awake, No-John explained that he had awakened some time ago. The thunderous noise echoing all around him had shaken his head so violently that his eyes had snapped open. He then clarified that the sound had not actually been thunder but Chiyo-woo's voice. Chiyo-woo immediately relaxed. In his view, the fact that No-John was already making jokes proved that he was recovering well. No-John responded by complaining that it was a poor way to treat an injured patient. The exchange quickly escalated into their usual bickering, with Chiyo-woo threatening him and No-John pointing out the absurdity of being attacked after they had worked so hard to save him. Eventually, Jian cut through the nonsense and demanded a full explanation of everything that had happened. No-John immediately became serious. According to him, the rebellion had begun almost immediately after Jian and Chiyo-woo left. Guan-Wung of the Baima unit had initiated the uprising. Jian doubted that the Baima unit alone could have accomplished such a feat and demanded to know who else had joined. No-John named the Pengma unit and the Jiama unit. The mention of the Jiama unit shocked Chiyo-woo. No-John explained that while absolute confirmation was difficult, reports indicated that the Jiama unit captain had brought his subordinates to support the rebels. Chiyo-woo cursed Flame Blood Blade Duchuk, admitting that he had never trusted the man. Unfortunately, the betrayal did not stop there. No-John revealed that almost everyone had abandoned the former leadership. Aside from the Hokkien unit, which remained responsible for protecting the cult leader, nearly every major faction had sided with Guan-Wung. Most importantly, the rebels had seized control of the strategist division. That revelation stunned Jian. The betrayal of the Jiama unit was surprising enough, given their legendary loyalty to the cult leader. However, losing the strategist division was even more alarming. It meant that Guan-Wung had secretly secured support behind the back of the chief strategist, Guan Zhongwu. Jian quickly realized the implications. Once the strategist division had fallen under rebel control, meaningful resistance would have been nearly impossible. No-John confirmed his assessment. By the time the strategist realized what was happening, the rebellion had already succeeded. Chiyo-woo then asked about the veteran elders. Surely some of them had resisted. Jian answered before No-John could. Based on Elder Hosen's words, many of the elders had apparently viewed Guan-Wung as the rightful successor of the founding heavenly demon from the very beginning. If Hosen believed that, there was a strong chance many others shared the same conviction. No-John confirmed that most of the elders had already joined Guan-Wung's side. Those who opposed him had likely been eliminated beforehand. He then brought up another familiar figure. The North Heaven Sword Demon had fought against Guan-Wung. Xiao Wu seemed pleased by the news. The old man had long been someone he wanted revenge against, but at least he had chosen the correct side in the end. No John then reached into his pocket. Realizing how hopeless the situation had become, the strategist had entrusted a sacred relic to the Shinma unit. Producing a blue cloth bundle, No John extended it toward Jian. He explained that the item had been entrusted to him by the strategist, or rather, by the cult leader himself, and that he had been ordered to deliver it to Jian. Jian accepted the bundle in silence. After a moment, he sighed and unwrapped the cloth. Inside rested a round black crystal. No John identified it as the Heavenly Demon Ring. The sight immediately brought back an old memory. Jian remembered the former cult leader, Guan Hyo, explaining that the Heavenly Demon Ring was not merely a symbol of authority. According to ancient records, only someone who possessed sufficient power could uncover its true nature. He also remembered Guan Hyo repeatedly pouring internal energy into the ring in frustration, unable to unlock its secret. Recalling that scene, Jian picked up the ring and began channeling his own internal energy into it. Moments later, a golden light emerged from the artifact. Xiao Wu watched in confusion and asked what he was doing. Before Jian could answer, the light intensified into a brilliant flash. Both Xiao Wu and No John instinctively shielded their eyes. The ring had begun to change. Its shape twisted and expanded as the golden radiance surrounded it. Slowly, the artifact transformed. By the time the light faded, the Heavenly Demon Ring no longer existed. In its place was a sword. Staring at the transformed weapon, Jian quietly wondered whether this was the legendary Heavenly Demon Sword. Xiao Wu burst into laughter as he stared at the transformed weapon. Curious, he reached out and asked to examine it for himself. However, Jian continued studying the sword closely. Something on the blade had caught his attention. Noticing Jian's unusual reaction, Xiao Wu asked what was wrong. Jian remained silent for several moments, carefully inspecting the weapon before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Both Xiao Wu and No John were confused by his behavior. Jian then extended the sword toward Xiao Wu and told him to look at it himself. The moment Xiao Wu grabbed the hilt, the sword instantly reverted to its original form, transforming back into the round black crystal. Startled, Xiao Wu stared at it in disbelief. Assuming the transformation had been triggered by internal energy, he immediately attempted to replicate it himself. He poured his chi into the ring, but nothing happened. The artifact remained unchanged. Growing frustrated, Xiao Wu complained that the ring seemed to be discriminating against him. No matter how much internal energy he poured into it, the object refused to respond. After several failed attempts, he handed the ring back to Jian. Jian casually suggested that perhaps he had not infused enough chi into it. The moment Jian channeled his energy into the ring, however, it transformed into a sword once again. Xiao Wu was left speechless. The immediate transformation made it obvious that the issue was not a lack of chi. Watching the scene, No John suggested that perhaps the artifact recognized its master. He compared it to a tamed animal becoming obedient to a specific owner. Xiao Wu immediately rejected the comparison, arguing that it made no sense to compare a living creature to a piece of metal. No John quickly pointed out that a ring turning into a sword made even less sense. After a moment of consideration, Xiao Wu reluctantly admitted that he had a point. Jian redirected their attention to what truly mattered. Holding up the sword, he pointed toward the blade and told them to examine it carefully. Both men leaned closer. Something was engraved on the surface. As they focused on the markings, the mysterious inscriptions seemed to draw them in. The longer they stared, the more intense the pressure became. No John's eyes quickly turned bloodshot. Unable to endure it any longer, he stumbled backward while clutching his eyes and complaining about the pain. Xiao Wu, however, continued studying the blade. After examining it for some time, he concluded that the engravings resembled a martial arts manual. Jian agreed. No John immediately wondered whether the inscriptions contained the Heavenly Demon's secret technique. Xiao Wu dismissed the idea at once. In his opinion, there was no reason for someone else's martial art to be engraved on the Heavenly Demon's sacred relic. No John defended himself by claiming he was merely considering all possibilities. Xiao Wu remained unconvinced and insisted that the answer should be obvious. Jian confirmed his suspicion. The flow and structure of the mnemonic felt remarkably familiar to him. Realization quickly dawned on Xiao Wu. The technique engraved upon the blade was none other than the Heavenly Extremity Sword, a legendary sword art also known as the demonic sword of the Heavenly Demon. The revelation stunned both Chiao Wu and No John. However, Jian quickly clarified that the engraving was incomplete. Only the final 3 forms of the technique appeared to be recorded on the blade. No John expressed surprise that Jian seemed to know so much about the heavenly extremity sword. Jian admitted that while he had never mastered the technique himself, he was very familiar with it. Chiao Wu then asked the question that immediately came to mind. If Jian were to face the heavenly extremity sword, could he defeat it? Jian considered the question carefully. In the past, he would have confidently answered yes. However, now that he was seeing the actual technique with his own eyes, he could no longer be so certain. The response shocked Chiao Wu. He found it difficult to believe that Jian could doubt victory even while possessing the heaven-sundering 9 styles. No John, who had never heard of the technique, immediately demanded an explanation. Chiao Wu attempted to dismiss the question, but No John continued pressing for details. Eventually, Jian offered his own explanation. The heaven-sundering 9 styles, he said, was the obsession of countless warriors who had failed to overcome the strongest. It was the physical manifestation of that obsession itself. The explanation only confused No John further. Unable to make sense of it, he concluded that they simply did not want to tell him. Jian ignored the complaint and shifted the conversation back to a more pressing matter. If the former cult leader had known about the secret hidden within the heavenly demon ring, then Guan Wung likely knew about it as well. That would explain why he had gone to such lengths to obtain the relic. Combined with everything else that had happened, it painted a troubling picture. Guan Wung was proving himself to be an exceptionally dangerous individual. Jian concluded that they would need to prepare for what was coming. Meanwhile, far away in a mountain range, another battle had reached its conclusion. Mook No Gang, leader of the Southern Murim, fell to his knees and coughed up blood. Standing before him was Guan Wung. Unlike his opponent, Guan Wung appeared completely unharmed. The victorious warriors surrounding him erupted into cheers, proclaiming the arrival of the heavenly demon and declaring that all demons should submit before him. Ignoring the celebration, Guan Wung stepped forward and extended a hand toward the defeated No Gang. He explained that he had come seeking an ally for his grand ambition of unifying the Murim, not a subordinate forced into submission. Grateful for the gesture, Mook No Gang accepted the hand and rose to his feet. Guan Wung then spoke of forgotten history. Long ago, after the empire forged by the founding heavenly demon fractured into endless civil war, one family had grown weary of the constant bloodshed. They abandoned everything and journeyed south. That family had once stood beside the heavenly demon himself beneath a banner embroidered with a black dragon. Though small in number, they had been among the most powerful of all his followers. That family eventually became known as the Black Dragon Mook clan. Mook No Gang was shocked. Even within the demonic cult, such knowledge had long faded into obscurity. Yet Guan Wung spoke of it as though he had witnessed it personally. Guan Wung then asked whether his account was correct, expressing a preference for hearing the answer from the head of the Black Dragon Mook clan rather than the leader of the Southern Murim. Mook No Gang admitted that the story was true. However, he pointed out that the name Black Dragon Mook clan had disappeared long ago. Guan Wung responded by suggesting that they restore it. Mook No Gang began explaining that the Southern Murim had already acknowledged the authority of the cult leader, but before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened. Guan Wung had produced an iron flute. The moment he saw it, Mook No Gang was overwhelmed with shock. Guan Wung smiled knowingly. He had expected the head of the Black Dragon Mook clan to recognize the relic. Mook No Gang immediately understood the truth. The iron flute was proof of Guan Wung's lineage. He realized that the man standing before him was a descendant of the founding heavenly demon. Guan Wung confirmed it without hesitation. When Mook No Gang asked why he had not revealed this earlier, Guan Wung laughed. He reminded him that he had already stated the truth before their battle. The problem was that nobody had believed him. Mook No Gang admitted that had he seen the relic beforehand, he would have knelt immediately. Guan Wung explained that he preferred to prove himself through strength rather than relying on an ancient heirloom. With that said, he once again extended an invitation. Mook No Gang immediately dropped to one knee. Abandoning all hesitation, he formally pledged himself as the head of the Black Dragon Mook clan and offered his loyalty to the great cult leader. Several weeks later, Jian's group finally approached Hangzhou. As they traveled through the outskirts during the evening, No John noticed lights shining from a distant house and remarked that they might reach their destination soon. Chiao Wu let out a sigh of relief. The prospect of sleeping indoors rather than spending another night camping was more than welcome. At the same time, he found the area strangely quiet for a city as famous as Hangzhou. Jian explained that they were still on the outskirts. The true city lay farther ahead. Encouraged by the thought, the group continued onward. Eventually, they entered Hangzhou itself. As they walked through the streets, Jian suggested finding lodging for the night and continuing their journey in the morning. Once they returned home, they would be able to reunite with the others and deliver the medicine to his youngest sister. Just then, a familiar voice called out to him. Jian stopped and turned toward the source. Standing there was Yun. The unexpected sight left him completely confused. He could not understand why he was there. A short while later, the group entered a restaurant and ordered food along with several bottles of liquor. Wu immediately poured himself a drink and swallowed it in one gulp. The familiar burn finally eased some of the fatigue from their long journey. As they ate, Yun turned her attention to Jian and learned that he had only recently returned. Curious about her own presence in Hangzhou, Jian asked why she was there instead of managing the butcher shop. Yun explained that she was investigating a series of strange rumors that had recently spread throughout the region. When Jian asked for details, she revealed that rumors were circulating claiming that the head of the Hao clan's main family had died. After thinking it over, Jian concluded that if she was calling it a strange rumor, then it was probably false. Yun confirmed his suspicion. Although the clan head had grown weaker with age, he remained relatively healthy. Even so, the rumor had shocked many people when it first appeared. While stuffing dumplings into his mouth, Wu expressed disbelief that such a worthless rumor had managed to spread from Gumhua all the way to Sohang, effectively covering most of Zhejiang province. Yun agreed that this was exactly what made the situation suspicious. When Jian asked for clarification, she explained that the rumor had spread like wildfire in Sohang. However, outside that area, people discussed it far less than expected. Aside from Sohang itself, Hangzhou was the only place where the rumor had truly gained traction. Because of this, her great-grandfather had returned to the main house while she traveled to Hangzhou to investigate. The main family was taking the matter seriously enough to hire the beggar sect to uncover the source. Wu found that excessive for what appeared to be a baseless rumor. Yun admitted that she had felt the same way initially. However, the elders of the main family believed that even false rumors needed to be investigated if they were spreading in such a deliberate manner. The explanation left Jian with a growing sense of unease. Something about the situation felt wrong. The more he thought about it, the more urgent it became for him to return home. Before leaving, Yun suggested that he stop by Chongsimwen first. Sama Jin had been staying there recently to learn medicine. However, Jian had already made up his mind. Without wasting another moment, the group departed immediately. Some time later, they were racing through a forest. Jian led the way at an incredible speed, while Wu followed behind with No John riding on his back. Despite carrying an injured man, Wu pushed himself to keep up. The constant use of lightness techniques over such a long distance was exhausting, and he loudly complained about Jian's relentless pace. No John noticed the expression on Jian's face and admitted that he felt uneasy. It had been a long time since he had seen Jian look so tense. Wu felt the same. The timing was simply too suspicious. While they were away, trouble had struck the very clan they had entrusted to watch over things. Even worse, Chongsimwen had been burned to the ground. No John informed him that he had already inspected the ruins. Multiple ignition points had been found throughout the compound, proving that the fire had been deliberately set in several locations at once. The conclusion was obvious. The attack had been carefully planned. Wu swore that once he found those responsible, he would tear them apart personally. Suddenly his anger vanished. Ahead of them stood the remains of Jian's home. The roof had been shattered. The sight made Jian's heart sink. His thoughts immediately turned to his siblings. Even Wu could only stare in disbelief as he wondered what had happened there. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged from the house. It was the assassin Jian had once saved in the forest. The man cautiously demanded to know who they were. The instant Jian recognized him, he grabbed the assassin by the collar. To Jian, the scene initially looked like the ultimate betrayal. He bitterly thought that the old saying about raising a black-haired beast only to be bitten by it had proven true once again. Before matters could escalate further, Hyan rushed out of the house. He immediately stopped Jian and explained that the assassin was not their enemy. In fact, the family was still alive because of him. Chio Wu also recognized the young assassin and found his presence baffling. Ignoring the confusion for the moment, Jian entered the house. Inside, he found Guangho lying unconscious on a bed while Dr. Huang Zhong treated him. The sight filled him with alarm. He demanded an explanation. Haiyan revealed that a group of mysterious attackers had stormed the house the previous night. During the attack, Guangho had suffered severe injuries. The answer immediately led Jian to a more important question. Where was Jina? The response struck like a bolt of lightning. She had been taken. Chio Wu exploded with anger, demanding to know who had kidnapped her. Unfortunately, Haiyan knew nothing. He did not know who the attackers were, what they wanted, or why they had come. The only thing he knew was that Jina was gone. Chio Wu then turned his attention back to the assassin. Before anything else, he wanted to know why an assassin was even present at the house. The man calmly explained. After recovering from the injuries he had suffered earlier, he had returned for a second assignment. That assignment had been issued through Banrim. The target was none other than the owner of a butcher shop in Sohung. The revelation immediately enraged Chio Wu. Assuming the worst, he nearly punched the assassin in the face. Fortunately, Haiyan intervened and forced him to listen. The assassin continued his explanation. After arriving and investigating the target, he discovered two reasons why he could not complete the contract. First, the target had already left Sohung. Second, the target was the very man who had saved his life. Chio Wu suspected that the real reason was fear of Hahugak, the terrifying old sword master connected to the household. The assassin admitted that discovering such a monster working in a butcher's shop had certainly been shocking. Even the Banrim elder accompanying him had been startled. However, that was not the reason he withdrew. He explained that he simply refused to betray a benefactor. Because of that conviction, he abandoned the assignment. Banrim subsequently informed the client that the contract had been rejected and returned the penalty fee. Jian then asked the obvious question. If the contract had been cancelled, why was the assassin still there? The answer was simple. He had only received confirmation of the cancellation the previous evening. Before departing, he had decided to visit the family personally to express his gratitude. Guangho, despite his injuries, confirmed the story. The assassin had arrived carrying an expensive gift and had spoken openly about how Jian and Chio Wu had saved his life. Since it was already late, they had offered him a room for the night. Ironically, that decision had ended up saving him as well. Unfortunately, Jina had still been kidnapped. Jian immediately requested a detailed account of the attack. The assassin explained that it had occurred shortly after midnight. Approximately 30 attackers had participated. Every one of them possessed impressive martial arts skills. Most dangerous of all was a middle-aged man who appeared to be leading them. His strength had been overwhelming. The Banrim elder accompanying the assassin had fought desperately to stop them but was completely outmatched. Chio Wu noted that assassins were poorly suited for direct confrontations. The assassin agreed and continued. In the end, the middle-aged man defeated the elder. At first, Jian assumed he was referring to the old Banrim elder they had previously encountered. He felt genuine regret, believing he still owed the man a debt. The assassin corrected him. The elder had died smiling. In his final moments, he had expressed relief that he was finally able to repay a debt. While the elder held off the enemy leader, the assassin had done everything possible to escort the family to safety. Unfortunately, he had eventually been overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Jian then asked what had happened to Guangho. Haiyan explained that Guangho had refused to give up on Jina. The assassin confirmed it. From the beginning, the attackers had clearly been targeting Sama Jin. Both he and Guangho had fought desperately to stop them. However, the middle-aged leader's strength had been overwhelming. While listening, Jian noticed blood dripping from the assassin's arm. The man had hidden his injuries well, but it was obvious he had suffered serious wounds protecting the family. Realizing the extent of the sacrifice, Jian clasped his hands respectfully and offered a slight bow. He sincerely thanked the assassin for protecting his family and apologized for doubting him. The assassin, in turn, expressed regret that he had failed to save Jina. Jian disagreed. Had the assassin and the fallen Banrim elder not intervened, the outcome would have been far worse. The house likely would have shared the same fate as Chongsimwen, reduced to ashes with every member of the family slaughtered. Compared to that possibility, simply being able to see his surviving brothers alive was something for which he could never adequately express his gratitude. At that moment, Dr. Huang Zhong emerged after completing Guangho's treatment. Jian was relieved to see him alive. The doctor explained that pure luck had saved him. An urgent matter had forced him away for 2 days. When he returned and saw the ruins of Chongsimwen, he had been horrified. The attackers had not merely killed the doctors. They had murdered the patients as well. Afterward, they had burned the entire facility. The sheer cruelty of the massacre left him deeply shaken. Jian admitted that while his grief could not compare to the doctors, he too felt tremendous pain. He also apologized, believing the attackers may have targeted Chongsimwen because they thought Jina was there. Huang Zhong rejected the idea. In his view, the responsibility rested solely with the attackers. Their actions were simply evil. Chiu Wu then asked about Guangho's condition. The doctor's answer was grim. The situation remained dangerous. Several more days would be needed before they could determine whether Guangho would recover. Hearing that, Jian's anger intensified. He desperately wanted to know who was responsible. At that moment, No John finally arrived. Chiu Wu immediately asked whether he had found the kidnappers. No John shook his head. The trail had led into Sohung's city before disappearing completely. Whoever was behind the attack had planned everything with great care. Chiu Wu cursed in frustration. However, No John had uncovered something else. He had identified the group responsible for spreading the rumor about the death of the Haho clan's head. According to his investigation, the rumor originated from an organization known as the Blood Axe Sect. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the Blood Axe Sect headquarters. Chiu Wu and Jian defeated all the Blood Axe members there. One of the Blood Axe Sect members, Max Sodong, knelt on the ground in front of Jian. Jian questioned Sodong about a certain rumor he had been hearing and revealed that the Blood Axe Sect had been its source. He demanded to know why they had spread it. Sodong explained that someone had promised to pay them if they spread the rumor. Jian demanded to know who had made the offer. Sodong revealed that he had been approached by GM Wu from the Heavenly Pavilion. Chiu Wu was incredulous that the Blood Axe Sect had accepted a request from a Qizang house that sold alcohol to spread rumors about the death of the Haho Great Lord without giving it any thought. He called Sodong an idiot for doing so. Sodong placed his head on the ground and explained that he had also found the request suspicious, so he had looked into it. However, the rumor had already spread throughout Hangzhou, so he had not thought it would cause much trouble. The amount of money offered had also been quite large, and he had never imagined that great heroes like Jian and Chiu Wu would become involved. He desperately begged them to spare his life. Jian declared that when he had left his house, he had resolved not to forgive anyone who had even the slightest connection to the incident. He only needed one person to guide him to the Heavenly Pavilion. Chiu Wu moved away with a smile. The scene then shifted to the Heavenly Pavilion at night. Han Xiu, the owner of the Heavenly Pavilion, sat across the table from Hao Gate Elder Piyang, who was drinking liquor. Piyang mentioned that he had heard about the Pure Heart Hall and that it had been burned to the ground. Han Xiu confirmed that most of the patients and doctors had lost their lives. Piyang placed his cup on the table with a chuckle. He remarked that no matter how cruel someone was, he had never imagined they would attack the Pure Heart Hall. Their enemies had moved faster than expected, which was troublesome. At least, it was fortunate that they had not encountered the sword freak. Han Xiu's bodyguard, Sang Qion, explained that it had only been a matter of a day or two. If they had been slightly faster, they might have ruined the entire plan. Han Xiu poured Piyang another cup of liquor. Piyang praised everyone for doing well despite the difficult circumstances. Han Xiu thanked him but questioned why a Hao Gate elder had come all the way there. She could not believe he had traveled that far merely to check on the success of a single mission. Piyang asked whether she knew why he had intervened personally instead of simply providing information. Han Xiu assumed that it was because they had received a substantial amount of money in exchange for their assistance. Piyang confirmed that the payment was excessive even considering the risk, but he emphasized that money was not everything. Sang Qion wondered whether the reason was related to the Yangtze River Water Alliance, since it was publicly known that the Hongik Bang was connected to them. Piyang confirmed that this was exactly the reason. He had taken the opportunity to cause trouble for those people, and that had also been the intention of the Green Forest members who had planned the entire scheme. Han Xiu questioned whether such a thing was really possible. Piyang explained that it was easy. The skills of those butchers had been that impressive. Once they began frantically searching for their sister, the resulting chaos would be quite a sight. If everything went well, they might even drag the Haho clan into the conflict. Although he felt somewhat sorry for the Butcher siblings, their fate had been sealed the moment their information had fallen into the hands of the Green Forest. It had merely been a question of whether they would be swallowed by the Green Forest or the Yangtze. As they had intended, the Sword Freak had now left his post, while the Hongik Bang had taken the child and left Sohung as planned. All that remained was to subtly inform the shop owner or the Sword Freak of the Hongik Bang's involvement when they returned. After that, their job would be finished. However, the situation had changed slightly. Han Seol asked what had changed. Pyong explained that the medical house of the living immortal had recently gone through a major ordeal. Han Seol said she had heard that they had been involved with the demonic cult and had nearly been wiped out, but that some heroes had appeared and saved them. Pyong chuckled and questioned whether that was how the rumor had spread. He admitted that they had indeed saved the people there, but insisted that those people were not heroes. They were the same breed as the demonic cult. Han Seol wondered what he meant. Pyong explained that those people were also from the demonic cult. More importantly, they were the owners of the butcher shop. That was why he had rushed there. He had received orders to withdraw immediately without looking back if even the slightest mistake occurred. Pyong told Han Seol not to worry too much and suggested that they first finish everything properly. Han Seol became nervous upon hearing this. Pyong noticed her expression and asked what was wrong. Han Seol admitted that she had used the Blood Axe sect to spread the rumors. Pyong was shocked and demanded to know why she had made such a decision. He reminded her that he had emphasized multiple times that the matter had to be handled with the utmost caution and secrecy. Sang Cheon explained that because their branch was located there, it had been difficult to operate secretly. Moreover, the Hongik Bang's movements had been much faster than the spread of the rumors. Pyong still considered the decision reckless. If the Haha clan began investigating seriously, not only would the Blood Axe sect be exposed, but their own identity would also be revealed in no time. Han Seol explained that she had already sent GM Wool, who had contacted the Blood Axe sect somewhere else. No one knew of GM Wool's existence, so there was supposedly nothing to worry about. Pyong nervously bit his nails and explained that it was not that simple. The Haha clan would not stop being suspicious merely because GM Wool disappeared. They were dealing with people from the demonic cult, and he questioned whether Han Seol and the children there would truly be safe. Their branch could face a literal worst-case scenario. Pyong turned to Sang Cheon and asked how long it would take to erase their traces from the place. Sang Cheon explained that they were still in the early stages. Aside from the children who had come directly from the main branch, no one knew their identity. Pyong felt relieved. Although time was tight, they should have been able to clear everything out faster than expected. He ordered Sang Cheon to erase their traces as quickly as possible, but stopped mid-sentence after sensing something. He suddenly shouted for everyone to dodge. Han Seol and Sang Cheon were immediately alerted. In an instant, a person surrounded by inner energy crashed into one of the heavenly pavilion buildings like a shooting star. The person then used a sword technique to destroy the building's upper floor. When the person unsheathed his sword, it was revealed to be Jian. Chio-Wu defeated the guards at the location and then smiled as he asked Jian what he intended to do next. Jian turned around and began moving away. He noted that the people had fled and that the destruction should be enough to make the rats come scurrying out in surprise. He then ordered Chio-Wu to bring the unconscious guard. Chio-Wu grabbed the unconscious guard by his clothes and followed Jian. He wondered what the guard looked like and suggested that they go and find out. Several people from the heavenly pavilion rushed outside in fear of the attackers. Han Seol was among them and also fled. Chio-Wu looked around and determined that there did not seem to be anyone else nearby. Jian agreed. Although there were a few suspicious-looking people, none of them appeared to be much of a threat. At that moment, Pyong and Sang Cheon emerged and stood at the main building's entrance. Chio-Wu saw them and concluded that they only needed to deal with those two. Pyong demanded to know who they were. Chio-Wu threw the unconscious guard in front of him and told Pyong that he did not need to know their identities. Instead, he demanded answers and asked where the Kizang named GM Wool was. Pyong pretended not to know who GM Wool was. Chio-Wu's grin widened as he warned the old man not to play dumb. He explained that they had not come all that way for nothing and threatened to make him disappear like the Blood Axe sect. Pyong realized that they were the ones responsible. Using sound transmission, Pyong asked Sang Cheon whether Han Seol had escaped safely. Sang Cheon confirmed that she had left with Ho Cheol and told him not to worry. Pyong felt relieved and concluded that they had been discovered. However, since he had managed to save Han Seol, he believed that he could at least face the sect master. Jian noticed Pyong's reaction and accused him of having already made his move. He questioned whether Pyong intended to keep his mouth shut until the end. Pyong admitted that Jian was looking for GM Wu but insisted that Jian would never find her. Chiao Wu smiled and said that they would see about that. He added that it did not really matter and moved forward, ready to have a proper conversation. Meanwhile, in the nearby forest, Han Seol woke up in confusion on Ho Cheol's back as he carried her away. Han Seol wondered why she was there. Ho Cheol asked whether she was awake. Han Seol grabbed her head and questioned Ho Cheol about what was happening. Ho Cheol asked whether she remembered that the heavenly pavilion had been attacked. Han Seol climbed down from his back and acknowledged that she knew about the attack. However, she wanted to know why she had been unconscious and carried away when she should have been at the heavenly pavilion. Ho Cheol explained that he had received orders to take her and escape. Han Seol realized that the elder had made his move on her and decided that she had to return. Ho Cheol immediately tried to stop her, warning that she would die if she went back. Han Seol insisted that she could not simply run away. Ho Cheol explained that the real problem was that there was a chance the Butcher brothers had realized their sex identity. They needed to report what had happened and prepare themselves. Han Seol said that only one person was necessary to deliver the warning. She ordered Ho Cheol to go and tell them while she returned to the heavenly pavilion. Ho Cheol stopped her and refused to let her do so, explaining that his orders were also to save her. Han Seol immediately pulled out a knife and placed it against Ho Cheol's neck. She warned him that she would cut him down if he continued blocking her. Ho Cheol told her to go ahead and kill him. Han Seol questioned whether he truly believed she would do it. Ho Cheol closed his eyes and told her to do it. Han Seol became flustered. From a distance, No John watched the two of them and muttered that their argument was ridiculous. He wondered why Han Seol did not simply cut Ho Cheol if she intended to do so, and suggested that they should run away instead. He even considered killing them both. However, after thinking about Jian, No John decided to hold back because he did not want to be killed by his boss. Han Seol and Ho Cheol eventually started moving forward. Seeing their sudden decision, John muttered that it had been a quick one. He then jumped down from the tree and began following them. Some time later, the scene shifted back to the destroyed heavenly pavilion, where Chiao Wu stood amid the rubble. He turned to Jian with a smile and remarked that Pyong had stood his ground right to the edge of the grave. Jian replied that he could not believe Pyong had actually endured that much. He wondered if things would have been different if Pyong had known that No John was already hunting down those who had escaped before his death. Pyong's body lay buried beneath the rubble. At that moment, John approached them at high speed. Seeing him from a distance, Jian remarked that he was coming. John asked how things had gone. Jian replied that it had been a failure. Pyong had held out against the bone-shattering interrogation for over 2 hours before finally kicking the bucket. John was surprised and remarked that it was rare for anyone to survive the boss's questioning. Apparently, even a bottom feeder from the How Gate had some pride. Chiao Wu asked if John meant the How Gate they knew. John confirmed that he did and added that they would not believe where the How Gate's branch headquarters was located. It was right there in Hangzhou. Jian heard this in silence, his expression becoming serious. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the How Gate branch headquarters, Hongri Qianrak. Han Seol, crying, grabbed Jian's leg and begged him to stop. Jian angrily continued pressing his leg against the chest of How Gate elder Ma Yang, who coughed up blood. Jian turned his attention toward Han Seol and was about to grab her by the head. Seeing this, she trembled in fear, thinking that she was going to die. At that moment, Ma Yang spoke in a trembling voice, begging Jian to wait. He promised to tell him everything and do whatever he wanted if he would only make it stop. After a brief silence, Jian told him that was enough. John and Chiao Wu stopped beating the guards. How Gate Elder Dumi Rock was thrown aside by Chiao Wu, who remarked that the old man was lucky. Ho Chio nervously called out to the wounded Mirak and asked if his master was all right. Chio Wu moved toward Jian and assured Ho Chio that Mirak was not dead yet. He then asked Jian if he really wanted him to stop already, claiming that he had barely scratched the surface and wondering if he could leave at least a couple of them alive. Jian turned to Ma Yang and told him that he had heard Chio Wu. They did not need everyone, so Ma Yang had better start talking and reveal who the bastards were that had kidnapped his sister. Ma Yang began to answer, but Jian interrupted him and told Jian to hold on. He questioned whether Jian had lost his edge after returning to his hometown, and insisted that they needed to cross-reference their stories. Chio Wu agreed that it was a good point. With that, Chio Wu carried Ho Chio away, telling him to talk instead since the old man was out of it. Jian grabbed Han Seol and took her away as well, saying that he would take the girl. Jian then told Ma Yang that all three of their answers had better match and ordered him to talk. Ma Yang revealed that it was the Hongik Bang. Jian repeated the name in surprise. Ma Yang explained that the Hongik Bang was a sub-organization of the Yangtze River Water Alliance. However, subtle work was not their specialty, as they bought and sold people. Jian concluded that they were slave traders. Ma Yang confirmed it. Jian then surmised that they had spread the rumors because they knew Old Man Sword Freak would make things difficult if they simply tried to take his sister. Ma Yang thought that they had to keep it a secret that they had sold Jian's sister's information to the Hongik Bang. Ho Chio must have heard the information from the two elders, so he would handle it. The problem was Han Seol, who did not know. Ma Yang explained to Jian that, at the time, they had not known the full situation. They had simply received a request to spread a rumor, but Jian interrupted him and questioned whether the How Gate really just fulfilled requests. He asked if that meant the How Gate did not care what kind of work it was as long as they were paid. Ma Yang admitted that it would sound like an excuse, but as a powerless branch of the How Gate, they had no choice. He knelt down and explained that the others had merely been following orders from above. He begged Jian to take his life if necessary but spare the others. Jian admitted that he was beyond furious, but he could understand where they were coming from. No matter how famous the How Gate was, they were still an information guild and were bound to be pushed around by the major martial factions. Chio Wu returned with Ho Chio. Seeing Ma Yang kneeling, he asked what was going on and why the old man was acting like that. Jian told him not to worry about it and asked what Ho Chio had said. Chio Wu threw Ho Chio to the ground and explained that he had said it was the Hongik Bang, a group connected to the Yangtze River Water Alliance. Jian asked if there was anything else. Chio Wu replied that there was not much. Ho Chio had only said that they were forced into spreading the rumors because they had been threatened. He then asked what the old man had said. Jian replied that it was the same thing, with no real difference. At that moment, Jian returned with Han Seol and remarked that Jian actually believed that story, adding that he had really lost his edge. Chio Wu turned toward him and questioned what kind of nonsense that was, wondering why the old man was turning bright red. Jian told him to shut up and listen. He reminded Jian that the Hongik Bang and the Yangtze River Water Alliance were connected. Jian confirmed it. Jian explained that Han Seol had said the same thing, but she had folded so easily that it made him suspicious. Therefore, he had applied a little pressure, and she had started singing a very interesting tune. Chio Wu demanded that he reveal what she had said instead of keeping everyone in suspense. With a grin, Jian revealed that the name, 18 Green Forest Strongholds, had suddenly come up. Apparently, they had been commissioned to investigate the boss and vice boss a long time ago. Ma Yang, Chio Wu, and Jian were all surprised by the revelation. Chio Wu told Jian that it looked like those bastards from the Golden Tiger Fortress were behind everything. Jian agreed that it seemed so and asked if that meant the Green Forest was involved as well. Jian explained that, looking at the bigger picture, it seemed the Green Forest had leaked all sorts of information to the Hongik Bang. Their intentions were pretty damn obvious. Jian turned to Ma Yang and asked if he had given their information to the Green Forest. Ma Yang confirmed that he had and began explaining that, as they knew, when they received a request, before he could finish, Jian ordered him to shut up. He asked how much information they had given them, then added that, considering the situation, he did not even need to ask. Ma Yang admitted that everything was his fault. He offered to take full responsibility and begged Jian to forgive the younger members. Jian said that he understood perfectly and acknowledged that the Hao Gate had no other choice. Ma Yang thanked him repeatedly. Jian then added that, just as the Hao Gate had its position, they had theirs. Ma Yang became confused and asked what he meant. Jian explained that because of their precious position, his sister had been kidnapped and innocent people had lost their lives. Therefore, Ma Yang should not resent him. Both sides were simply doing what their positions required. Besides, Jian had already made his resolution. He would not leave a single person involved in this alive. Ma Yang shouted in protest. However, Chiu Wu and John began killing Ma Yang's men. Chiu Wu, frustrated by their lack of resistance, remarked that they were not even going to put up a fight. He clicked his tongue and commented that even a worm would squirm when stepped on. At that moment, Chiu Wu sensed an attack directed at John, who was busy killing the people in front of him. Chiu Wu immediately shouted a warning. A sword was flying toward John's head from behind, moments away from striking him. John immediately turned aside and dodged the attack with only a minor scratch. However, the sword rotated midair and redirected itself toward him. Noticing it, John cursed under his breath and immediately moved behind Chiu Wu. Chiu Wu sighed when he saw this and remarked that things were getting ridiculous. He easily caught the sword and crushed it with his grip strength, commenting that these people had some decent tricks up their sleeves. John immediately stepped out and moved forward angrily, stating that he would not call sword control merely a trick. He demanded to know who they were and ordered the others to catch them. Before John could get any closer to the enemy, Chiu Wu grabbed him and rose into the air, telling him to back off because this was out of his league. Chiu Wu clenched his fist and prepared to punch the wall, saying that they would see whether the sword was worth anything. He then destroyed the wall with a single punch and emerged outside. An elder wielding a sword was standing there. Seeing him, Chiu Wu remarked that he was not bad. Both of them charged toward each other. The elder swung his sword while Chiu Wu swung his fist, and the two attacks clashed furiously. Chiu Wu was pushed backward. Realizing that he had been forced back, Chiu Wu became angry. He thought that he was an expert capable of sword control and found it infuriating to be pushed back like this. Chiu Wu smiled and released his aura, telling the elder that he was pretty good for an old man. The elder remained silent. Chiu Wu concentrated his aura in his fists, and challenged the elder to take a taste of it as well. The elder concentrated his aura into his sword, and both of them rushed forward again. They launched their attacks simultaneously, causing the sword aura to clash with Chiu Wu's aura-infused fists. John watched the battle and remarked that the old man was incredible. Even within the demonic cult, there were not many people with that level of skill. Jian observed that they appeared to be from the Hao clan. They must have been nearby after asking the Hao Gate to investigate the rumors. He also noticed that the late arrivals appeared to be disciples of the beggar sect. John pointed out that there was no way the beggar sect would not know about what was happening, and asked how they should handle them. Jian ordered them to kick the beggar sect members out but not kill them, instructing them to rough them up a little instead. John was surprised by the order. Jian moved forward and told them not to spill any blood. However, he quickly changed his mind and instructed John to watch over the others while he handled the situation himself. The group leader of the beggar sect, Mo Yak, thought that he had assumed some thugs were merely causing trouble at the Hao Gate, but there was a literal monster here. He then warned everyone to stay alert. As Mo Yak watched Chiu Wu fight the elder, he was stunned that Hao Jie, one of the Hao clan's top experts, was being pushed back so helplessly. He decided to leave the matter to the Hao clan and gestured toward Hao clan member Hao Ryong. Hao Ryong raised his sword and shouted for everyone to strike. The Hao clan members rushed forward to attack Jian, but Jian swung his sword and defeated them with ease. Seeing this, Mo Yak shouted for the beggar sect members to support the Hao clan. The beggar sect members immediately rushed forward to attack Jian. Jian grabbed his sword by the blade and began defeating the beggar sect members using only the hilt. Jian then warned them that if they kept coming, he would take their heads. The members became frightened and muttered that they could not move. Mo Yak muttered in disbelief, wondering just what kind of monsters these people were. Hao Ryong shouted at the others not to be afraid and ordered them not to retreat. At that moment, The elder Hahujei, who had been fighting Chiao Wu, fell in front of Ryong. Ryong immediately rushed forward and asked his uncle worriedly if he was all right. Ryong then offered to help as well. Elder Jie ordered him to stand down, explaining that the fight was not over yet. He then told Chiao Wu that he truly was a monster. Chiao Wu became excited and remarked that this was more like it. He sensed that the elder was still hiding something and challenged him to reveal it. At that moment, Yun arrived and urgently told Chiao Wu to wait and stop. Chiao Wu assured Yun that he knew they were his family and would stop, telling him not to worry. Yun took a deep breath and thanked him. Ryong asked Yun if these were the friends he had mentioned. Yun explained that they were the same men who had spoken with the elder earlier. Both Ryong and Elder Jie were shocked by the revelation and realized that these were the people they had heard about. At that moment, Eugeology arrived and remarked that they had gotten wrecked pretty badly. The beggar sect members immediately straightened themselves respectfully, while Mo Yak addressed Eugeology as the Supreme Elder. Eugeology asked what all the commotion was about. He explained that he had rushed there after hearing strange rumors and had unexpectedly received news about an old friend. Mo Yak apologized and explained that they had rushed to help the How Gate after being told they were under attack by thugs. However, their disciples had proven inadequate and brought shame to the beggar sect. Eugeology turned toward Jian and introduced himself as Ju Eugeology, asking whether Jian had heard of him. Jian replied that they had met briefly at the medical house of the living immortal and that old man, so, had mentioned Eugeological often. Eugeology asked what the old fellow had said about him. Jian explained that old man so had called Eugeology a great elder of the beggar sect. Eugeology became confused and asked if that was all. Chiao Wu added that old man so had also said Eugeology had a nasty personality, and was a real pain in the ass. Eugeology became angry upon hearing this and retorted that the old geezer was the one with the nasty personality. He then turned to Ryong and asked whether he agreed. Ryong turned his head away and remained silent. Seeing this, Eugeology remarked that Ryong was apparently defending his bloodline. He then asked what was actually going on. Although the How Gate might not be the most righteous group, they were not the type to willingly buy this kind of trouble. Jian explained that Eugeology had misunderstood the situation. The How Gate had conspired with the 18 Green Forest strongholds, who held a personal grudge against him, and had participated in the kidnapping of his sister. They had also deceived the Haho clan to accomplish it. Yun shouted in surprise and asked whether the rumors had really been connected to the How Gate. Chiao Wu confirmed that they had spread the rumors to lure old man So away because they knew he would cause problems if he stayed. Yun gritted his teeth in frustration and cursed those crazy bastards. Jian added that this was not all. They had raided the place where his sister worked and slaughtered all the physicians and patients. Eugeology immediately turned toward Ryong and asked whether it was true that the place had suffered such a tragedy. Ryong admitted that he had not yet confirmed the details, but acknowledged that such rumors were indeed circulating. Eugeology thought for a moment before turning to Ma Yang and asking whether what Jian had said was true. Ma Yang remained silent. Ryong then shouted and demanded to know whether the How Gate had been responsible for spreading those lies about their great lord's death. Ma Yang continued to remain silent. Chiao Wu moved toward the How Gate members and warned them that they could keep their mouths shut if they wanted, but they had already seen what he was capable of. He had plenty of ways to make a closed mouth talk. The How Gate members shouted for him not to come any closer. Ma Yang immediately shouted that everything Jian had said was true. Mo Yak angrily demanded to know how they could have done all of that, and then dared to ask the beggar sect for help. Ryong said that he had never imagined the How Gate would disrespect their family so thoroughly. He found it laughable that they had actually asked the How Gate to find the source of the rumors. The Haho clan members and beggar sect members angrily shouted at Ma Yang, demanding to know what the hell was going on and accusing the How Gate of having lost their minds and behaving shamelessly. Ma Yang wondered what he should do. Eugeology shouted at Ma Yang and demanded an explanation. Ma Yang gritted his teeth and thought that things had come to this and that they had no choice. He then reached his hand into his outfit. Ma Yang picked out a dagger. Seeing that, Chiao Wu said, "A dagger? Are you really making a final, desperate struggle with that thing?" Ma Yang said. "That dagger is coated in lethal poison," Eugeology said. "Don't do anything stupid. What the hell are you trying to? Before he could complete his sentence, Ma Yang pierced the dagger into his chest, shocking all of them. Ma Yang, while coughing up blood, said, "It's all this old man's fault. Please, spare these poor children." Jian remained silent at that, and narrowed his eyes. Ma Yang collapsed to the ground. Standing over him, Eugeology said, "Even though we were from rival organizations, we've laughed and cried together in this same underworld for a long time. Why would you make a choice like this?" Meanwhile, John became surprised as the dead body of a Howgate member fell in front of him, thrown by Chiolwu. John turned to him angrily, and Chiolwu said, "What are you doing? Clean this up. We don't have much time." Both started killing all the members of the Howgate. Then, after a little while, they killed them all, leaving only several women alive. John stepped forward with a smile, muttering, "Only those ones are left." He rushed forward to kill them, saying, "I'll make this quick for you." But his sword was stopped by Jian. John, in surprise, turned to him and asked, "Why, boss? You stopped me?" Jian said, "You know how it is. The superiors make the decisions, but it's always the ones at the bottom who spill the blood. I don't see any reason to kill courtesans who don't even know martial arts." Chiolwu muttered, "Man, since when did we start showing mercy?" Jian used sound transmission and asked Eugeology, "Is this good enough?" Eugeology replied, "Thank you," Yun said, "but you really have no leads on the Hongik Bang?" Chiolwu said, "We could have found them if we had more time and effort, but we didn't have that luxury. Instead, I found a lead connected to them. Since we discovered the identity of the one behind everything, we've actually achieved something." Mo Yak stepped forward asking, "Are you planning on going to the Hongik Bang?" "I'm sorry, but I don't think you should." Yun turned to him and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Mo Yak said, "Some of our kids saw a suspicious group passing through the outskirts of Hangzhou this afternoon. They didn't enter Hangzhou, so our kids didn't observe them closely, but it looked like they were." Before he could complete his sentence, Jian grabbed his hands and asked, "Which way? Which way did they go?" Mo Yak said, "Towards Suzhou." Eugeology asked, "Suzhou? I thought their base was near Lake Poyang." Mo Yak said, "Yes. But they were definitely heading towards Suzhou." Eugeology muttered, "How strange. Could they have realized we were tailing them?" Jian bowed his head and said to Mo Yak, "Thank you. I won't forget this debt." Mo Yak replied, "No, please. Don't speak of debts." Jian said, "No, I will definitely repay today's debt, no matter what it takes." Jian then said to his fellows, "Let's go." As he moved away, Eugeology said to Mo Yak, "Branch leader?" Mo Yak replied, "Yes." Eugeology said, "I think we're going to need someone fast for this. To act as a guide, the person must know the local geography like the back of their hand." Mo Yak said, "I'll prepare someone right away. This kid knows this area like his own home." As they moved away, Chiolwu turned to Yun and said, "With those skills, how do you expect to keep up? You'll just be in the way." Yun replied, "That'll never happen, even if it kills me." Chiolwu said, "What a brat." He then asked Jian, "Boss, what should we do?" Jian replied, "Tell him to do whatever he wants." At that moment, someone raised his hand from a nearby rooftop while saying, "Wait. Please wait a moment." Chiolwu became confused and turned to him. He grabbed him by his clothes, raised him into the air, and asked, "Who are you?" The child was Manchu, who replied, "My master sent me." Chiolwu asked, "Master? Who is your master?" Manchu replied, "The leader of the beggar sect branch in Hangzhou is my master." Jian asked, "Why are you here?" Manchu replied, "He ordered me to guide you to Suzhou. Oh, and I also heard you guys are chasing some strange guys. What was their name again?" Yun said, "The Hongik Bang." Manchu said, "That's it, the Hongik Bang group. He told me to help you track them down." Jian thought, "This is Eugeology's way of paying me back for saving the courtesans. With the Beggar Sex Information Network, we can gain some time." Jian said, "I'm counting on you." Manchu replied, "I can navigate this terrain with my eyes closed. You don't even have to worry." Chiolwu stepped closer and asked, "That stench of alcohol. Kid, have you been drinking in the middle of the day?" Manchu replied. No, I just drank a bit too much last night. Does it still stink? Jiao grabbed his nose while saying. It doesn't just stink, it's rotten. How much did you drink to still be this disgusting? Manchu said. Actually, I really don't know. I was taught that you shouldn't count your drinks. Jiao asked Jian. Are you sure he's going to be useful? The scene shifted to the main branch of the Hao Gate. In the meeting room, Hao Gate leader Un Se Chong opened the letter and read it. He muttered, In the end, it's come to this. He threw the letter on the table, saying, This is a message from the Hangzhou branch. Everyone take a look. A person sitting on the right side of the leader grabbed it and read it, saying, The Hao clan and the beggar sect are now hostile, and the Hangzhou branch was decimated by the demonic path. He then asked, Is this true? Se Chong replied, I wish it weren't, but it likely is. What do you think we should do? Another person in a dark blue outfit said, Our relationship with the Hao clan and the beggar sect has been completely destroyed. Especially if the Hao clan decides to suppress us, we'll face endless trouble. Another person in a green outfit said, We have to apologize as soon as possible. If we explain that it wasn't our intention and that we had no choice due to pressure from the Green Forest, they might show some understanding. A person in a black outfit said, The beggar sect won't let this opportunity slide. It's a shame, but how about we make some concessions? He then turned to another person, saying, Supreme Guardian, why are you silent? This is all because the Supreme Guardian pushed too hard to involve them in getting revenge against the Yangtze River Water Alliance. Supreme Guardian said, What could a sinner like me possibly say? Se Chong said, Since when does someone as powerful as you bow down so easily? Meanwhile, the Supreme Guardian thought, I didn't expect the damage to be this severe. But as planner, I threw those two demonic acolytes into the chaos with the Yangtze River Water Alliance. There's no reason to make an enemy of the clan leader in this situation. He bowed his head and said, Because of this old man's stubbornness, our clan's disciples suffered heavy losses. I can't even show my face, Se Chong said. Still, you must have an opinion on how to clean up this mess. Speak, Supreme Guardian said. I believe the suggestions made so far are sufficient to deal with the Hao clan and the beggar sect. The real problem is how those acolyte brothers will act, Se Chong said. I'm worried about that too. If they decide to attack us with full force, we have to prepare for the destruction of our clan. Do you have any countermeasure for that? Supreme Guardian said. Before discussing countermeasures, there's something I need to make clear. Regardless of how it happened, countless disciples, including our clan's elders, lost their lives to them. Are you giving up on revenge? Of course we have to take our revenge. Another person became angry and said, The cause of this problem lies with us. Don't you realize that if we declare revenge without a just cause, we'll only be inviting criticism? Setting justifications aside, their martial strength won't be easy to handle. Even if we all move together, I'm not sure we could win. Supreme Guardian asked. Is there any need to fight them head-on? They asked. What is he talking about? Supreme Guardian said. I'm asking when was the last time we ever fought on the front lines? We are the Hao Gate. A sinister smile appeared across his face, and he continued. We just need to fight them the best way we know how. Secretly, hidden from the eyes of the world. The scene shifted near Somyang Island, where the Hongik Bang group was making its way through the dense grass field while carrying a palanquin toward the island. A bit later, the group reached the riverside and saw several ships stationed near Somyang Island. Seeing them, one of the Hongik Bang members started counting them and remarked that quite a crowd had gathered and that he assumed they were all there for their merchandise. Standing beside him, Hongik Bang Vice Leader Yuwul ordered everyone to keep their guard up and stay alert. At that moment, someone called out to the Vice Leader. It was slave trader Li Hagon, who asked whether they had secured the product and whether she was safe. Yuwul explained that they were keeping her sedated to avoid any complications. He then asked Chief Manager Hagon why he had come, as he had not recalled him being scheduled to attend. Hagon laughed, and explained that no one else could oversee such a massive transaction. He had been observing the situation and noted that every one of the gathered buyers was looking at them with greedy eyes. He was confident they would make a killing on the deal. Yuwul expressed concern that there was only one item despite so many people being after it. Ha-Gon acknowledged that but told him not to worry too much. They would walk away with a massive profit without putting themselves in any real danger. Yu-Woo realized that Ha-Gon had already decided on a trade partner. Ha-Gon confirmed that the Red Blood unit was their chosen partner. Yu-Woo was surprised to hear that, and noted that the Red Blood unit were the personal guards of the Red Dragon clan, one of the pillars of the demonic path. Ha-Gon explained that there had been a rumor that a relative of the Red Blood unit leader had been struck by a heavenly curse. While searching for an elixir to treat it, they had supposedly also been looking for a person, specifically, a girl born with a peculiar meridian blockage like that child. As he explained, Ha-Gon glanced toward the palanquin. Yu-Woo understood that they wanted a girl with a similar illness to treat their own curse. Since the child had been born with the 9 severed meridians, which overflowed with energy, the Red Blood units must have been suffering from the opposite condition, an excess of yang energy. Ha-Gon confirmed that assessment, and remarked that the transaction would be a massive payday for them. The scene shifted to an island port where a large ship arrived. A man ordered his subordinates to drop the anchor. The man was Red Blood unit leader Naham, who immediately turned to the man in the blue outfit and informed him that they had arrived, addressing him as young master. The man in the blue outfit was Red Dragon clan successor Gu Cheon-Myung. He observed that the buyers had swarmed the island like a pack of dogs and remarked that Naham's prediction had been accurate. Naham agreed, explaining that given the nature of the merchandise, every lowlife in the area seemed to have gathered there. Cheon-Myung remarked that the competition would be fierce. Naham explained that the product was extremely rare and that the Hongik Bang had likely spread the rumors intentionally, knowing exactly how much she was worth. Cheon-Myung cursed the water rats for resorting to such petty tricks. Naham further explained that, according to information from the Hao Gate, trackers from the Haha clan were also on their tail. Apparently, some of their family members had become involved in the process of acquiring the merchandise. Cheon-Myung remained determined to take the girl, even if it meant staining Songmyang Island with blood. Naham assured him that he had brought more than enough money to cover the price and the necessary bribes for the surrounding flies. Sometime later, the scene shifted to one of the buildings on the island, where Red Blood unit leader Naham sat across from Ha-Gon. Naham asked how much the price was. Ha-Gon explained that they were asking for 10,000 gold taels. Naham complained that the Hongik Bang was asking for far too much. Ha-Gon questioned what he meant by too much, and insisted that the price was reasonable after considerable deliberation. He reminded Naham that no one understood the value of the merchandise they had prepared better than he did. Naham smiled and argued that there was a limit to greed. 10,000 taels could buy an entire castle, and without them, there would not even be anyone left to purchase the merchandise. They had eliminated the other competitors the moment they docked. Ha-Gon remarked that he had heard they had all been slaughtered and lamented that, had they remained alive, the Hongik Bang could have demanded an even higher price. Naham began to question whether Ha-Gon was mocking him. At that moment, Cheon-Myung stepped forward and placed a hand on Naham's shoulder, telling the unit leader to step back and leave the matter to him. Naham stood from his seat and acknowledged the order. Ha-Gon narrowed his eyes at the exchange. Cheon-Myung took the seat and proposed reducing the price from 10,000 gold taels to 5,000. Ha-Gon was shocked and nervously refused to agree to such a price. Cheon-Myung warned that everyone's lives were at stake and advised Ha-Gon to answer carefully. Ha-Gon repeated that they could not let the merchandise go for that price. Cheon-Myung pointed toward Yu-Woo, who was standing behind him, and questioned whether everything could really be left to that man. He also made it clear that he was not someone who made empty threats. Hearing that, Yu-Woo realized that he had been too simple-minded. If he had recognized his opponent, he should have realized that his opponent had recognized him as well. Yu-Woo stepped forward and told Ha-Gon to stand up, saying that he would handle the rest. Ha-Gon left his seat, and Yu-Woo sat before Cheon-Myung. Yu-Woo introduced himself as the vice leader of the Hongik Bang and observed that Cheon-Myung appeared to be from the Red Dragon clan. Cheon-Myung introduced himself as Gu Cheon-Myung, the man who would eventually succeed the clan leader. He emphasized the significance of revealing his identity, and warned Yu-Woo to answer wisely. Meanwhile, Jian's group arrived near the island. Beggar sect child Manchu, who was traveling with Jian's group, pointed toward the island and announced that Songmyang Island was ahead. Jian thanked him and acknowledged that the beggar sect's information had been correct. Chiu Wu put Manchu down from his shoulder and sarcastically thanked him, remarking that they would have found the island much sooner if Manchu had not collapsed after walking such a short distance. Manchu protested that they had crossed through Suzhou in only 4 hours and had not rested once since then. Chiu Wu told him to be quiet, explaining that they had wasted too much time falling for the enemy's decoys. He had moved as quickly and discreetly as possible, yet someone had still managed to leak their location. He questioned whether one of them had been responsible. Jian considered that unlikely. Their group had only found the island because the beggar sect had pinpointed its location. He then told Manchu to head back because they would take things from there. Manchu refused and ran forward, explaining that he had come this far and wanted to see how everything ended. He urged them to hurry and mentioned that his sect should have a boat ready because he had sent word ahead. Yun questioned whether they were really going to let Manchu come with them. Chiu Wu explained that Manchu was at an age where he loved adventure and told Yun to leave him be. With all of them around, he believed nothing could possibly happen. He then asked Jian what the plan was. Jian stated that there was no reason to let slave traders live and emphasized that their top priority was rescuing Gina. Chiu Wu smiled and agreed that went without saying. He also wondered whether the bastards who had sold him into slavery were among the people on the island. At that moment, Jian narrowed his eyes after spotting a flare signal from the island. Jian recognized it as the signal indicating that the target location had been found. Earlier, at the island, the deal between Red Dragon clan successor Gu Qion and Yu Wul had been completed. The two men shook hands. Qion described it as a pleasure doing business with Yu Wul. Yu Wul likewise thanked Qion for respecting their face. Meanwhile, Hagan nervously realized that they had received only 6,000 taels. Seeing his expression, Qion asked whether he was the chief manager and remarked that he looked somewhat dissatisfied with the trade. Hagan immediately denied being dissatisfied and insisted that he was perfectly satisfied, even more than satisfied. Qion stated that the negotiations were complete and that they should finalize the trade. Nahem immediately ordered his subordinates to bring out the payment. His subordinates quickly delivered the boxes of money to Yu Wul, who checked them before gesturing toward Hagan. Hagan acknowledged the signal and sent a flare to the Hongik Bang members who were hiding nearby with the palanquin. That was the signal Jian had seen. Yu Wul turned to Qion and informed him that the requested item would arrive shortly. A bit later, Hongik Bang members entered carrying the palanquin. Qion immediately ordered them to open the palanquin. When it was opened, he saw Gina sleeping peacefully inside. Yu Wul explained that they had kept her sedated so the merchandise would not be damaged and told Qion to examine her. Qion observed that she appeared fine but admitted that, as he was not a doctor, he could not tell for certain. He expressed hope that the Hongik Bang would not be foolish enough to deceive them. Yu Wul immediately assured him that no one would be foolish enough to scam the Red Dragon clan and survive. Qion laughed, and called it a good trade, saying that they should meet again if fate allowed. Yu Wul agreed that it had been a good trade and wished Qion well. At that moment, a loud noise came from outside, startling both men as they turned toward it. Qion remarked that such rare merchandise had attracted some flies and asked whether Yu Wul knew who they might be. Yu Wul explained that the Hao Gate had mentioned the Haha clan would pursue them. They had done their best to lose them, but apparently they had failed. Qion noted that this matched the information they had received. Since the Haha clan had remained quiet until then, they must have been waiting for the trade to take place. At that moment, Qion uncle assured them that there was no need for concern. Qion turned toward his uncle, laughed, and remarked that he had briefly forgotten his uncle was with them. His uncle stepped forward and declared that he would handle the situation. At the moment, Red Dragon clan members who were outside the mansion guarding the area collided with the wall, destroyed it, and fell inside. Seeing the body of one of the fallen members, Qion was shocked to see that the attack did not appear to have come from the Haha clan. Yu Wul explained that no matter how blinded by revenge they were, a prestigious Orthodox clan would not use such methods. Since the deal was complete, the Hongik Bang group turned around and left. Seeing the bodies, Qion wondered who could have done all of this with a single punch. As the dust settled, Chiu Wu appeared, killing Red Dragon clan members as he moved toward the mansion. Naham recognized him in shock as the Diamond Rakshasa. Cheon Myong was surprised to learn that the Diamond Rakshasa was the same person they knew, and Naham confirmed that there was no mistake. When Cheon Myong wondered why Cheol Wu was there, Elder Gu explained that only one person could command such a monster, the number 1 blade of the demonic path. Cheol Wu raised his hand and waved toward Elder Gu, recognizing him as Senior Gu of the Red Dragon clan. Elder Gu returned the greeting and acknowledged that it had been a long time since they had met. Cheol Wu then asked whether the members of the Red Dragon squad were also part of the Red Dragon clan. Elder Gu confirmed that they were under the clan's banner. Cheol Wu mocked Elder Gu for taking in people like them, but Elder Gu warned him not to look down on them. Although they were inferior to the Divine Demonic Unit, they had done much for the Red Dragon clan. Cheol Wu sarcastically pointed out that their contributions consisted of plundering and human trafficking, expressing his disbelief that the Great Red Dragon clan had stooped to such filthy work behind the scenes. Cheon Myong became angry and warned Cheol Wu to watch his tongue. Although he had heard of Cheol Wu's reputation, he insisted that he should still show some respect. Cheol Wu dismissed the demand for respect and asked who Cheon Myong was. Before Cheon Myong could finish introducing himself, Jian instantly killed the Red Dragon members guarding the palanquin. Naham immediately stepped in front of Cheon Myong and went on full alert, warning him to be careful. Elder Gu nervously wondered whether Jian and Cheol Wu had come for the child inside the palanquin. Meanwhile, Jian opened the palanquin and found Gina sleeping inside. He immediately checked her condition and determined that she still had a pulse and that her pressure points had merely been sealed. Cheol Wu approached and asked about her condition. Jian confirmed that she was only sleeping. Relieved, Cheol Wu expressed how frightened he had been and addressed Gina, telling her that they had arrived. Jian explained that she could not hear him because her sleep points had been sealed. Cheol Wu suggested waking her to make sure she was all right, but Jian told him to leave her alone. When Cheol Wu asked why, Jian explained that Gina had already endured enough and did not need to wake up to the chaos around her. He intended to wake her after everything had been settled. Cheol Wu agreed. Jian then moved toward Elder Gu and instructed Cheol Wu to watch over Gina before approaching Elder Gu. Confused, Cheol Wu wondered what Jian intended to do. Jian approached Elder Gu and greeted him as a senior he had not seen in a long time. Elder Gu recalled that approximately 4 years had passed since the conflict with the Red Flame clan. Jian mentioned hearing about the interesting events that had occurred at the Tongchen demonic cult, and noted that the Red Dragon clan appeared to have emerged unscathed. Elder Gu explained that most of the clan had survived. The events had unfolded like a lightning strike before anyone could become caught up in the chaos. He added that if Jian had been there, the situation would not have ended so easily. Jian dismissed the compliment as an overestimation. Elder Gu insisted that it was not an overestimation but a fact, explaining that his current trembling was proof enough. He admitted that he had never expected to encounter Jian in a place like this. Jian returned the sentiment, and asked what had brought Elder Gu all the way there. Elder Gu explained that he had been checking the clan's territories with his nephew and had happened to stop by. Jian questioned the claim that Elder Gu had merely happened to stop by, calling the situation unfortunate. Elder Gu insisted that he had not come with any specific intent. Jian explained that intent or coincidence did not matter. What mattered was that they had crossed paths just as Elder Gu was about to take the child. Jian glanced toward the palanquin. Elder Gu asked who the girl was. Jian revealed that she was his sister, whom he had finally found after 13 years. Elder Gu was shocked by the revelation and realized that the rumors had been true. The leader of the Divine Demonic Unit, the de facto strongest man of the demonic path, had abandoned wealth and power to find his long-lost family. The girl in the palanquin was his sister, meaning the Red Dragon clan had touched the dragon's reverse scale. Seeing Jian's serious expression, Elder Gu insisted that he genuinely had not known and asked Jian to believe him. Jian said that he believed him, since Elder Gu had already described the encounter as a coincidence. Elder Gu agreed. Jian reminded him that the coincidence was truly unfortunate. Elder Gu became nervous, realizing that Jian had no intention of letting the matter go. Elder Gu acknowledged that Jian had grown tired of the blood-soaked path and wanted to return to his family, a famous event that everyone had discussed. He understood Jian's anger over the condition his family had been left in, but questioned whether Jian truly needed to stain his hands with the same blood he had tried to escape from, especially the blood of innocent people. Jian narrowed his eyes and admitted internally that Elder Gu was right. He had spilled quite a bit of blood since returning home. Elder Gu apologized for what had happened, admitting that whether intentional or not, it had been a clear mistake and a grave wrong. As an apology, he offered his own head. Cheon Myong became confused by Elder Gu's offer and questioned what his uncle was saying. Elder Gu asked Jian to show mercy in exchange and allow Cheon Myong and the others to return home safely. He reminded Jian that they had once been comrades who had shared life and death. Jian remained silent for a moment. Elder Gu lowered his head and begged Jian. After a brief moment, Jian agreed. However, Cheon Myong shouted from behind that he refused. He could not give up on Gina's life and insisted that they had to take her. Elder Gu ordered him to shut his mouth. Chio Wu watched the exchange and mocked Cheon Myong for continuing to run his mouth even while his uncle was offering his own life to save him. Cheon Myong ignored his uncle's wishes and insisted that Gina was coming with them. Regardless of the sacrifice required, he intended to have her because he wanted to save the youngest member of their family. Jian found his claim ridiculous and questioned why Cheon Myong believed he had the right to decide his sister's fate. Cheon Myong unsheathed his sword and claimed that he had the right because he had bought Gina and invested all of the clan's assets in her for the future of their family. Hearing this, Jian became furious, and his eyes rolled back in anger. Chio Wu became nervous and realized that Cheon Myong had completely lost his mind. Jian apologized to Elder Gu and admitted that he could no longer grant his request. Elder Gu understood and accepted that it would not be easy, but resolved to do his best to stop Jian. Elder Gu unsheathed his sword and explained that he had never fought using a combined attack in his life, but given the opponent they were facing, he had no choice but to do so that day. Cheon Myong, Naham, and the other Red Dragon clan members unsheathed their swords and prepared themselves. Jian calmly told them that he did not mind and that they could make the first move. Cheon Myong wondered whether Jian truly intended to take on the full might of the Red Dragon clan by himself, no matter how strong he was. He charged forward and called Jian an arrogant bastard before launching a downward slash at him. At that instant, Jian launched a sword attack toward Cheon Myong's head. Elder Gu blocked the attack and immediately warned Cheon Myong to keep his composure, explaining that even a miracle would not be enough against Jian. Elder Gu then ordered Naham to pin Jian down. Naham and the other Red Dragon clan members rushed toward Jian. Jian raised his sword and launched an attack, killing several of the members who rushed at him. Naham barely managed to block the attack and realized that facing Jian head-on was practically suicide. Nevertheless, he knew he had to stop Jian and create an opening for Elder Gu and Cheon Myong. Naham ordered the remaining clan members to forget about defense and unleash their ultimate strikes. All of them rushed forward to attack Jian. Jian also rushed forward and unleashed his sword technique, killing them in an instant. Naham swung his sword in a desperate attack, but Jian easily dodged it and cut him down with a single move. Blood sprayed across the ground as Naham fell. Seeing Naham fall, Cheon Myong became enraged and rushed toward Jian. Jian extended his sword forward, gathered his inner energy around the blade, and released a powerful blast. The attack struck Cheon Myong and pushed him backward. Cheon Myong was stunned that the ultimate technique into which he had poured his entire soul had been pushed back. Jian prepared another energy blast and directed it toward Cheon Myong. Before the attack could reach him, Elder Gu intervened and deflected it, refusing to let Jian harm his nephew. Cheon Myong declared that he would help his uncle. The two rushed forward and launched a combined attack against Jian, but Jian easily evaded it by leaping backward. Cheon Myong was horrified that Jian had blocked a combined attack from him and Elder Gu so effortlessly. He refused to allow himself to crumble, knowing that the pride of the Red Dragon clan and his sister's life depended on him. Jian's expression turned serious as he faced Cheon Myong. Cheon Myong charged forward once again, determined to kill Jian this time. At the same moment, Elder Gu rushed toward Jian from behind. Jian remained completely still. Cheon Myong swung his sword with all his strength, and Jian launched his own attack at the exact same moment. Jian's attack shattered Cheon Myung's sword and struck him with tremendous force, leaving him seriously injured. Cheon Myung was stunned and could not understand what had happened. Elder Gu launched another attack, and Jian immediately turned toward him and swung his sword. Their swords collided and released a powerful shockwave of energy. Despite his severe injuries, Cheon Myung struggled to stand and resolved to help his uncle. However, he soon collapsed to the ground, lamenting that he could not let things end that way. When the shockwave finally subsided, Cheon Myung saw Elder Gu standing before him, covered in injuries. Elder Gu gave Cheon Myung one final glance before his life came to an end while he remained standing. Cheon Myung cried out in despair. Before he could say anything more, a foot came down on his neck, breaking it and killing him instantly. Chio Wu was the one who had killed him. Chio Wu remarked that things had inevitably been destined to end that way. Elder Gu had died a meaningless death because of his foolish nephew, despite having actually been a decent man. Jian looked around and saw the corpses of the Red Dragon clan members scattered across the ground. Manchu entered the area and reported that the battle was over. The remaining enemies had fled before the fight had even ended, and Manchu considered it pathetic that they had tucked their tails and run without looking back. Chio Wu remarked that at least the remaining enemies had some sense. If they had stayed, they would have ended up as corpses as well. He had considered chasing them down and finishing them off but had ultimately let them escape. Jian praised him for doing well. Jian then patted the sleeping Gina, whom Chio Wu was carrying, and expressed his relief that she was safe. Chio Wu asked whether Jian intended to wake her. Jian said that he would not wake her yet because he wanted to do so somewhere more comfortable. Chio Wu agreed and then wondered where John and Yun were. Jian soon saw John and Yun running toward them and pointed out their arrival. Chio Wu asked whether John was injured. John explained that he had only suffered a few scratches and nothing serious. Jian asked Yun about his condition, and Yun confirmed that he had not suffered any major injuries either. Chio Wu mocked them for looking so battered after dealing with only a few slave traders. John explained that there had been many of them, and that they had become troublesome once they were cornered, fighting desperately like trapped rats. Chio Wu remarked that a mob was still a mob regardless of its numbers. He added that there had not been many left after Jian had gone on a rampage and asked whether they had caught everyone. Yun explained that quite a few had escaped because they had scattered in every direction. More importantly, the main targets had managed to escape. Jian remained silent for a moment before deciding that they should leave the island first. He also wanted to wake Gina and have everyone's wounds treated. Manchu pointed toward the money boxes on a nearby table and asked what they should do with them. Chio Wu immediately decided that they would take the money. Manchu happily acknowledged the order. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the main Hao Gate, where Hao Gate leader Un Se Chong read the report and expressed his amazement that only 5 people had slaughtered all the slave traders gathered on Songmiang Island. Another elder sitting nearby remarked that dealing with the slave traders was one thing, but he had never expected the group to crush the Red Dragon clan as well. Another elder turned toward the Supreme Guardian and expressed concern over the consequences of making enemies of such powerful men. The Supreme Guardian explained that the sister was safe and that, since the group had successfully rescued her, the Hao Gate should not face a massive problem. There were plenty of others who would face their wrath first, leaving the Hao Gate at the back of a very long line. When the elder asked what he meant, the Supreme Guardian explained that the main culprits, the Hongik Bang, had escaped and would be pursued first. He added that as long as the Yangtze River Water Alliance protected the Hongik Bang, they would not go down without a fight. The elder agreed with his assessment. The Supreme Guardian then suggested leaking information about the Hongik Bang to the Yangtze River Water Alliance as well, hoping to provoke mutual destruction. Sometime later, the scene shifted to a worn-out mansion, where several people were gathered. Their group leader was Pyo Yang, an agent of Amhyang, the Tongchen Demonic Cult's intelligence organization. He bowed slightly to the incoming person and asked whether he had arrived. The person asked whether Pyo Yang had confirmed it. Pyo Yang confirmed that both the Divine Demonic Unit leader and vice leader were living in Sohung and that he had also pinpointed their exact location. The person was the sky-flying mad demon, Peng Chionro. He mocked the legendary number 1 blade of the demonic path and the diamond Rakshasa for supposedly being out slicing meat, then asked about their residence. Pyongyang explained that they were staying in Yuga village, about 10 li north of central Sohung. The unit leader, his siblings, the vice leader, and several guests were all staying there. Cheon-ro noted that they were living right under their noses and assumed the others were probably those rats from the Haha clan. He considered the situation perfect, emphasizing that retrieving the heavenly demon ring was just as important as revenge. He ordered an attack that night, and also noted that they appeared to have picked up a tail. Despite recognizing their pursuers as capable, he warned them not to think they could escape from him. The scene then shifted to Yuga village, where Jian's group was having a meal. After finishing his meal, Jian announced that he would have to step out for a while. Everyone fell silent, while Chiol-woo smiled and remarked that he had been wondering when Jian would finally make a move. Jian's younger brother, Hyan, asked whether Jian really had to leave. Jian confirmed that he did and explained that they were already late. Hyan pointed out that Guangho's wounds had worsened and that Gina was only just beginning to recover. Jian remarked that so many people had died because of them. Gok, the sword freak, told Jian not to blame himself too much. He reminded Jian that the gold he had brought back had been used to help many people and that even Chongsamwen was being rebuilt. Jian acknowledged that, but pointed out that money could not bring back what had been lost. Guangho assured Jian that he was fine. Jian approached him, patted his head, and reassured him that he would return to normal soon. Jian then explained that he could not ignore what he had heard and that, for the sake of their future, they had to handle the situation properly. Hyan asked what Jian meant. Jian explained that everything had started with the Green Forest. The son of the great chief of the 18 Green Forest strongholds had died by their hands. Although it had been the man's own karma, the Green Forest was not the kind of organization that reflected on its own actions. They held a grudge and would attempt something similar again whenever they had the opportunity. Gok asked whether Jian intended to go after the Green Forest rather than the Hongik Bang. Jian explained that the Hongik Bang was the priority, but he also intended to settle their ill-fated connection with the Green Forest once and for all. Gok warned that the Green Forest was no small organization and that even dealing with the Hongik Bang would not be easy. He asked whether Jian knew who was backing them. Jian identified the Yangtze River Water Alliance. Gok confirmed it, and explained that they were not merely pirates who could be looked down upon. The raw power of the Yangtze River Water Alliance could rival any major force in the Murim. Chiol-woo told Gok not to worry so much. He pointed out that unifying the demonic cult had not been easy either, and claimed that the current situation was nothing compared to that. He encouraged everyone to stop worrying and simply drink. Gok thought about how the demonic cult had been splintered for centuries before recently becoming unified. He wondered whether Jian and the others had been key players in that process, and concluded that, given their skills, it was possible. Gok then recalled his earlier meeting with Yugeology while they had been eating. Yugeology had asked what the Haho clan planned to do. Gok had replied that he did not know and that they would handle it themselves, although they had seemed quite angry. Yugeology had reasoned that unless the Haho clan were complete fools, they would not simply sit back after being treated that way. However, their opponent was the Hao Gate, and it would not look good for a prestigious clan like the Haho clan to be seen fighting openly with the Hao Gate. Gok had told Yugeology to stop talking nonsense, and asked what his point was. He also pointed out that the beggar sect appeared to have been used rather badly. Yugeology had objected to the word use, calling it an unfortunate situation instead. Gok had mocked Yugeology for making the acceptance of a bribe sound noble and asked whether he expected them to simply let the matter slide. Yugeology had explained that they were merely poor people being squeezed from both sides and that they had only become involved because the bandits had threatened them. Gok had stated that the matter was for the main family to decide and accused Yugeology of targeting the wrong people. He had pointed out that they had recently clashed with the demonic cult and that the Green Forest and the Yangtze River Water Alliance were now involved as well. He had a bad feeling about the situation and believed that a bloodbath was about to sweep through the otherwise quiet Murim world. Returning to the present, Gok recalled the conversation and remarked that perhaps the situation had been inevitable. He wondered whether there was anything they could do to help, since the Haho family was already involved regardless of their intentions. Jian told Gok that it was fine and asked the elder to remain there and protect the children. He emphasized that they could not allow what had happened last time to happen again. Gok agreed that there was no need to say anything more about it. Jian then mentioned that he had heard Gok was already dealing with the Songmyang Island situation. Gok turned toward Yun and asked whether that brat had told Jian about it. Jian confirmed that he had heard the Tongchen demonic cult had demanded a formal apology and compensation from the Hahu clan for what had happened there. Gok dismissed the situation as laughable. Chiu Wu was surprised that the Tongchen demonic cult was making demands of the Hahu clan and asked why. Yun explained that the successor of the Red Dragon clan had died on Songmyang Island. Chiu Wu remembered the successor and pointed out that the boss had dealt with him, wondering why there was a problem. Yun explained that because he had been present, he had been dragged into the matter. Things had become complicated, and there was a great deal of discussion within the Murim Alliance. Chiu Wu gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing that the Murim Alliance was involved as well. He remarked that it was one disaster after another. Jian bowed his head toward Gok and apologized for causing so much trouble. Gok questioned why Jian was apologizing. He explained that the fault lay with the Murim Alliance for failing to take a firm stand and that the situation was merely a scheme by those who wanted to see their family fail. Jian realized that there were forces opposing the prestigious clans and that the Murim Alliance appeared to have its own internal power struggles, much like the demonic cult. Hyan asked whether they really had to leave. Jian confirmed that they did. They were already late, and they could not delay any further. If it had not been for Gina, Jian would have left Songmyang Island immediately. Hyan asked whether Jian had told Gina, knowing that she would be shocked. Jian explained that he would stop by Chongsimlin the following day to tell her. Although she would worry, she would handle it because she had a stronger will than any of them. Guangho asked when they would be leaving. Jian explained that it would take a few days because they still had the butcher shop to deal with. Gok told Jian that things would be different this time. Jian chuckled nervously and explained that he planned to leave the shop to his second brother, Hyan. He then asked Gok to help Hyan if possible. Gok agreed to help and suggested that they drink. At that moment, Gok sensed someone approaching. Before he could say anything, Jian noticed that they had a guest. Chiu Wu remarked that the guest seemed to be in quite a hurry. Manchu suddenly pushed open the door while gasping for breath, his body trembling. Several daggers flew toward Manchu from behind, but he collapsed from exhaustion. Chiu Wu immediately moved forward and caught the daggers. Chiu Wu then saw the attackers following Manchu. He crushed the daggers in his grip and demanded to know who they were. The attackers immediately recognized Chiu Wu as the Diamond Rakshasa. Chiu Wu was amused that they actually knew who he was. Their group leader immediately ordered the others to retreat. The three attackers scattered in different directions. Chiu Wu pursued them, warning that although they might have come there by choice, they would not be leaving the same way. Meanwhile, Jian picked Manchu up from the ground, placed him on his lap, and asked whether he was all right. Manchu trembled as he explained that the Tongchen demonic cult was targeting the hostages. He revealed that there had been an ambush, and that the Supreme Elder had been taken by them. Gok was shocked by the revelation and realized that the Supreme Elder, Juyu Geology, had been killed by the Tongchen demonic cult. A bit later, Chiu Wu returned after killing the attackers and told Jian that he had heard him mention the Tongchen demonic cult. Jian confirmed that the attackers were indeed members of the Tongchen demonic cult. Chiu Wu concluded that this explained how the attackers knew their identities, adding that they had taken their own lives the moment he caught up with them. John asked whether the reason was the heavenly demon ring, and Jian replied that it was most likely the case. Chiu Wu removed the daggers from Manchu's body and bandaged his wounds, remarking that it was impressive that Manchu had managed to run so far while carrying them. John pointed out that Manchu was severely injured. Chiu Wu explained that he had stopped the bleeding for the moment, but Manchu would need proper treatment at the Pure Heart Clinic. Jian wondered who should take Manchu there, since he needed to guard their current location. The assassin Jian had previously urged them not to linger, and insisted that they needed to hurry. Chiu Wu acknowledged that Manchu's wounds were serious but did not believe they were quite that urgent. The assassin clarified that his concern was not Manchu's wounds. He reminded them of Manchu's earlier report about the Tongchen demonic cult, the raid, and the hostages. He then questioned who else could possibly have been targeted as a hostage. Hearing that, Jian's expression turned serious, and he decided that he would go. Everyone was surprised by his decision. A bit later, Jian carried Manchu on his back, securing him with cloth. Chio-woo realized that the attackers were targeting Gina and muttered angrily about their insanity. John wondered whether they should go as well. Chio-woo questioned why they would need to go, reminding John who their unit leader was. He noted that it had been a long time since he had seen Jian look so terrifying and admitted that the sight had even made him shiver. John agreed with him. Chio-woo then turned to Guangho and Haiyan and told them that they should understand the situation by now. Dangerous enemies were coming, so it would be best for them to lie low for a while. Gok disagreed with scattering, reasoning that they could be captured by the enemy if they separated. He concluded that remaining there would be much safer. Chio-woo acknowledged that Gok had a point. If the enemy had come fully prepared, they would be searching the entire area. Getting caught unnecessarily would only cause more trouble, so he told them to stay put. Haiyan nervously wondered whether they would be all right. Chio-woo clarified whether Haiyan meant himself, and the others or Gina. He assured them that regardless of who the enemy was, he would not allow them to lay a finger on anyone there. He especially reassured the youngest that she could rest easy because she had her eldest brother, whom he described as insanely and freakishly strong. He then told them to go inside the room. Some time later, several people surrounded the house. The assassin told Chio-woo that he could fight as well. Chio-woo acknowledged his willingness but explained that the enemies were out of his league. He ordered the assassin to go inside, warning that he would only get in the way. The flustered assassin went inside, while Yun told Chio-woo that he was staying. Chio-woo called Yun crazy and pointed out that his grandfather was right there, making it impossible for Yun to comfortably hide away. Chio-woo then used the sound transmission technique to speak directly into Yun's mind, instructing him to keep a close eye on his grandfather because he was extremely agitated. Yun was surprised by the sudden message. Chio-woo stepped outside the house and instructed John to guard the entrance. John acknowledged the order and addressed him as vice commander. Chio-woo chuckled, noting that John was starting to look like his old self again. He then turned toward the attackers and expressed disappointment that, after wondering what kind of scum had appeared, he had found only an old geezer who had previously been crushed by the boss after boasting about his inferior skills. Chionro greeted Chio-woo as the Diamond Rakshasa. Chio-woo pointed out that it had not even been a few years since they last met, and questioned why Chionro was calling it a long time. He then asked about Chionro's leg. Chionro asked how it looked to him. Chio-woo smiled and said that, unfortunately, the leg seemed perfectly fine. However, he mocked Chionro about the other thing that had burst and suggested that it must have been difficult to recover from. Chionro became angry and warned Chio-woo to keep running his mouth if he wanted to die. Chio-woo chuckled and pointed out that Chionro had come there intending to kill them anyway. Judging from how easily Chionro flared up, Chio-woo assumed the injury had been completely ruined and even remarked that his voice sounded thinner. Chionro gritted his teeth in anger and demanded to know how Chio-woo dared to speak that way. An elder standing beside Chionro remarked that the once fearless Diamond Rakshasa had certainly developed quite a mouth. Chio-woo replied that those days were in the past and greeted the old man after so long. Upon seeing the elder, Chio-woo recognized him as the Laughing-Face Killer and realized that even the one-sword life-taker was present. He concluded that the enemy had brought a serious squad. Laughing-Face Killer observed that since the Divine Demon Unit leader was not there, he must have gone to the place called the Pure Heart Clinic. Chio-woo realized that the assassin had been right, and that the enemies had indeed attacked the Pure Heart Clinic. He was relieved that the boss had gone there, and hoped that Jian would hurry. Despite that concern, Chio-woo concluded that it did not matter and decided that he could handle the old geezers by himself. Gok asked what had happened to Eugeology. Chionro explained that Eugeology, the old beggar, had tried to buy time, whether to help them or protect the young beggar brat. As a result, they had torn his limbs apart and fed him to wild dogs. Hearing that, Gok mourned his friend, thinking that there had still been so much left to do and wondering why Eugeology had to leave first. Gok gritted his teeth in anger and described Eugeology as an eccentric and stubborn man who loved alcohol so much that he would leap from his sleep for it. Despite those flaws, Gok considered him a friend whom the enemies should never have dared to touch and insisted that he was never meant to die that way. Gok released his inner energy and declared that not a single one of them would leave alive. Meanwhile, Jian moved through the dense forest at high speed while carrying Manchu on his back. He desperately hoped that Gina was safe. A bit later, Jian arrived at the Pure Heart Clinic and wondered whether he had arrived too late. He looked around and saw a large number of Red Dragon clan members entering the clinic. Some of them stopped at the main entrance to guard it. As Jian approached, one of the Red Dragon clan members ordered him to stop and quietly turn back. Jian's eyes turned red. In an instant, the attackers' heads were pierced, blood sprayed through the air, and their bodies collapsed to the ground. The other Red Dragon clan members inside stopped and turned their attention toward Jian. One of them attempted to draw his sword but was immediately killed by Jian. Seeing their fellow member die instantly, another Red Dragon clan member shouted in shock and demanded to know what kind of monster Jian was. He then ordered the others to draw their weapons and form a formation. The Red Dragon clan members rushed toward Jian to attack. Manchu, who was being carried on Jian's back, called out to him. Jian asked whether Manchu was awake and told him to remain where he was for a little while, even if it was uncomfortable. Jian drew his sword, his eyes glowing bright red as he waited for the Red Dragon clan members to enter his range. Genius protagonists, overwhelming growth, and legendary battles, this is your battlefield. We're just steps away from 20,000 subscribers. Subscribe now and rise with us.